and that's almost irreplaceable. You can't replace it. Like a bunch of guys are trying to, like Myron Gaines goes out there and gets like 12 people to scream at him. You know, you can't. Nobody gets the reception Charlie Kirk was getting.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
Sarah, how you doing?
Good. I'm going to turn your mic way down.
Oh, sorry, I got too close to it. I'm always too far away or too close. I can't ever
Ooh,
find
now
the
way too
magic
quiet.
spot.
Yeah, now I'm bringing back up.
Okay, how about this? Testing
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
3.
This is my normal speaking voice.
Sounds much better.
All right, don't
So,
Very nice.
so is the topic is that we're all happy that the youth is getting more involved in politics now than us Gen
We
Xers?
are happy, but we're also concerned because like a bunch of teenagers running around saying fuck ICE and not knowing or understanding the policies or regulations behind it or why. Go ahead, Beth.
No. I need to clarify. This is worse than that. They are saying kill ICE.
Ooh, that's even scarier. Who is
That's
breathing
what
in their mic? Ifi.
Oh, what? What did I do?
Breathing in your mic.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to stop breathing.
And that's why I'm bringing it up, is because no, this is straight up. Their rhetoric is to unalive them, to attack them, to incite physical violence with ICE. And we have seen how ICE responds to lesser than that.
Mm-hmm. Cellulite says they
on
have a
top of
whole
that-
website dedicated to paying them to do this. Go ahead.
On top of that, we have to remember that children are very impressionable, especially the ones that are under 21. When I say that, you understand when if you think about when you were that age. A lot of people, we weren't as mindful of what was going on around us and in society. But lately, since social media and a lot of the internet and whatnot, it's easier for society to put pressure on us from all angles. And then they're taking all the data and they're gearing commercials to push more pressure. And then we're holding each other accountable to the social pressure instead of the actual thing where it's like, people's character and merit, things like that. We're not like old school,
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the big picture, as far as the youth getting involved, the only youth I'm aware of is like Charlie Kirk, and we saw what happened to him. So other than that, I haven't seen any youth getting involved in politics any more than we did growing up either. So
I have.
don't
Charlie
see
Kirk
it.
was 31 though.
There's school walkouts everywhere, all over,
I
the
was,
place. And
I
it's
was
always
driving
on the
through.
liberal cause.
My
I was
son,
So
All
kids
the way
are
down to
looking for
grade school.
excuses to get out of class.
No,
That doesn't
it's
sound like getting more involved in
that's
politics.
not.
to me.
Well,
That's
yes,
not it.
to a degree. Yes, to a degree. I will say there are students that are just like, hey, they're doing a walkout. Let's just leave.
Yeah, they're
you
like,
know?
no school today. I'm
Yeah.
in.
Mhm.
No,
I
my
mean, I
son,
remember they had that voters' day when we were in school. The 18-year-old seniors got the day off and they could go vote. if
when they
wanted to.
banned prayer in schools, I was part of a walkout in my school. But this is worse than that. This is like my son is showing me where local teenagers in our area are going on Instagram and all of the social media platforms and posting stuff encouraging the incitement of violence with ICE. They're literally
Yeah, so
calling-
the modern youth has a better soapbox than we did. That's the only difference. They have all this like social media to instantly tell us their political views or whatever. but
TikToks and hashtags.
I think they're doing it more for like clicks and views than actual political interest, if you would ask me.
I
I
agree with that a little bit.
disagree. I saw a school protest just the other day. They were out there with anti-ICE signs and the whole works, sitting on the side of the road. They were definitely being made to protest. It wasn't just for show.
yeah.
So
And
if
it
you
comes-
asked any of these youth, do they like want more illegal immigrants in the country? Do you think any of them would be able to answer that question?
Not with any kind of informed opinion. No,
no.
So it's not politics.
So it's not real
just
then.
like-
It's just for show.
they are
It's
being
attention
used
for
to-
like clicks and views on their influence, their social media.
But they're
Yeah, but
actually
that's part of the
showing
problem is they've turned politics into morality. Where look at the way it's talked about these days. Donald Trump is a schnazi, and and they're all fascists and all these, and they're evil. In fact, all kinds of, that's one of the big tropes you see. If you go through 100 YouTube videos, it's now good versus evil. It's not politics anymore. They've made it into morals. And these kids want to be on the moral high horse like everybody else.
Are any of these people are protesting the government in general, or just specific parties?
Specific parties,
right?
They're literally calling for violence against ICE. They are going to these protests,
right?
And it's not because they actually understand what they're doing. It's just, you know, they're excited by it. And the thing is, like I said, we've seen how ICE responds to less.
Okay, but
I think everybody was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, the reason why I asked that, I assume everybody agrees, is because I don't see anybody arguing that these mayors and all the different government officials that caused all of this saying this is a sanctuary city, blah, blah, blah. I don't see any of them people being held to account. So is are the people that protest, are they saying we should have unlimited?
You guys get that just because illegal immigrants exist doesn't mean that you can just do whatever you want to get rid of them, right? You can't just use that as the basis for like ripping the Constitution up just because you want to excise an entire group of people out of the country.
You guys know that the topic being debated is about kids being brought into politics, not the thing you guys just started talking about.
So what I'm trying to lead with this,
their opinion by saying that they're not smart enough to have one. So
what I'm trying to lead with this is,
well, no, I think we've hold on just for a second. I think we've all stated more or less that most of them could be smart enough to be educated on the matter. It's the question of, are they educated enough? Like, are they actually looking into this stuff, or are they just reciting are they just reciting the
slogans they heard other people say?
The slogan.
Are they virtue signaling for their social justice?
I think it is a constant thing that happens on the right, that you guys have to say that other people's beliefs are because they are ignorant of the knowledge that you have. I think that is a constant thing on the right.
I think they could just want a connection to something,
not because they're tricked.
Kids know what the hell they're talking about with politics. It's kids.
Kids do.
They are ignorant.
Yeah, they can read
They're
books.
very ignorant.
I think they could just want to be a part of something so bad, guys.
At once, and you all know how I feel about that. Shut the fuck up and listen to
me. I think Sarah's point is easy to prove, because if you watch any of the street interviews where they actually interview the people at these protests, most of them don't even know why they're there, can't answer any questions about the topic that they're protesting for. And so,
the most cogent thing that they said, that I've seen them that they said, most cogent thing is, there's no such thing as an illegal on stolen land.
All right, can I say something?
It's a really old.
I didn't finish what I was saying, but okay.
Go ahead and finish 10th, and then let me read the super.
No, just wait. Oh no, do super first.
American X says with a big 5, how are they supposed to learn if not by fire, or perhaps follow good leaders? And I already made mention that, are we influencing the influencers the right way, or are we teaching them just to hate rage, all over the place?
That's perfect.
Learning by fire, I'm all for learning by fire, but they're also just going out and saying stuff that they may not know anything of what they're talking about. I mean, if I was a teenager, being able to say this person or whatever would be fun, but teenagers saying to unalive people, that's concerning. All right, I'll kick it back to you, Tim.
Yeah, and just real quick, the reason why I was leading down that path where I'm like, why are they only doing one side? Why are they only protesting one side? But because this is the problem. If these people actually had a problem with it, they wouldn't be out there. Same as BLM. They wouldn't be out there attacking regular citizens. That's how you know that this is all a setup and paid detractors. And I'm trying to say this without TOS or anything too crazy. So if they actually thought that the ICE agents or whoever were evil, they would be out there actually taking care of business. I played one of them on my show yesterday. They're not. This is all for political gain. This is nothing to do with the illegals. They don't care about the illegals. This is to do with that party is bad. Vote for us. They don't care about you. They don't care about your kids. They don't care about none of that stuff because they're willing to cut your kids' genitals off. Never forget that these people that said sanctuary cities are the same group that said cut your kids' genitals off. These people are crazy, and that's all I have to say about that for now.
The way you guys couch these arguments are so hilarious. Like people are going to rove around to find your child to turn them trans or something. It is.
Yeah, I can prove it. Go back and watch my show.
They're doing it.
They go after the vulnerable ones. You don't know what you're talking about.
They're doing
it doesn't have to be my kid.
Let me get in here real quick, guys.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to make some sense out of all this. And I think the reason why the kids are, wanting so bad to be a part of something.
They also want to do trans so bad too, right?
Hold on, 10th. You just sat here and said I'm not done. Now let him finish.
They're wanting so bad to be a part of something because there's a disconnect in the home because both parents are usually working or there's a single parent. And there's probably multiple children, brothers and sisters. Some of them get forced into a babysitter position, never get to be a child. And then you can see the dynamics between all the different families here. So when we're looking at the kids themselves, we have to look at their situation, what's happening with them and where they're coming from before we can think about anything after that. Because each one is going to go through certain circumstances that are going to shape their mind and their reality and how they see things, how they feel things, or how they deal with pain or happiness and things like that. So we have to take consideration of what kind of parents we are. Now we're looking at the adults. What are we putting out there? Somebody was mentioning earlier. So that's one of the things I want. What are we putting out there? Because that's what they're looking at. They're looking at how the adults are acting because they're coming up as adults, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would have been one thing.
Sorry, I'll hand it back to you in a second, Ant. But backstage, I do have Craig hanging back there. If you want to bring him up, he looks new to the panel. And then also American X sends in a big 5 and says, this is a political theater. Look up some business owners and landlords. Problem will self-correct. That's an interesting thought. Well, you know what, though? And I will say this, the more I see like the TPUSA drama, Candace Owens drama, the Elijah Schaefer and Sarah Stock drama, even the Kamala versus Donald Trump debate. Like we've hosted better debates here, right? That are actually more informative. And the more I expand in the YouTube arena, the more I've realized it's literally all theater. Everybody is just playing a part and running a role. We are just the smaller version of the Fox News. We are the smaller version of Donald Trump. We are just the smaller version of all of this. And it's brought into this on screen. Ant, I'll hand it back to you, sir.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I was just going to say that it would be one thing if these students being brought out to observe the protest, just watching and seeing how that happens, as long as it was expected to be a reasonably peaceful protest, not participating. Like I think that's just going too far.
Fiery, but mostly peaceful.
Well, whatever they may be. I mean, just keep the children safe is my point.
You know that would never work. They're going to get there.
Let him finish his thought.
No, that was it. Like I just feel like if they were observing rather than participating, this wouldn't be a problem. I do have a problem with them participating, and I have seen it firsthand. So don't tell me it's not happening.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem: is sure they can go and be like they're just going to participate, but that excitement starts building up because people, you can feel the energy around you in situations. And how are you supposed to stop them from participating once they're there and they want to participate? They want to, they just want the excitement of yelling at ICE and picking something up and throwing it at ICE, or trying to block their car and, God forbid, getting run the fuck over. It happens.
Or just exercising their First Amendment right.
To further my point, they want to be connected to something. They want to be involved so bad. And if you look at their parents, are their parents out there? What are their friends doing? who's inciting them to do it? Who's influencing them to do it? Is it their teachers? Are their teachers of the what are their teachers' backgrounds? So we have to really think about who they're following. It's very specific.
You think high school kids listen to their teachers?
Well, I think
high school kids get
hold
fascinated with a lot of things.
Hold on. I think most of the students are probably seeing stuff on social media, and they want to mimic the same thing. This is common across the board. We see this all the time. So when they see their favorite influencer, throwing a chair at the wall, then they're probably going to do the same thing and record it at the same time because they want to go viral like their favorite influencer. We see this shit happening all the time. Just kids in this age group, they all have access to Instagram, TikTok, all of these different things, and they're constantly recording themselves doing TikTok dances and stupid shit. I remember hearing about like breaking sinks in schools. I heard it was a hoax, or maybe it wasn't. I don't know, but like stupid shit like this, and they think it's cool because somebody else did it on the internet and went viral. Right? That's what they know. They know likes, clicks, and internet validation. And so they want the same thing. They want to be seen on the screen, every fucking one of them. Because that's
what aura farming. That's all the youth know.
I agree with you. Even up where I live, and the high school kids go out and protest basically once a week. They basically truncated their school week to 4 days because once a week they do a walkout. And just either a week ago or 2 weeks ago, a 15-year-old girl saw a guy with a MAGA hat on out in the street, ran out to his truck, yanked his hat off from through his window, and then went running off into the crowd. Then this dipshit goes and smashes his truck off into the sidewalk to try and chase this dumbass girl. The whole thing's just asinine.
Wow. Well, if I may, real quick, I do agree with you, Effigy. They should be able to exercise their rights. They should know what their rights are. And yes, when it comes down to if their teacher is saying something that sounds like it's what they want to do, then yeah, they finally will listen to them for the first time. You
guys can't blame teachers in this day and age, right? Every single one of us were probably in high school the way the internet is now. And
hey, Effigy,
they have access to shitloads more information than we had in high school. So you have to at least assume that at least the kids who are actually just like the kids when we were back in the day who had their noses in like student government and all this shit, at least those politically active kids have access to more information so they could be more active. The idea that kids nowadays are going to do less than we did and not more in our day is ridiculous. There's just more information. They grow up.
Effigy.
Teacher,
when I finish my point, learning their propaganda from.
You're all talking at the same time, so I'm going to talk money. Texas Bully Mom, our matriarchal hero over here, sends in a big 10 and says, "Bring up Craig. Let Aunt choose who to put in the back. Aunt, I'm going to let you see the names here. Choose at will, sir. Fire at will."
Carney, I love you, but you're too quiet.
Fair enough. All right, Carney, I'm going to tuck you in the back, back in line. Ghosty also just hopped up in the backstage. So we love our ladies on the panel. So if anybody wants to get Ghosty up here, please feel free to do so.
She owes me a rematch anyway, so bring her.
I'm trying to figure out who to be a jerk to. So who up here believes that it's okay for teachers to organize a walkout or anything like that and tell your kids that they should go and protest ICE? Like, who up here believes that it's okay for teachers to do that?
Or who to vote?
I think that's very dangerous. That's
one
very
at a
dangerous.
I just want to know who believes that that's okay.
And why you should hate Trump instead of teaching math or
simple
reading.
Question. Who here believes that it's okay for the teachers to organize a walkout or to organize with children to go protest that are under 18, anything like that?
I'll give you a hint, 10th. I'm pointing at him right now.
I'll take that as a nobody. Nobody believes that?
Effigy. It's Senor Effigy.
Who does what? Like, that's not even what happened, right? The students organized their walkout, right?
The students just said, "Bye, teacher. We're going for a walkout."
Coming up with a hypothetical, right?
No, I'm just asking.
Everything I've read said that the students organized walkouts, not the teachers.
let me
you
give
guys
you an
actually
example.
think in this political
Let
climate
me,
that teachers want to do politics with their kids?
Yes. Let me give you
Yes,
an
they do.
example. A few years ago, a Baltimore City mayor, even though the schools didn't even have working air conditioners in some of those schools down in the city, the mayor organized, I think it was like $70,000 to get all of the students in Baltimore City bus down, fed for the day, all of these different things and scenarios, whatever, all of this money, and then like t-shirts and this and that to get them down to protest. And I believe it was like a right-wing event that was happening, and they were sending the kids down as a leftist protest to go down to DC to protest. Baltimore quickly called that out because, like I said, they didn't even have working air conditioners in some of their fucking schools, but they're too busy busing them down to protest. Like, I'm all for supporting the First Amendment and teaching kids that this is your right to do this. However, forcing them to go protest a very specific event, do you think that doesn't, that's not influencing them to believe a certain thing? And do you think that would be... Do you think that would be a kind of dangerous thing to do with a bunch of students in terms of sending them down without their parents to go roam free in DC to protest, the amount of damage that could be done or harm or whatever? It's a scary thought. So,
And
yeah.
shame them for
not all
participating.
protests are expected to be like wild, crazy events. Some of them are just marches, right?
You have
Well, some of those kids are pretty big and they'll look like grown men.
We're talking about Baltimore City high school students. That shit would get whack. Even I wouldn't go into Baltimore City. Even I would not even go to an event hosted by a Baltimore City school, let alone make my way downtown.
I like how
my
he moved
reason
the goalpost from schools don't do this shit to, that's not going to be a hard protest. It's
right. See, my reason for even bringing this up is I find it very strange that anybody would support government employees taking the kids to a protest to protest the government who employs these teachers. That's my problem here. This is the scammiest. Because listen, I had a good friend named Gary Snowflake we lost a few years ago, and with January 6th, he said one real simple thing: this isn't real, and the reason that is because if they actually cared and they wanted to, go after people, they'd show up at their houses, not at Congress. This is ridiculous that anybody would go, oh, it's great to have government employees, teachers out there teaching your kids to go fight the other political party and ICE. This is ridiculous. This is indoctrination of the highest level.
Yeah, which probably means it didn't happen. Everything that I can find on what you're talking about says that these were all student organized.
Did the trans stuff not happen either?
Why do you pivot instantly when we're talking about something
because
completely different?
Same
you guys
thing.
did it 2 times in a row.
These are adults talking to your kids, telling them what they should do with their life.
I just told you nothing I can find actually lends credence to what you're
right
saying.
Now,
everything says
right now, but I heard the exact same argument about the
fucking example right now. If you're pissed off at a hypothetical, it's not happening. Jesus fucking Christ!
I heard the exact same nonsense about the T agenda. And now the very first case within the last few weeks, I believe it was, came out and they won $2 million because that person was indoctrinated at 15 to do these things. I'm tired of you people who go, there's no evidence right now. Anecdotal evidence, when you have people saying that this happened, just because it takes 5 or 10 years for the lawsuit to go through, doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Stop acting like these things aren't happening just because you can't find it on fucking AI. All right? I know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm a fucking journalist. I've been covering this shit for 6 years. You show me where it's not happening, or shut your fucking mouth and wait 5 years till the evidence comes out, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're saying stupid shit that you're making up in your fucking head. So you know what? How about I prove to you that it is happening? You come to my fucking show for as long as it takes, and I'll prove that it is happening, but I bet you won't, because you're full of shit.
Are you okay, buddy?
Yeah.
Tonight's
I'm sick of people lying.
No, seriously.
I'm sick of you telling me that I have to come with evidence when it's right in front of our eyes.
On basic logic, but I'm not yelling about it.
Prove it. I'm yelling.
You just asked me to prove a negative. It shows you don't have a grasp on anything you're saying.
It's okay. You can breathe. It's okay, buddy. We can hear you. I don't want you to get upset because there's a lot of gray hairs.
I'm always upset.
I don't want you to get all the extra gray hairs right now. Okay, I want you to stay looking young and prime. All right, guys, we need to keep our cool. But what I will say along this,
no, there's
I
no
agree
keeping your cool when they're going after kids.
Hold on, let me get your back because I agree. I agree with you, Tenth. There's no reason for teachers to be trying to tell students anything other than what's in the textbook. Okay, what I would say is, for this, if a teacher was like, all right, I don't want to go to school today, I want to go protest, and the teachers close down themselves and the kids are just outside, that's a little different. And now the kids gotta go find something to do for today. That's a little bit different. Okay, if the teachers want to say, okay, we're not gonna teach today, we're gonna go boycott, that's different. Now, if the children want to skip school and deal with their parents on that, that's on their own, but they need to be dealing with their parents on that. And I think a lot of this needs to come back from my point earlier. We need to start at the household because there's no sense of community anymore. It takes a village to raise a child. And I remember when I could go outside, but everybody in the block knew my mama. You know what I'm saying? So it's that kind of thing. So if we bring that sense of community back, which is going to be hard because people don't trust each other. Trust.
It takes parents to raise a child.
Man. Trust.
It takes parents to raise a child.
Go ahead. Texas bully mom comes in with another 10. It says, well, damn. Power to the 10th, man. Anything you'd like to say to her, 10?
I'm sorry. I did a show about the tea stuff the other day. I'm very angry about a lot of this stuff because I got a report on it for half a decade until I got proof about this stuff. And it frustrates me. I'm sorry for yelling. I haven't smoked yet. I'm smoking right now.
I thought so. I apologize. It's okay, buddy. I got your back.
I got to back 10th man up, and I can give him fucking proof and evidence because I found out my school district added an entire unit, and all the work was on the Chromebook, and that's why I never fucking saw it till my son brought it up. First thing he did was say, my parents wouldn't want me learning this bullshit here. Teacher told him, you either do the work or I fail you and you'll have to repeat the whole class. Okay. And this was all like gender stuff and T studies where they were asking and the questions on the work that he showed me were things like, what is your sex? What is your gender? Do you feel okay in your body? Do your parents know how you feel? Do you feel safe at home talking about these? Do you have friends and who are they? Okay, I'm not kidding you. These questions were on a fucking school assignment that my child was failure if he did not do this assignment. Okay.
And
that's the only F I'll expect.
Go comes in with the big 5 and says, here's to Ms. Tomato in the panel. Thank you so kindly. And a kind reminder, who is going to make the lady backstage wait to get up here? Unacceptable to the audience.
Oh, no, you can flip me. You know that. Flip me to the ladies. You stay balders and people like you.
10th. The grift. Shut up.
Well, sometimes you like it, though. Sorry.
Hey, Tomato, I'll drop down. I'll drop down for the other lady to pop up.
Stop.
No dropping down.
Oh, my God. How dense do you all have? I'm not talking to the panelists. I'm talking to the audience, telling them that they are making the lady wait backstage. If I wanted to drop any of your asses, you all would have been gone already on my terms.
They need to pay for it. Shut up.
They got to pay to bring the lady up.
That's right. Jesus, Mud, you're muted.
Lord, mercy. Let him stay muted for a minute because that was the dumb fucking thing I've ever. I literally just got done yelling at 10th saying, no, shut up. And then he comes and doubles down on, yo, I'll give her my spot too. All right, chat. I'm leaving it to you. You do have a goal to hit. You're 2 out of 10. So you might as well use it to bring up the lovely Ghosty anyways. All right, back to you guys. We got about 10 more minutes on this topic before we move on.
Gentlemen.
It wouldn't be school organized if the school wasn't involved, and these kids would get in trouble for ditching school just like any other kid. And if these kids really wanted to do it, they'd do it on Saturdays.
I think it's less about education and more about propaganda and brainwashing the youth. That's what they're struggling with.
I think they're trying to take a low-key census.
Shout out to Rude Mud Crab, who
So they can say
understood.
this many kids under this age. They want to
Rude-
use it as a census.
Rude Mud Crab understood the assignment. Shout out to you, sir. Thank you. Hi,
And if we got
Ghosty.
15 minutes left, Effigy, would you like to explain the exercising their First Amendment and how that involves obstructing law enforcement or harassing church members in their services? Is that how you express your freedom of speech?
I think the right to protest has been disruptive all the way back to the founding of the country. If you do not remember, the most famous protest ever in our history was a destruction of someone else's property. I'm not saying what they're doing legal, but usually when people do things that are going to have minor offenses, they are doing it willfully, knowing that they will have the law come down on them.
So you don't support democracy when we vote people into power and they
What are you
make the
talking
laws
about? I
and then
don't
they
support
try to enforce
democracy.
the
You're the
laws?
one talking shit about the right to protest.
So when they're obstructing officers of law from doing their job, does that count as peaceful protesting?
Sure, if they're not assaulting the officers.
Yeah, I agree with him here. I agree 1,000% with Effigy here. Yes.
If they're observing,
Non-violent protest.
If they're observing to make sure
protest.
lawful actions are being upheld, that's fine.
Okay, so
they don't have any rights to put their hands on any officers at any given point. You shouldn't even be 5 feet near them because that's already considered assault. You're
do y'all
close
know what
enough to touch me.
obstructing means, by the way?
Yeah,
I'm not
and
sure
ICE
how
is
clear
operating
on
with
this.
so many things that violate the Constitution right now, including extending
Well, I have
the window
a question.
to grab
So
people
let's
to
say,
like
for
90
example, those people, right? The ICE that's doing all this. If those people were 200 and 300 feet away from them, which is like, a parking lot space or a couple parking lot spaces. So if you're that far away from them and they're being unlawful, they have to come over to you and you have plenty of time to get away. See what I'm saying? And if you guys are in a crowd and you guys are away from them at a safe distance, that's what Zoom is for. Zoom in, bro. You don't have to be over there. I'm just saying, like, things are different now. We can't pretend like it's back in the day. And they were using fire hoses and dogs and stuff in some of these protests. So don't act like you safe, because we knew what could happen.
American
and they were protesting
citizen.
peaceful as well, and they still got fucked up.
Exactly. So I'm telling you, it's been since the beginning of time. We have to do it in a different way. I'm sorry.
I was gonna let him finish his thought. American citizen with the big 5 says they are agents, not officers, and the crime is civil, not criminal. Any thoughts to that?
Federal agents aren't officers of the law.
They're dealing with civilians.
Nope, they're vigilantes.
I'm actually on the same side as Animated on this. I'm totally against ICE and the nastiness they're doing. I just wouldn't involve the kids. I think it's
I'm
bullshit.
just saying, if those people were at a safe distance, if those people were at a safe 200-foot distance, they would have never gotten hurt. I promise you that, because other people were there but didn't get hurt.
Wait, can you hear me?
When
we can hear you.
Yes,
we can hear you.
Hi, dear.
So
You're a little low.
Are we talking about the man who assaulted the teenage girl in Texas?
Can people hear me? Can I be helped? No.
Is that with the kids? Because it was a group of high schoolers, I'm pretty sure, who were protesting ICE. They weren't at an actual ICE raid or anything. They were just off the side of the road with signs when a grown man got out of his truck and attacked a girl.
When she was just standing there and he grabbed her, she was turned
Yeah,
sideways.
he ran out of his
Yeah,
truck.
we showed that. Yep.
Yeah. So I thought that's
people seem very up in their feels that high schoolers have political opinions.
No one has a problem with that.
No, that's not.
So that's not what this conversation is. I haven't seen any like evidence of high schoolers going to ICE raids or with. Is that what you guys are talking about?
I'm in New York, and we have teenagers, as young as 14, that are putting out on social media rhetoric like "kill ICE" and things like this. So it's actually
rhetoric like they're politicians. They're just talking shit. They're kids.
Sure, they're talking.
That's a little bit different on social media, especially when ICE.
Like, why do you guys keep elevating like the puniest voices?
ICE is going.
I saw this thing on
schools.
TikTok.
How do you guys elevate those voices?
Those voices have weight just as much as yours. They're human beings. You better watch out.
Well, even at that, they're
out
even
of the
if
mouth
they're
of babes. Watch out.
even
Yeah.
if their
Teenagers say
voice
stupid
is
shit.
not heavy now, it could grow later, right? And now that influencer is influencing more and then influencing more and then influencing more. And it's just only a matter of time. I mean, it's a scary thought. It's a scary thought to allow people to run around saying to unalive people. That's nerve wracking. I don't think that that's a very positive force that we want rolling around. I've seen the nurse videos of nurses because of the Pretty thing. Nurses getting on and saying, well, guess who works in the ICU and guess who gets to control whether you live or die. That's fucking scary. That's fucking
been happening.
scary. Well,
But
that's
see, Sarah,
scary. I've
seen
what, like, we say we support freedom of speech, but then at the same time, these people are actually threatening lives.
I mean, it's just as scary as some right winger holding his gun up saying he's waiting for the Civil War so he can walk out his house and kill liberals. I mean, there are crazy people out there on any side of any issue.
Said that?
Yeah, one side likes to play with kids though and drag them into it.
No,
Yep.
I mean,
And
ICE
that's
is
one.
literally
You
going
sure?
after children. So this
Just
is
one?
the problem.
both sides. No, both sides.
Which
both
side?
sides
Yeah.
will do
The
it.
House was
Hold
arrested
on,
for killing children.
Conservative walkout.
The fuck on. Go ahead, darling.
We can go on Twitter or Facebook or any social media
Can you
site
hear
and
me?
find any wacko out there saying the craziest fucking shit. I just don't think that holds a lot of substance when it comes to these conversations. Like if we're looking at political leaders and people with major influence, like major streamers and stuff like that, I could point to those kind of things. But finding like a random
I
kid
be
on
helped,
Facebook, especially a teenager who says some stupid shit, I don't really think that holds much weight.
If it was one kid, it wouldn't. But this is coming out in mass. And I want to hear all about the conservative walkouts, Effigy. Please tell me.
The what?
And real quick,
The conservative walkouts coming out of the kiddie schools. Tell me about them. Or is
Wait,
this
what are you
shit
talking about?
one-sided? We were
What are you
just talking
talking
about
about?
whether it was one-sided or not. So I'm waiting for you to give me the flip side of this coin, where kids are doing the other side also.
Of what? Explain what you're talking about.
The kids that stayed in class. He's talking about the kids that stayed in class, man.
Disingenuous, dude. It's fucking
No,
ridiculous.
no. What? I'm literally asking, what are you talking about?
He's talking about the kids that stayed in class and
The
didn't
political
go
things
out.
that conservatives do, like holding
No,
prayer
I just
meetings and
explained it
stuff
to
like
you.
that. When are doing things like that. Like there are political things that high school or conservatives do, and I support them having the right to do that.
I hear the laughter in your fucking voice as you're saying it. You are so disingenuous. It's pathetic, dude.
Yeah, they probably stayed in class and were chilling with the teacher.
No. If a whole bunch of conservative high schoolers walked out of class to go to the football field and have a national prayer day where they walked out of class because of something, whatever reason they felt was worthy, if they wanted to do that, I would not raise a stink about it and be like, these evil conservatives who are brainwashing our children to leave school. They don't want our children to learn.
Because only one side works at their best at indoctrinating the kids right now.
I mean, it's better than diddling the kids.
They do that too. Don't fucking.
All right, so
We're indoctrinating them.
upon a quick search, I found one right wing.
Crazy. That's actually just a crazy thing to fucking dig into.
Actually,
all the
there
women
are
teachers molesting little boys.
Sarah.
That's wild.
There are conservatives that are fighting to put the Ten Commandments and the Bible in school and stuff. There's liberals that would have a problem with that.
Which party is the sole reason that child marriage is still legal in the United States?
Oh, Beth, is that Drew?
Yeah. I talked to him on the phone. That's our buddy Drew.
Got it. Okay.
Hi, Drew. Good to see you.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Now, here's the thing that I was trying to point out, though, guys, is that we do indeed have people on that are going to these protests that are like now at this point, like I said, we've got a woman who's been unalived. We have Pretty who's been unalived. The shit still is. And, because the ICE officers are not being charged, they've got to accelerate it. And this is where these teenagers start coming in, because now it seems like they're so desperate to get some kind of justice and bring an end to this, that they're willing to take their own children and potentially see them get hurt. Because a hurt kid at one of these protests will get the reaction that they are looking, at the very least, get an ICE officer charged with something or have the standards for their behavior changed or something. I think that this is a total desperate act. And I do believe that there are people who are pushing their own children to do this shit. And these kids are going to get hurt. Sorry.
Okay,
That's what they're hoping for.
bad,
Exactly.
like,
Yeah, one of them,
even
both of their
talking
parents
about?
were behavioral scientists.
The school
that we
walkout was
never
a small
heard anything
protest
more
done by
about.
people.
All right, I'll go around the panel, let everyone give their final thoughts on that topic, and then we'll move on to the next one.
I just gave mine.
Oh, that's fair. And also, while we're doing that, 10th man, pick out of the list. Do you have access to the list in the video description?
Yep, I have it open on my screen.
I'd like you to pick the next topic, sir. In the meanwhile, we'll move around the room and everyone can give their wrap-ups on that topic. Balderson, sir, would you like to give your final thoughts on that one?
Kids today, kids at any day, when you're a 17, 18, you need to learn how to live. That way you can start having opinions on greater things, but you got to learn the small things first. So trying to drag them into a political world when they don't even know how to change a tire or bake bread or do anything is absolutely ridiculous. And the fact is I'm against that even when I agree with what they're protesting, because I think that the federal government putting troops in the states like this is insane. But don't involve the kids. That's just gross. That's where the serious hate for liberals comes from.
Yes.
I'm all for it. Ms. Ghosty, to you, my love.
yeah, I don't really know what this has to do with liberals. When people are like, when you turn 18, you can get drafted into the war. I think it's fine for specifically high schoolers to have political opinions. Now, if they're being like influenced by their parents to like their parents or their teachers are telling them, hey, you should go to this protest to use them as a prop, I see a problem with that. But like high schoolers just having political opinions and wanting to protest, I wouldn't suggest them to go to actual ICE raids or anything. If they want to stand on the side of the road or have a protest at school, I have no problem with that.
Okay, that's fair. Drew, to you. I know you're kind of new to the conversation, but if you have thoughts
I'm
on
new
it.
to the conversation, and I don't hold an opinion either way. I'd like to move on to the next topic.
Fair enough. The Emperor, to you, sir.
Well, children are sponges. And around the graduation of high school, they stop being able to absorb information because they're overwhelmed with everything that they already got smacked with, and now they're free. So most of them go berserk. So I just want to point that out. As parents, we have to make sure they have an outlet before they get to that point so they can understand structure, they can understand future, they can think about different things critically, and don't let them lose their imagination.
That's fair. Carney, to you, sir.
So when you said children and all that, the whole thing is in high school, yeah, they could do, take toll on the political tolls and everything. But I actually witnessed grade schoolers going out of school. And that's where I have an issue with.
Okay.
But
Perfect.
There's my food for thought.
All right. Effigy, to you, sir.
The entire outrage for this issue started from people talking about teachers who were facilitating what they were doing and not trying to stop them. They weren't actually organizing it, but they weren't trying to impede them anyway. And that has morphed somehow into the adults are making the kids and puppeteering them and telling them what they believe. And it's all made by someone else in some kind of weird way to take away the agency of these kids completely. Like I said, I don't care if it's left or right. Like high schoolers, kids that age, they want to express themselves. They always have. You can look back in any amount of history and find in the mid 60s, especially, you can find all kinds of protests coming from high schools and stuff like that. So no, this is manufactured outrage. Once again, just trying to use children as a prop to have moral outrage when it's the kids themselves who organized these protests. And they fucking hate that idea that a whole bunch of left-wing kids organized themselves to protest.
All right. Fair enough. 10th, your final thoughts on that topic?
I'm just going to do catchphrases. Our government, their guard, are mafia-controlled terrorists. Citizens are considered livestock to be utilized as they see fit. These people don't care about you. They don't care about your kids. They see you as lesser when you get to some, $500,000 or $1 million a year. In a family, you don't even go to the same type of schools as we do. You go to schools to teach how to manage masses of people and get them to do what you want, not to do math and grunt labor, right? So, and then that's about it. And am I the last one? You want the topic?
Nope. Then we have Ant.
Oh,
Ant.
my turn. Schools for the classroom, not for activism. If you want to show up and have your students observe a protest without taking part of it, fine, that's educational. But as soon as you start making signs and having them hold up and participate, you've crossed the line from education into actively participating in the protest, which is activism, not education.
All right, that's fair. Okay, and 10th man, what is actually first, let me do this. Oops. Rude Mudcraft sends in the big 5, says, who celebrated the boys in MAGA hats at Lincoln Memorial in 2019? Anyone?
He's talking about that had nothing to do with it. They weren't protesting. They were there for a school event and they got harassed and someone was filming.
The other people were protesting. They weren't there to protest. They weren't there to protest. They were accosted. Those kids were accosted.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't Kyle Rittenhouse 18 years old?
Yes, but he wasn't.
And he went to a BLM riot with a rifle.
No, he was.
Wasn't a school
but
event.
that's okay, right? He's a
hero. Was it a school event?
Ghosty, the problem is that, like, especially even in my area, we're seeing kids as young as 14 that are trying to get involved with this and posting rhetoric that is actually very violent, and it's going to end up getting them hurt if anyone is. And I mean, there's kids.
I mean, there are already laws in TOS on different sites for that, though, right? Like, there are rules that exist that can address that.
Well, let's go ahead and 10th man, why don't you give us our next topic, please?
Thanks.
Well, I want to do the were jabs, mandates, public health, or government overreach. But if you think that might be too close to TOS, then I want to do abortion,
that one's
absolute body autonomy, or protection of life. But I really want to do the jab one. But you do what you want.
What'd you say, Ben?
I said that one's just a dance. If just, like a person doesn't even try, they can do and still slip up. That one's just a dance because that one starts getting into medical misinformation, and they really are touchy about that.
Yeah.
So we have to do the abortion one. I can't even believe she had the jab one down there. That's why.
Well, it's just vaccine mandates. Or vaccine mandates, public health, or government overreach. All right, that's fine. If you want to do abortion,
I think it's a bad idea. I can see you getting a strike for it. So you do what you want.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll remove that for the next one. Abortion, absolute bodily autonomy, or protection of life. I remember we went down this wild road with Ryan one night. It was a hot shit show mess. So here's my preface to this. I don't mind if you say the word abortion. I know it's kind of a trigger flag, but I'm not concerned about it because we've said it a million times here before. However, be mindful who you're talking to, what you're talking about. Try to use the word unalive instead of other things. But yeah, that should help. I'm going to go refill my coffee and tinkle real quick. And just the same way we did our closing thoughts, I would like to go around and get our opening thoughts from everyone. Short and concise, less than 60 seconds. We'll start with Beth, and then we'll move to Ant, 10th, and then around the room accordingly. So Ben should be the last one. All right, I'll leave it to you, Beth. Go ahead.
Okay. When it comes to abortion, I think that I personally am pro-life. The body that you're carrying has its own DNA. You should be responsible for whether or not you end up in that position. The people who, are on birth control that fails, it's such a small margin. You can't tell babies that were conceived out of grape from one that wasn't. There's a lot of arguments to it. So I am pro-choice. I think we should do away with it. And I would also argue that some of the other procedures are called abortions that should not be. Ben.
I think it was supposed
And
to
be. All right. Oh, Aunt. Sorry.
It's okay. Also, I think you meant to say you're pro-life, not pro-choice.
Pro-life. Yeah, pro-life. My bad. I'm
no worries. Just
multitasking.
making sure their record's correct.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Lost my train of thought, though. Come back to me. Let me get back to where
Yeah,
on the rail.
I'll pop it. And you can be after me if you're ready. Let's keep it going for. So, I was raised and believed that a woman's right to choose was paramount right up until about 6 or 7 years ago, approximately. And I watched a man cry and beg his wife or girlfriend or whatever not to do it. And I changed my mind that day because I said, hold on 1 second here. So only she gets to choose to unalive the baby. But then if she does to choose to keep it, then she gets child support and he has to pay for it for 18 years. And I'm like, this seems like a disparity here because she had just as much play in making it as he did. So why does she get the ultimate choice to unalive it? So then I started talking to people about it and because I wasn't sure. And the fervor that people came back at me with when I became anti-unaliving babies made my decision for me. So now I say that, and I have a really weird thing. As you guys all know, Kenny, my restarted tiger friend there, there are certain, I'm trying to be really eloquent and not point it out, but there are certain times when I believe that might be okay. But it should be arbitrated by some type of magistrate or a board or something. Like you shouldn't be able to just go and use it as a birth control method, because I've known people in my life that have had, so many unaliving babies in the womb that they can't even have babies no more. They destroyed their womb with that process. So that's all I had to say about that. And I could get really, I'm sure we're going to have more time, but that's all I had to say. You ready now, Ant?
Yeah, I'm ready. So the promise we were given when Roe v. Wade was decided was this would be safe, legal, and rare. That's been the mantra since the 70s. It became safer. It was definitely legal, but it did not stay rare. And I have a big problem with that. Like 10%. This should not be another form of birth control. And to build up what Beth was saying, if you use more than one type of birth control, you reduce already low odds to almost impossible odds of conceiving. So I feel like you have to have some personal responsibility here over taking a life. I understand there's medical concern. There's certain medical procedures where there isn't a viable baby anyways, but as I understand it, those aren't even classified as abortions anyways. Where the baby forms outside the womb.
No, you're right. I can't remember the term. Do you remember, Beth?
D&C. They're called D&Cs, but we'll get into all that. And by the way, just so everybody understands, I am one of those weird people where birth control actually failed for me, but I have a beautiful son because of it, and I'm so grateful.
Yep.
So.
he is always approaching 1 or approaching 0. It is never 0 or 1.
Right.
Everybody remember effigy's next.
Yep.
When you're done.
Effigy's
effigy.
I'm done.
Pro-choice. I believe in bodily autonomy for a multitude of reasons. I'll just leave it there. We'll get into it.
All right, Carney.
So, depending on the situation, if it's consensual, both parties should be accountable for pro-choice. But on certain situations, I do believe the mother does have a choice on major situations.
Okay.
And I'll leave it right there.
All right. And before you go to Emperor, I have to yell at my audience because you have 15 minutes left to finish the dono goal, or this show shuts down and I go work on some editing and dumb shit that I really don't want to do. So if you'd like to keep this panel cooking and you want to hear more about the abortion, I would highly recommend you get those 10 spots in to hit the dono goal. You are 4 out of 10. You got 6 more to go. All right. The Emperor, to you, sir. Are you muted or something?
My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. As far as the whole abortion thing is, wow, it's a pretty heavy concept. I understand why they were doing it back in the day to save face in a lot of different situations because optics, and there was a lot of incest back then. So, you know, I would suggest that we keep abortion around for certain situations, specifically health and these negative situations that could bring a baby into life, if that makes any sense. I don't want to go into those details, but you know how bad it gets. So those kind of situations are like, all right, but using it as a form of birth control, like someone mentioned, is not the best idea. And when we're having sex with people, like, we should be responsible about this. Like, let's not have sex until we know this is the kind of person, hey, if we get pregnant, we could be together for the rest of our lives. We could raise this kid. If you take that kind of thing into consideration, self-accountability, you know, unless, you know, they force themselves on you in that kind of way, then, you know what I'm saying? So, like, there's nuance, but I just want everybody to understand that we need to have that self-responsibility, that self-accountability when it comes to sex in general. Don't do it until you're ready to, hey, potentially have a baby, and leave it at that. And then be ready to handle that responsibility. Be ready to stay with that person. And then we don't have to worry about the other consequences because you thought about it. That's all I'm saying.
All right. And Texas Bully Mom sent in a chat, but 10th man dropped just at the same time. Texas Bully Mom says, bring up I-Fi, let Emperor choose to put who you want to put in the back. So I will give Texas Bully Mom the option. I can give you back the credit since I-Fi ended up coming up since 10th man dropped. Or you can still let Emperor pick someone else to boot because we still have Craig backstage. Let me know in the chat, Texas. I-Fi, to you.
On the topic of human life, all human life is sacred, no matter how early it begins. There is no debate.
Okay, easy enough. Drew, to you, sir.
I'm pro-life. However, I believe that the quality of life, whether it be for the mother or the child, especially if there's a high mortality rate, is also a factor that needs to be considered in extreme circumstances. Pretty simple.
All right, fair enough. And Emperor, Texas Bully Mom has spoken. She still would like you to choose someone to boot, and we've got Craig backstage to bring up. So your option, sir.
All right. I'll do this fairly since we have a panel. Let's take a vote. I'm just kidding. If you guys want to vote, you know, because we can vote.
This ain't a democracy. Texas Bully Mom, put the power in your hands. Choose.
All right, then. I guess who was pro-choice up here?
I think Carney was kind of iffy in there. Effigy was pro-choice. Aunt,
all right, is Effigy, pro-life. You're pro-choicing. We gotta go.
Get rid of a few people who disagree.
Right.
Yeah,
another brilliant choice by the Emperor.
Man, I was gonna wreck him.
Another big brain choice by the Emperor.
Right.
I'm just playing, but I'm teasing you. But yeah. I guess I'll just mess with you a little bit, Effigy.
All right, Effigy to the back, Craig to the front. Drew already gave his answer. Craig, your pro-life, pro-choice, whatever on abortion.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm not. Well, I'm from Scotland, so I don't even know what your values are on it. But what I'll say is, I'm Christian values.
That was the best fucking answer ever.
towards
I'm
that.
from Scotland.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, no, like we don't have so much of a like political thing on it. It's just it's more of it's like a Catholic Protestant thing.
Oh, I see.
All right. Texas Bully Mom changed her mind. She says, bring Effigy up and let Effigy decide to put in the back. So here's what I'm going to do. Craig, I'm just going to put you in the back for just a second. Effigy.
Welcome back.
Bye, the Emperor.
All right, Craig, you're back up here. Craig, my apologies on the rude interruption. Did you have any other thoughts on the matter you wanted to add in before I move to the next person?
I have no thoughts whatsoever.
Okay, fair enough. Ghosty.
This is the best place for you, a debate panel.
Right?
Yes,
Ghosty
exactly.
to you, please.
Yes, I think, yeah.
Ghosty. You're muted if you're trying to talk,
Sorry.
darling.
Yeah, my
That's
bad.
okay.
Yeah, so I'm pro-choice. Biology is unfair. Women get pregnant, men don't, so they're left with the decision. The reason child support is a different conversation is because the child is already brought into this world. Child support is not for the mother, it's for the children. So, yeah, you can say biology is unfair. You could say it's unfair that women get pregnant and men don't, blah, 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 blah. That's why that is. But yeah, pro-choice.
All right, simple and easy. Mr. Balderson, to you, sir.
I'm pro-life. If on the farm, if a mother rejects her child and tries killing it, you get rid of that mom. That's not an
really?
You keep. Oh yeah, that's gone. Or that's stew. The ones that's a basic nature thing. On the same token, I wouldn't be passing laws about it. I definitely would publicly shame.
Fair
I still
enough.
answer the best.
All right, fair enough to all of you. Okay, everybody knows where everybody stands. The floor is open.
Anybody?
Since this is going to be a dog pile on the pro-choicers, I guess I'll pretend to be pro-choice for a while.
Well, somebody kick it off.
Hey,
shouldn't a woman be able to control her own body?
I'd rather you not make arguments for our side.
Well, I can destroy you if you want me to. Okay, so
Okay, yeah.
Ghosty, once human life begins, when should we end it?
Oh, right. You said there was no debate about when human life
Yeah, there
begins.
isn't. There's
I
only
forgot to bring
educating
that
people
up.
about when life starts. So when
There's
does life
actually
start,
a
Ghosty?
huge debate about when life begins, but
When does human life begin, Ghosty?
nobody knows.
What?
It's called conception. So when the sperm meets the egg, a human life is created. And even though it's just a clump of cells to you, you look like a clump of cells to me. So by using your logic, I could just end your life if it was inconvenient for me.
Yeah, that's actually not my logic. But
Speaking of ending life, I will end the fuck out of this show if you don't complete that donut goal. You have 4 more to go and about 5 minutes to do it in. Don't fuck around and find out because the tax gets way heavier and way faster if you piss me off and don't match.
Show her the money.
Back to I-Fi and Ghosty. My apologies.
So my argument
so do you want to
isn't
argue about
even-
like the weird
My-
exceptions where like it was abused or something like that? Will that help your case?
Yeah, no, my argument isn't even about whether it's a human life or not. Obviously, it's a developing human. But I just believe that we have the option, we have the availability, and it's up to, we have this medical option, and it's up to a grown adult to make a decision within like my belief is under 16 weeks, I think is where I would settle for. But it's a developing child. It doesn't like it doesn't have consciousness. It has no idea what's going on. I just don't put a lot of value into that. Some people might, and that's why I'm not forcing anybody to
How
get
do
an
you,
abortion.
how do you
But
know it
some
doesn't have
people
consciousness?
some people know what's best for their life, and if they make that decision to not go through with the pregnancy, I have no problem with that. And if
How do
you're
you
against
know it
that, then
doesn't
you don't
have
have to terminate your
consciousness?
pregnancy.
Ghosty,
If you
Ghosty.
don't want to get
How do you
pregnant,
know it doesn't
your
have
legs crossed.
Because you need a certain
Because
level of brain development for consciousness.
exactly, yeah, you need
If I were to show you a coma patient, could you prove to me that they have consciousness?
coma patients are irrelevant to this conversation.
Do they
They're
ask you to pull the
already
Typically
plug
the
on
same
people who are
life
brain
signs that
dead?
a developing
Yes, they
fetus
do.
has.
they have a fully developed brain and they're
Is your
already a born person.
so 6-year-olds don't have fully developed brains? Can we unalive them?
Okay, a fully developed brain to the so when a child is in the womb, it's developing 5 essential parts of the brain. Obviously, our brains aren't fully, completely developed until like 25 or 26. But the essential parts of the brain that keep that make you a human, that make you be able to stay alive outside of the mother's womb. So
So I
that's
can
what I'm
abort my
talking about.
rebellious teenager, is what you're getting at?
Yeah, you didn't listen to anything I just said.
You just said
It
developing
is
brain. You
missing
just
its
said
frontal lobe, and it's definitely a leech on you.
It has its own DNA. So how is it? I
Okay.
mean,
While there's a break, Texas Bully Mom says, bring Emperor and kick Craig in the back with his sexual shit. Yeah, that tongue thing was kind of fucking weird, bro. You should probably just check off the internet for the night. The Emperor stepped out. I don't know when he's coming back. He said, I'll be back, but I don't know how long. But I will reserve his spot just for keeping the creepy shit off the screen. Back. And also to the chat, you need 3 more. And you have 3 minutes to do it. Don't fuck around and find out. The tax will get heavier if you do. And if you want the show to keep going, 3 more. That's it. All right, back to you.
we will also accept Tree Fitty.
I have a question for the pro-lifers in the room. The question is, are there any exceptions to your personal stance if the quality of life is going to be unhealthy? Child
0, even if it's going to be born retarded, and we know 100% for sure it will be born retarded.
if
Okay.
I may, the problem with that, Drew, is that it starts.
Can I finish my question? I'm not
Sorry.
trying to be rude. Can I
No,
just
sorry,
finish my
my bad.
question? What I'm asking is specifically if the child is still in the womb and there are obvious physical defects that affect that child, and the mortality rate is near 99%.
So
Then you let nature decide.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a 1% chance the kid will make it. Give it.
Speaking,
I'm pro-life. Don't get me wrong. I'm just asking.
Speaking of letting nature decide, Almighty Nate has spoken. Everyone in the chat owes Almighty Nate lots of tomatoes because he just saved all of your
Huzzah, Nate.
asses. He just saved all of your asses and kept me from getting pissy. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, Almighty Nate. And yes, it has been too long since you've been around. Where have you been, Nate? We missed you. We love you. Thank you for continuing the show. All right, back to you guys.
If I can, so I worked hospice, right? And the youngest patient I ever took care of was a 6-day-old baby. And it absolutely broke me. I almost quit, as a matter of fact, because of that patient and how emotional I was with the situation. So I understand the inclination to want to prevent that kind. The baby did end up dying at 10 days old in our care, by the way. So thank God it was my day off, because if I had been there, I would have been broken for the rest of my life. I understand the inclination to prevent those kinds of situation, but then it starts bordering on eugenics. And that too, it's a slippery slope. If we start making that exception because of this, what exception will society deem is worth making next. That's just
who said let nature take its course?
Me.
Is there a spiritual reference behind that?
I was just following basic logic. So if there's a 1% chance of life and then nature decides it's not their time, then that's nature's choice, not yours.
Yeah,
there's no moral dilemma there.
It's like doing nothing on the trolley problem and just letting
what if the mother's
train
life
go
is
as it
at
will.
risk? Is that just letting nature take its course too, or should we save mothers?
If the mother's life is at risk, they consider that a miscarriage. It's just a bad argument that they like to make.
Ghosty, that's one of the most non-arguments, because a doctor will try to save both lives, and if he can't, he'll try to save the one that he thinks will survive the best. That's how they decide that.
Okay, so we agree with saving the mother's life if the baby is going to kill her,
if the doctor determines that the baby has to die in order to save the mother because she has a greater chance of surviving, that's his medical decision. That's not an abortion.
So the problem with these anti-abortion laws is that sometimes the mother has to be in a critical condition, and by that point it's too late. So would you concede to make exceptions that when a doctor makes that determination that she can get an abortion right away and not have to wait until her life is in danger when it's too late? Because that's what people are facing right now.
And none of these things are hypothetical now, because we've had over a year of these things happening in places like Texas and Ohio.
I wouldn't have any issue with that. And to answer the other guy's question, honestly, I believe he, when he got interrupted, he was going to put in the caveat of that their quality of life was never going to be good. And I wouldn't have a problem with terminating that either. Again, I'm from a farm. If it can't take care of itself and it's going to live a horrible life, that's just cruel to let that go on. Honestly, it's a lack of spirituality, because from my point of view, it's going to come back. It's like a broken car this time, and they'll come back with a better one.
And allow me to interrupt for just a moment. We are officially maneuvering over to the Gauntlet. If you are watching on the Raging Tomato on YouTube, you will need to shift over to continue the show over at the Gauntlet. I am dropping that link in the chat right now. Otherwise, you will catch the raid. It should carry you over, or make your way over on your own like a big boy. It is at the Gauntlet Debate on YouTube. All right, I'm shutting down Tomato side now. All right, and I wanted to kick it back to, I think Ben or I can't remember which one I interrupted.
I had finished.
Okay.
I think the next obvious question is grape cases. Do you guys think that in the cases of grape and incest, mothers have the right to make that decision, or no?
Can you tell the difference between a child that was conceived out of grape and one that wasn't?
No, my biggest concern is the mental health of the mother in terms of after going through grape. Not everybody comes out of that normal. Not to say that
the difference is having a rapist for a father, right?
Also, that's another thing that would be concerning, because sometimes they do that with intentions of being tied to them for the rest of their lives, right? So, and shout out to Tootie for her membership for 3 months. We love you so much, doll baby. My biggest concern would be like the father, if he did grape her, having access to not only her but the child, right? So I think the better position for that would be to not necessarily try to force them to have the baby, but instead set up safety nets so that they feel comfortable having the baby. For instance, ensuring prosecution. Obviously, she's pregnant, right? So, and if the DNA comes back, it proves that he was there, right? But also allowing a safety net so that the father doesn't have access to the mother or the child, if that is the case, so on and so forth. I think that would make it sit better if women felt safer after something so tragic happens, instead of trying to, hit the eject seat, emergency eject, because they would feel more protected and their child would be more. I don't know about y'all, but I wouldn't want my kid to be around somebody who raped me.
Well,
Right?
That's the problem, though, is that grape is just because you have DNA, that just proves that intercourse occurred.
Yeah.
And not in all grape cases there is DNA. And obviously, grape is one of the hardest things to prosecute and convict of. So I think that's going to be a huge issue for a lot of women.
There's no way a rapist can inseminate someone without leaving DNA evidence.
Right.
Okay, they don't always inseminate there, though.
Then what are we talking about?
Hold up, though, because it comes back to being pregnant, though. Remember, we're separating grape without pregnancy versus grape with pregnancy. So grape with pregnancy is what I'm talking about only.
But how do you prove, just because someone's pregnant, that doesn't mean they were raped, obviously, right?
No, but I mean, like I said, yes, I understand it's not a guarantee, right? It's not like
it's
all animals are
quality
dogs,
of the
right?
evidence.
Yeah, but
right?
it is a button pusher there. Now, again, I think if we add all of these caveats for women to feel safer, right? And ensuring, hey, after this happens, go seek medical treatment, go do this, go do that. A lot of women don't. They wait, like 3 days, 3 weeks sometimes, and they're afraid to come forward. Why? Because we shame the woman for being raped alone. And I think that's kind of the big piece to it. Well, what were you wearing? Why were you there? Why were you drinking? All of those things. And yeah, I agree sometimes. Like if you get so shit-faced drunk, you don't know what's going on. I think that is a you problem. Not to say that you shouldn't be allowed to, and you should feel comfortable enough to, but you still have to be in control of yourself or have a friend be in control of you. But overall, when it comes to being pregnant, if it is determined that it was a grape case, and, I think that we should prosecute, and with that prosecution comes not being allowed to be around the mother or the child. Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
Furthermore, so when you're talking about criminal court versus family court, the threshold in family court is much lower than what you're looking at in criminal court. Hi, Jack. Sorry, I was doing another stuff for you. So therefore, the mother has far better chances of getting the intervention that she's looking for within the family court, even if the criminal court fails. On top of that, too, I mean, if it's something that the mother can't get through, there is always adoption. Newborn babies are adopted 100% of the time. And so, and I agree with you though, Sarah. I mean, like the mentality of it, right? And the emotional and traumatic responses are a lot. And so I do feel for those women. I do.
Right. Yeah. I think I don't think we have a system in place that is, yes, we have a system in place, but women still don't feel comfortable coming forward most of the time, right? I would even be more pro-adoption, but I think also the biggest piece in there is if a woman is in fact raped, she's already been removed of her options, right? In terms of the option to have consent, so on and so forth. So when we move forward delicately with them, instead of just forcing them to do one thing, we should kind of like gently maneuver them in, like even down to even the nurses. If you go to the hospital after being raped, and then if any ladies are watching, you don't have to go straight to the police station if you feel uncomfortable. You can go to the hospital, urgent care, so on and so forth. And the nurses will be very delicate. They have a lot of training specifically set up for this, and they're very good about it. But before they even touch you, they say, can I do this? Is it okay if you sit down? Is it okay if I do this and this and this? And they're trained to do that because something happened to them that was forced, and they weren't given the option of permission. So that's why they're constantly including, may I, can I, is it okay? Because of that sensitivity to that concept. So I think if we, moving forward, right? Now, also, if you go straight to the doctor or someone in that moment, they'll give you the morning after pill.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that. But in the event that maybe that doesn't work, because there are cases where it doesn't work, I think going forward they should be slowly led in the idea of, adoption is a better option versus the eject button.
Sarah, I would like to challenge a statement that you said earlier, and I just want to clarify so we're on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
Did I hear you state that if you go to a party and you get shit-faced drunk, that becomes a you problem if you end up pregnant?
If you end up pregnant?
She said if it's a pattern of doing that kind
pattern.
of thing.
No, I said it's a you problem if you make a habit of going to parties and getting shit-faced drunk, right? You are putting yourself in a position where you are no longer in control of your surroundings or your frontal lobe or common sense, or maybe I shouldn't go upstairs with this person or whatever. You have no sense of what's going on. Now, anything you say, the question is, well, if you're too drunk to have remembered, then how are you too drunk to be able to say, yes, it was him, right? It could have been anybody's face. You just might be thinking you're remembering this thing. But when we get drunk and stupid, right, we put ourselves at higher risks of bad things happening, even if it's something as simple as falling down and busting your face on a table. You were so drunk that you couldn't even walk, right? So
sure, but it's still not their fault, right?
Well, the thing of it is, though, is self-control is a very important thing, right?
We're getting into some blame the victim territory a little bit.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
it's not
that. The rapist is still a piece of shit, and they shouldn't have done that to you, right? I still think they're a piece of shit. However, we can have better control of our environment and our situations and places that we get into if we have some sense about us and can see the room and it's not spinning, right? I'm not saying don't go out and don't go have fun, but be responsible enough to know, hey, we need a designated sober friend, right? I usually get hit with that label when I take friends out. I'm usually mother hen that's looking out. I'm only allowed like 2 drinks for the night and that's it. But I'm designated sober friend that chicken hens everyone into the nest, make sure nobody's off, running away with guys or getting roofied. I'm checking drinks. I'm holding drinks. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. And it's just a basic. It was me, Jack. But that's what mother hen does, right? Ensures that you have, something like that happening so that you can be stupid if you want to be stupid. But I'm not victim blaming. I'm not saying it's your fault for getting drunk. However, I'm saying if you want to avoid situations where you don't remember and you ended up in a back alley with some dude because you just randomly walked away with him, like these are situations we can avoid. It's just
actually
ahead.
I'll take that one, Effigy. I will victim blame. It is possible where both parties are guilty, as opposed to your perfect system of only one party at guilt. And so, yes, we wish that we lived in a world where all women were innocent and can't be held accountable for their actions. But in this world, they also have free will choice and can make decisions
for getting great
bad results.
So are you saying that
point out that Uncle Jack was depressed because he actually wanted the roofie, Sarah?
I know.
Always got to love when the right wingers show their true face.
Are you saying that the rapist should put a condom on then before he performs the
act? No. What she's saying is that when these kinds of things happen, we do have some kind of responsibility to do things to protect ourselves, even in the aftermath, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and that doesn't even necessarily mean for women who don't want to go to the police, don't want to make a big deal out of it. You can go to the fucking CVS and buy the morning after pill.
Mm-hmm.
You can walk into any Planned Parenthood and get that. And even then, I personally, I mean, if you're thinking about it, it's like, okay, I would want to check up. I would want to be tested for everything. I would want to make sure that even though I'm injured in this way, I can stop it and it doesn't become something worse. That's
Right.
what we're saying.
Preventable maintenance, like something as simple as getting a morning after pill. Even if you don't want to go to the cops and you're just like not sure or something like that, I'd be okay with that. But the drinking portion, again, we are responsible for our environment.
Yes.
As far as whether we stay or go or where we end up or what we end up doing. And if you're too drunk to have control over the environment you end up in, that's a problem. Now, it happens to sober women walking down the street home from work. So I'm not saying that this is always the case, but I'm saying you can be more aware of your surroundings. You can point out where the creepy dudes are. You can feel uncomfortable because like you're aware of your body, the hairs that stand up on your neck when the creepy dude approaches you and shit like that, or whatever, right? Your risk of being raped decrease significantly, when you're sober at a party, right? And that's
but no matter how lax you are and how not careful you are, it doesn't make you to blame.
No,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying.
No, I5 said that. I think that's what I5.
Oh yeah. All I'm saying is don't be stupid and be in control of your my body, my choice, right? Well, you are responsible for your body and where it goes and what kind of situations it ends up in overall.
You're responsible for the choices you make.
It just seems
let's see if we can put this in terms.
But it's not your choice to have someone use your body when you can't use it. Sorry.
Hey, should we blame girls who go to frat parties and get blackout drunk for bad stuff that happens there?
They're just young, having fun.
Yeah,
you can say they made bad choices, but you cannot blame them for the things that are done to them. Do you get that?
Even though the girls that know what happens at frat parties when a girl gets blackout drunk,
yes, regardless,
and still choose to do that anyway. Yes. We can't blame them.
Yes. No, you cannot. You cannot say that his actions were your fault. You cannot say that. You can say that your actions are your fault.
That there's
and his
two
actions
guilty
are his
parties
fault.
here, Sarah. That's
hold on, you're both talking at the same time. So now there are two guilty parties for my annoyance. Effigy, go ahead.
Both pretty.
No, just because you put yourself in a vulnerable position doesn't mean you're culpable for the actions of someone else and what they do to you. That's ridiculous. Yes, you could have been more careful. Yes, you could have avoided it, but it still doesn't mean that you made the decision for someone else to do something to you. It's ridiculous on its face. The very act itself is someone doing to you something to you unwillfully.
All right, let's take that part out for a second. All right. If I'm a fucking 19-year-old girl and I go to a party and I get so fucking drunk I have alcohol poisoning, okay, that's my fault, right? Mm-hmm. It's my fault that now they're running charcoal through me trying to fucking clear me out before I die from alcohol toxicity. Okay, so it's not a matter of saying that it's your fault that this person did something to you. It's a matter of be responsible with the positions that you put yourself in. And this part, where the part that pertains to the other person, that is not your fault, like, ever. You've got to be responsible, though, with making sure you're not putting yourself into any kind of a position where you fall down and fucking crack your skull open.
I think we all agree that we can recommend to women and men to not like it's best advice to not put yourself in vulnerable situations, be aware of your surroundings, blah, 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 blah. But the reality is these things do happen. College kids go to parties, they get shit-faced, they get drunk. These are things that happen. So the problem with this rhetoric a lot of the times is it turns into shit like what I5 is saying, where now, the women are responsible for getting raped, which is what he is saying. I understand that's not what you guys are saying. You went, Sarah and Beth.
And once again, two parties can be guilty. So the aggressor can be guilty and the victim can be guilty of dressing like a hooker, going to a frat party and purposely getting blackout drunk, knowing exactly what's going to happen next.
Yeah, that's actually not true.
So, hold on. I'm the victim.
Hold on. Go ahead, Ghosty.
That's actually not true. So if somebody leaves their car door unlocked at night and they go to sleep and somebody robs their car, the person who robbed from their car is still guilty of stealing. The person who left their car door unlocked at night, you could say
Is
they're
guilty for being
stupid.
dumb, for
You could say
living
they're
in the
stupid, but
ghetto
they're
and
not
leaving your
guilty
doors
of
unlocked.
anything. The person who robbed the car is still the person in the wrong. The
Exactly.
accountability comes from, oh, I left my car door unlocked and now I got robbed. That's the accountability.
Do you know what's
Hey,
funny?
Ghosty.
Well, hold on.
Maybe if they're-
But the insurance will not cover anything that was taken or any damage that was done because you left the door unlocked.
Bingo.
Unless you know a guy
Yeah,
like me,
the
and I can hook you
accountability
up.
of getting shit-faced drunk and then you get raped, the accountability is, oh, I guess you could call it, made a bad decision, you got so shit-faced drunk where somebody took advantage of you. That's the accountability. They're not held responsible for somebody else's actions that they did to you, though.
Maybe that car dressed like it deserved it or something.
Yeah, the
Maybe you shouldn't live in the ghetto and
argument
leave your
is so
doors unlocked.
stupid because women literally get raped wearing sweatpants and turtlenecs. Like,
Yes.
the outfit does not fucking matter.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think anybody's arguing that the girl that this happened to should be punished, and the guy that did it should definitely be punished. I think that's agreed on by all, so I'm not even sure why this is.
The argument is the real argument is that your risks increase when you put yourself in a position for these things to happen. Yeah. For instance, if I didn't want to get stumbled over and yelled at or spit in my face and so on and so forth, I'm probably not going to go to a protest, right? But I know 110%, if I go and participate in a protest, my risks of being trampled over, because I'm really tiny, my risk of being pepper sprayed, my risk of being spit in my face. If I wear a MAGA hat, I'm definitely going to hit some turmoil. My risks now increase for potential harm, right? So as a female, and this is what I tell my daughter all the time, be mindful. Instead of don't put yourself in a position where bad things could happen. 2 drink max. You can control yourself on 2 drinks. You know what's going on, right? Like you're keeping yourself in a still sober environment and you're still having fun. It's just enough to get a buzz, so on and so forth, but you're not at risk, or at least you're not increasing your risk of being shit-faced drunk lying on the floor in somebody's room, not knowing what happened in the morning.
Or even getting in your car and accidentally killing somebody. Mm-hmm. Okay, I mean, there's reasons why, without considering the act of someone else taking advantage of your body like that, there are 1,000 reasons why everybody should be mindful of how out of control of your facilities you allow yourself to become. Mm-hmm. Okay, that is all we're saying. All right. When it comes down to the other
it's still wild that everyone's focusing on the females and not the actual people doing the graping, though.
So here's the thing: is we do focus on the.
I agree.
There is a lot of focus on the perpetrators as well. The problem is, you can tell them, you can punish them. Look, it's gonna happen, unfortunately. What do you propose? How do we stop men? How do we stop, or even women? Who do it to drunk men? How do we stop people from doing that? Me. Nothing has worked so far.
And let's be realistic. It sucks to say this, but let's be realistic. Like this has been happening since women were women, right? In terms of
women were women,
and men taking, graping women. It's just a thing. Right. And not saying it's a good thing, but it's a thing. It's been around for centuries.
We haven't been able to stop it yet.
Right. Men have not. And I'm not saying all men suck when I say this, but by all means, but men do this.
Women do
Except
it.
Nobody caught Effigy's little lie and corrected him that we all blame the man. We didn't say he's less guilty. He's still completely, fully guilty of his crime.
Right. Okay, but can we
the
agree,
woman is also guilty.
My point actually was that the conversation was focused not where we were blaming.
Can we agree that a sober woman, would you agree, I-Fi, that a completely sober woman you know, not wearing headphones, being completely aware. Maybe she has mace with her, but she's in a cute skirt and she's showing a little cleavage, and some guy jumps her and grapes her. Would you blame her for that? Because she was showing some boobage?
Give her about 1 to 2% blame for knowing better. She could have kept her heels covered and
could have worn her
resist that
burqa like every good
temptation of that
woman.
man.
Well, number
but she
one,
purposely chose that.
Number one, you should always pick one or the other in terms of boobs or tits. Either have your tits out or have your ass out, but you should not have both. That is rule of thumb for all of you ladies. You cannot have them both showing. Either have a really tight skirt on or have some cleavage going. If you have both, you a hoe, okay? But I look.
You look like a hoe. They're gonna treat you like one.
That's what I told my daughter all the time.
So, Ghosty, we're not arguing pure blame here. We're arguing increasing the chances of bad things happening.
Increasing the risks. If
Your
I
outfit
drive,
doesn't
if
matter.
I drive drunk, am I more likely going to kill somebody? Yes or no?
You might get pulled over, and they might get medical if you're in
my risks increase on my chances of killing someone. However, if I'm driving sober, there is still a risk of me killing someone, but that risk decreases significantly because I'm not drinking. Same thing for a woman. If I'm drinking, my risks of having harm done increase. If I'm sober, the risk is still there. If I'm wearing my tits and ass out, walking down a dark alley, it's probably going to increase, but that doesn't negate the fact that the risk is still there. It just increases by far. That's all we're saying.
And you may
What if you're
decrease your
driving
chance
sober?
of getting a speeding ticket, but you may increase your chance for the cop to take you into his car and do naughty things. So again,
why do we
increasing risk,
Talking about
decreasing risk?
Right,
And
that's
here's
all.
why we-
I'm just focusing on clothes right now. Like
all I'm saying is I tried to go into town one time wearing my favorite house pants, and Christy about tackled me going out the door and made me change. So this must apply both ways.
Yeah, I would, Balderson. I would. 100%. He works out.
Here's why we focus on the female. We know that the male, the rapist, is going to be dealt with. They are going to jail or something worse happened to them. Point being is we are concerned about the female because it's probably someone we know, maybe as a family member or a friend, and we don't want to see them harmed. So we want to hold them account for the unsafe things that they're doing in their lives. It's not like we want them to go to jail, for getting raped. No, we want them to be more prudent in their decisions so they don't get hurt further or again.
Well, that's tough.
This reminds me of Bobby Knight.
Friends and family are the ones who are most likely to essay them.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Stupid and stuff is the whole reason why women don't talk about this stuff or don't go to hospitals and don't go to police. I just think that's the harmful thing is like if we're like, oh, I know you guys aren't saying that, but to lots of people that's how it sounds like. It sounds like we're calling them stupid because they made a bad decision. They put themselves in a vulnerable situation. Well, really, this is just stuff that people do. People go out and drink. College kids go to parties. Like, this is normal shit that happens. So, and I understand, like, we shouldn't recommend people to do these things, but it happens. So that's just why I just hate this conversation.
What we're saying is no different than recommending to my daughter that if she's going to go walk someplace at night to keep pepper spray on her or a small flip knife or hold her keys in her hand, it's no different than making that recommendation, in my opinion. Hi, Chris.
I understand. I get it. It's just, I'm more at I'm more arguing I-Fi about these things, but.
Have you guys ever heard of a show called 60 Minutes?
I'll respond after she reads the money.
Hold on. Vincent comes in with a big 20. Says, would you go to the most dangerous street in Chicago and yell racist slurs? Or go to...
No. Mm-mm.
Oh, my God. Let me finish it, please.
Sorry.
Or go to the club with a girl...
G of Coke.
G of Coke. And flash it in the streets. Would you go to a club in Iraq in a tiny miniskirt and a low-cut top? This isn't a perfect world. I think it's just being mindful of what you're about to like. When I took my daughter, oh my God, I fucking hate Baltimore, right? But she hated me for this. She hated me. She cursed me the whole way to the concert. And she was mad I wouldn't let her wear this little skirt that she wanted to wear to the concert because all the other girls are wearing this skirt. And I said, I don't give a fuck what all the other girls are wearing. I give a fuck what my daughter's wearing in Baltimore City with her mother. And I already know I'm a tiny person. My level of defense is very minimal, in whatever happens. And it doesn't matter how much safety parking I do or, how aware I am of our surroundings. What matters is like, we're not going to go flaunt the idea to the men that you have an open access available and it's easy access, even easier, right? We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And I'm not going to take my 16-year-old daughter to a concert with a bunch of fucking grown-ass men who are there to slobber over the same, 19-year-old girl on stage. I'm not going to do it. And then you're 16 walking right next to him. Hell fucking no. I'm not going to give them any more reason to want you at this point.
Can we agree it's unfair to compare a college girl going to a college party and drinking to a white person going to a black neighborhood and screaming racial slurs, or going to a club with holding like wads of money and just walking around with it out in the open? Like, I think these comparisons are completely unfair to make, right? Like, talking about that last super chat.
Similar principles.
Hold on.
Different extremes.
Hold on. Ghosty, would you agree that there are always consequences for your actions?
Sure.
Okay. Would you agree that if I go to a college party and bad things happen, those are consequences of my actions going to that party?
I mean, it depends what happens to you. If somebody grapes you, I wouldn't blame somebody going to a party I wouldn't blame somebody for going to a party that, like, it's not like, oh, if you go to a party, you're going to get raped. That's the consequences you should expect. That's not what I'm going to say.
If you're not being responsible when you're there, then there are more likely worse consequences than others.
Yeah, going to a party is a risk, but it's not the same risk. Like, I wouldn't compare it to what that super chatter was saying. Like, it's not the same.
I was just being a woman at a party intentionally antagonistic in the way that those examples were.
Exactly. It's just super unfair.
If I go to
the premise would have to be that women are intentionally antagonistic by existing in that space.
Yes.
It's a really fucked up idea when you think about it.
Okay, hold on.
Animated. Even if I wasn't yelling slurs, I wouldn't go hang out in any ghetto. I'm pretty damn sure of it. I'd end up looking like
your doors
in an hour.
Yeah, Penn would be the first to go. We know what happens at college parties. Is there anybody on the panel that doesn't know what happens at college parties?
The dum-dums that can't figure out why it's bad things happen there.
Fun things happen.
Right.
But with
do we really need to do a raise of hands of who's been to college?
Hold on. With fun comes risk.
Right, I'm not saying that going to college parties isn't increasing a risk of something bad happening. I just think it's unfair to put that same level of if you're going to a college party, then expect to get graped as the same as if you go to a black neighborhood and scream a racial slur.
I would go see. I would 110% guarantee myself getting graped if I go to a college party and I get too drunk.
Ghosty, I'm an unattractive male and I'm worried about getting graped at a college party.
Oh my.
I think that circumstantially there's
some degenerates at those places.
I think there's other places besides college parties too. I think we're just too focused on one circumstantial event. I mean, there's got to be thousands and thousands of other cases that happen elsewhere as well.
Yeah, of course. So it's just like, okay, so if you have to walk home from work now, expect to get raped. Oh, if you have to take the train by yourself, expect to get raped. Like, I just think this,
Yes.
Do you understand
I understand the risk.
of
Yes, I know.
increased risk?
Hold on. I 100% know any man could bust down my door at any given moment and come into my house and do bad things. I know that risk always sits on the table. Why? Because I'm a woman and there are men that do that to women. Okay? Now, my risk.
So women just shouldn't exist.
No. What I'm saying is it is a possibility.
How about just the dumb women, Ghosty?
Oh my God, shut up. It is a possibility at any given moment that is possible. Okay?
So should we not drive?
Oh my God,
it's
shut up and
possible to get in
listen.
an accident?
Hold on, Ghosty. Listen up. It's not a probability, but it is a possibility that could happen. Somebody could bust in my house and do that to me right now as we speak. Okay? Now, what I would be doing is increasing my risk of probability the more things I add on. Walking on a street by myself. Yes, I'm increasing the risk. Walking in a park alone. Yep, increasing my risk. Going to a bar. Yep, increasing my risk.
Okay, but
going
here's
to
the
a
problem.
college party.
Talking
Yep,
about two
increasing
different
my risk.
things.
And your car, hold on, to your car analogy, yes, you could. I know the minute I get in my car and turn the engine on, I have a possibility of getting in a car accident. However, the probability increases if I'm drinking, if I'm speeding, if I'm being stupid, if I'm texting and driving.
Yeah, but there's drunk drivers. But there's drunk drivers. So isn't it the drivers they're partially responsible for getting in their car and driving, because we all know that there's drunk drivers and bad people who are speeding out there, right? So it's kind of the driver's fault too. They took the risk, right?
You just answered my whole. You just literally proved my point, Ghosty. You increase your probability of bad thing happening.
Yeah, we all know this though.
When you go and add on more stupid shit.
We're conflating consequentiality and blame here. You can do things that increase the probability of a consequence through cause and effect happening. That doesn't mean that you're increasing your blame for something happening, right?
We're talking about proactive versus not proactive.
Sure, you can be as careful as you want. You can be as reckless as you want. If I am drunk while driving and driving perfectly and I drive through a green light and another drunk driver runs through a red light and hits me, I'm not to blame because I'm drunk. Right? Just because I was doing something unsafe.
And on the flip side, Ghosty, he's trying to detach consequence from responsibility. Did you notice that part?
I don't know that. Yes.
No, Apogee was finally getting it.
No, that's what we've been saying the whole time.
No,
dude.
You've been trying to say that we are blaming the woman, and we've been trying to explain over and over.
I just explained that you guys are conflating consequence with blame.
No, we're
one
not.
Is taking a moral position. One is just simply saying you're making something probable.
All right, just
mutually exclusive.
Up, I have.
No, not always. No.
All right, I have Craig, the weird guy that did the tongue creepy thing on stage. If you want to bring him up, you're welcome to. But I also have Admiral Gibbs just pop backstage, and I know he's got some hell to drive into this one. So please, someone send $10 to, and you got to tell me who to boot, but also we'll bring up Gibbs. So yeah, do that and do that now. You know you want him up here. All right.
Are we ready to land the plane yet?
We agree for the most part. I think it's the framing of the conversation is it's just like it always comes down to, oh well, you know, a woman was at a party, so she should kind of expect that. But by that same logic, we could say that with literally. We could say that with literally anything. Yes. We are aware that there are drunk drivers on the road.
Ghosty.
We are aware that people speed. So
Correct.
we should never get in our car because we're going to be to blame if we get in a car accident. It's just stupid.
And
we
that's
can't live by that.
True for men and women, Ghosty. We're
not
all
actually good
blamed
advice.
for our actions.
Well, here,
Equally.
let me hold on. Let me spin it back the other way to make you happy, Ghosty. A man should know not to go and fuck around with a girl at a college party, okay, and have sex with her at a college party because he risks the potential of her accusing him of rape the next day when she
I think that's
regrets
stupid
it.
too. I think that's stupid too. Like
Welcome to Earth.
But I mean, this is why I say men don't have sex with women if they're drunk, because you go with that risk. You go with that risk. Men don't risk, being around a female, especially if you don't know her, you don't know how she's going to react or do things or whatever. Because in terms of like we're drinking and we're alone in a room, don't do it. Just don't do it. If you really want to fuck her, at least get to know her, take her out on a few dates, and then do it. Don't make a one-nighter out of a drunk college party boo-boo mistake, because you're increasing your risk of her turning around the next day or the next week, or if you never called her back and she gets mad because you didn't call her back, you're increasing your risk of her coming out and saying, well, I'm not a hoe. He raped me. You're increasing your risk.
Yep. That's the exact advice I give my teenage son.
And your logic, Ghosty, would say, well, he was just, doing that. Like, why do we have to assume that he's a victim now and blah, 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 blah. If he just was having sex and having fun with her, it was two consenting adults.
Your logic leads to everybody like literally staying inside, never talking to anybody, never going anywhere because that's zero risk. That's only zero risk.
No, I'm okay with risk, Ghosty, but I'm also okay with responsible risk and being mindful of what the fuck you're doing and where you're putting yourself. And then when you get in a bad, shitty position and something happens, and you were drunk or stupid or it's snorting cocaine off of a stripper's asshole, like just know that you put yourself in that position. There comes a point where you have to be accountable and know, okay, I could have avoided being in this position altogether if I wasn't being stupid.
So a person who goes to a party and gets roofied put themselves in that position, and if they only would have never gone to parties, they would have never been in that position.
I did.
That person increased their risk.
Having control over your beverage and who's handing you drinks and where you're getting them from, and not being in control of your environment in that moment. Yeah. I'm not saying it's your fault.
Dumbass getting roofied. What a moron.
I've been roofied before.
Yeah, I was too.
And I looking back, we knew the exact moment when we made the fucking mistake, and we never did that again. I'll tell you what, we got lucky. We got lucky that friends of ours happened to walk in the bar while two dudes had us literally chugged over their shoulders trying to carry us out. And they're like, whoa, we know those girls. Where are you going with them?
Too.
Right? We plumb fucking got lucky. But the girl and I, looking back in that moment, we were like, wow, we fucked up right there.
I've been roofied twice. The first time, I can kind of guess. It was 10 years apart. So before you guys start going like fucking, oh, you're stupid, you make bad decisions. 10 years apart. The first time I was 17, I can maybe guess where it came from because somebody handed me a beer and it was in a cup. So I'm guessing that's where it came from. The second time I was at a bar, I literally have no idea where it came from unless it came from the bartender. And I actually think that the bar, it's a whole long story, but I'm pretty sure the bar was in on it. It's a whole long story, but the security and everything, I'm pretty sure the bar was in on it. So it could have literally come from the bartender.
I'm just saying,
too. It's not like always super simple. It's just like there's risk everywhere in the world. So I just think it's a problem when we're hyper focusing on the women's side.
There's also women already know this. We already know if we go out, we have to run in gaggles. Okay.
Exactly.
We have to run in groups. You have to have a mother hen. You have to have someone in charge of you who isn't drinking so that you don't increase that risk. Go ahead,
have
Mrs.
we?
Alderston. Sorry.
You keep saying fair, and the thing is, life isn't fair. It's never going to be fair. You have to work with what is. And what is that you are at risk when you are out in public, especially if you're alone, if you're not familiar with your surroundings, and if you're intoxicated on any kind of substance. If you're going out to bars or parties, you are at more risk than if you stayed at home. Period. End of sentence. That doesn't mean that you can't make that risk, but you are putting yourself at risk, and there are greater consequences than
it doesn't mean you're to blame if anything happens to you, though.
What is there that we could do to stop the perpetrators from doing it that we have not done yet?
I honestly think of a lot of it personally comes from culture and sometimes corn, the types of corn. But I do think there is a grape culture problem. I know a lot of people argue this.
Yeah,
But,
you know, corn on the cob.
I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen it
I
in
got
high
a buddy
school,
that's a corn on a
seen
cob, and he don't do
college.
nothing like that.
There is a culture, so I don't know. I don't know like the solution how to exactly stop it. I don't know if it has to do with how we raise people, but or just language around sex and stuff, sex education. I'm not sure.
See, even then, right? We can't control how other people raise their children. So if there's no way for us to get it under control, the next thing that we can do is control the one factor that we do have control over, and that's ourselves and the decisions we make and
Until
how
they have
we
a trans kid, right?
Preventative maintenance.
Beth, I do
It's just
completely
preventative
understand
maintenance.
that.
All right, two things. Number one, somebody fucking pay to get Gibbs up here because he wants his hand at Ghosty, and I would actually love to see those two go toe to toe on this one. Number two, you are only 1 out of 10 on the dono goal. What in the actual fuck? You only have 20 minutes left. Now we can do this, and I'll shut the fuck down, and we will all go home, and there goes your fun for the night. But it's only just getting started. Ladies and gentlemen, we are only just now heading into DGen Power Hour, and that's where it gets crazy. But we can shut down before the fun begins. All right. So number one, pay $10 to boot a panel squatter to bring Gibbs up. And number two, finish the fucking dono goal. All right. Back to you.
Yeah, you pieces of shit. Buy. Spend money. Sorry.
Yeah, preventative maintenance, I think, is the most important thing, Ghosty. Like, obviously I'm not going to wear snow boots to the beach, and I'm not going to wear flip-flops in the snow, right? It's just making good decisions. Aw, Effigy, you got hit. All right, let me put you to the back. Gibbs is coming. Oh, sorry.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Cutie Bug.
What'd you say, Effigy?
Oh, I just said it's a fair cop.
All right, yeah, that's fair. It's fair. All right, Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs, you have arrived, sir.
Oh, I'm happy to be here. Yeah, I mean, first, I have the answer to Ghosty for the not party situation, right?
Hi, Gibbs.
Hi, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you guys. Good to see you in a while. It's good to see you again. Good to see everybody here. Yeah, I wanted to say that the answer to Ghosty's problem is outside of college parties or parties in general is 2A. Listen, I can be a 300-pound plus man, and if I try to go grab a 130-pound, 115-pound woman, and she blasts me 6 times in the chest, I'm not getting back up, right? And that may sound bad, it may sound callous, but that's the world we live in. Is guns solve problems, and that's really the solution. And I sit here, and it's not just college parties that this problem is; it's really the going out culture in general. The 2A saved them. I have a friend. She'll name this. She does like at parties. She does celebrity barbers. They show up in a big bus. They show up and they do this haircut. Well, one time they got sex trafficked. They grabbed the cartel, showed up. They paid the owner of the party, said nobody can leave. All the men leave. All the women are staying. They drove them to a warehouse. And they said, guess what? You're going to be sold down to Mexico now. And she, luckily for her, she went to the bathroom and they banged on the door. She pulled out her gun and went through the window. And so, like, it's kind of like when you have these situations appear, yes, you know what you're getting into, but I think it's the reasonable expectation, right? Like, I don't think you should have the reasonable expectation that I'm going to go and get raped at a college party. You should, like, if I get too drunk. If you're going with people that'll let that happen, then yeah, it's a problem. You should have your friends to look out for you, but you do have to know at the same time, if you're going to go out in a party environment, you are putting yourself at risk because you are putting yourself under the influence, and there's really no way to avoid that.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It's the same exact thing as, the amount of risk that every person is under when they get in a car and start it up.
But no, it's not the same. It's more like last night. I didn't watch Super Bowl. You know why? I went and picked up 3 different people from 3 different car wrecks because it's more likely if you go drive around on Super Bowl week Sunday that you're going to get in a car accident with a drunk person.
You're right.
It's like if I'm going through a situation that I know something's more likely to happen, you're choosing to engage in that. And I think that's kind of the crux of what I've been hearing while I've been listening. And I feel like that's true. but it comes back to reasonable expectation. I've been roofied at the club like twice, right? And I don't think I think one of them might have been for me. One of them might have been for somebody else. And luckily, and this is going to be bad, but I had uppers on me after I got roofied, and I said, if I don't come back in 20 minutes, come find me. And I went in the bathroom, took care of business, and came back and stood and held onto a wall until someone came and got me an Uber. And like, well, I'm lucky. I'm a 300-pound dude, like at the time, right? I could handle that shit probably better than a 110-pound girl. She would probably just collapse. But it's also like the bartenders and the bouncers should be watching out for that. At some point, the clubs have to be liable for this too, because you're having this environment. I shouldn't have to worry about going to the club and then being drugged and taken out of there. And I think that's something we don't talk about enough.
I agree with you completely. The first time I got roofied, I got really lucky, and because like there were these two guys next to me. The one guy kept trying to talk to me, and I was like, I'm not interested. Fuck off. And he wouldn't back off. But and I went to go down. I had 2 beers and 1 shot. And I went to go outside to have a cigarette, and he grabbed me by the arm, and he goes, whoa, 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 where are you going? And I was like, get your fucking hands off me. And I went outside, I lit my cigarette, and I shit you not, it's like the world stopped spinning and started going the other way. And I left immediately. Didn't go back upstairs, just I started walking and calling everybody I could think of, going, something's wrong, make sure I get home. And like, they found me, I made it inside my front door and was on the floor.
I was roofied 7 times.
But you're right.
You roofied yourself, didn't you?
By myself, yeah.
Yeah. The crack baby comes in with a big 5, says, let's fucking go with the dono. And yes, I'm going to start yelling at you. You have less than 17 minutes left, and you have 8 donos to go. They have to be the $10 donos to count. Now, here's what happens if you don't make this dono goal, which are all small increments. Then we go into a 15-minute quick power hour, or not power hour, quick 15-minute $100 or bust. And you only have 15 minutes to unfuck this, and then it's going to cost you more. So 8 people could send $10 donos right now, and it'll all cost significantly less than one person paying 100. So you want to fucking around and find out, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'm happy to go edit some fucking videos and call it a night. All right. Gibbs, did you have any more thoughts on?
Yeah, if you're going to do cocaine off a stripper's asshole, make sure it's your own cocaine. Never trust the stripper's cocaine. That's a big one. That's how you get fucking something that's not cocaine. And secondly, don't do it off the ass. Do it off the titties, because who wants to get shit in their nose and get a sinus infection?
Right?
I'm just saying. That's about all I have on that one. I don't know.
Listen, if you people don't start donating, I'm gonna pull my tits out, and so is fucking Admiral Gibbs. So get the donating.
I got some nice titties. They're expensive. Okay.
That's what you think. Somebody roofied your ass.
Yeah, they tried.
They roofied you to titty fuck you, Gibbs.
I probably did. Hey, listen. No, what's really funny is the time I'm specifically talking about. They definitely tried to roofie this girl. She gave me a drink, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I got this for you from the section." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's cool. It's fizzing." And then I slammed it, and I went away. I was like, "Wait a minute, it was fizzing, and now I'm fucking woozy."
Beth went ahead and sent in a big 10 over on the Cash App, and to help towards the goal, but also she's reserving a seat for Dusty if he shows up. So Beth has the credit to boot any one of you motherfuckers at any given time tonight. So don't cross Beth, don't piss her off, and you should probably be really nice to her, because she now has that power. All right, so you are now officially 3 out of 10 on the dono goal. You've got 7 more to go, and you only have 14 minutes to do it. You guys always take it down to the last minute. It always pisses me the fuck off and stresses me out. Y'all are assholes. All right, I'm stepping away to go tinkle and refill my coffee. We will finish up this round, this topic, and if the chat decides that they want to continue the show, then we will pick a new topic. All right? So I'll be right back. Go ahead.
I think we should bring back public punishments. That'll solve people doing the diddling.
Fuck yeah, dude. I've been to fucking hangings, all that shit, man. Right in public square.
Yeah. See, I knew you did. People thought I was coming in to get you, but I was like, I don't know. I think Ghosty and I are pretty close on this topic, except for maybe the guns part. But yeah, like if you're getting castrated on live television, you're probably not going to want to get, go diddle people no more.
I say make it a
don't
game
hate
show.
guns. I'm pro guns. I would be in support of like more like regulations and stuff, which I know you're totally against. But yeah, the only problem with women is that like you can get overpowered and they can take the gun from you. But the argument is, do you have a better chance with the gun or without the gun? You probably have a better chance with the gun. So like I get where you're coming from.
Why would you allow a man to take the gun though? Like if you want to be equal, and I'm saying this because I taught martial arts and stuff like that, and I taught women. I did women's safe nights and stuff like that. We teach people how to defend themselves. Why not defend yourself and just fucking take the power back?
Yeah, well, I looked into martial arts and it was like $400 a month.
Well, not even that. Like
where?
Even if you have some experience, like I think my friend Modi, he's another streamer. He's a little British kid, probably weighs 150, and he came to Texas. And I go, listen, after 8:00, you don't walk around the city no more, right? Like you just don't do that unless you're like a big dude. And he's like, oh, well, I'll just take your hunting knife and walk to the gas station. I'm like, no, why? So you can get jumped, and then I can lose my hunting knife. Like it's dumb. Like because what's gonna happen is you're gonna go talk to Tweaker Tom and stab Tweaker Tom in the throat when he jumps you, and then Tweaker Tom may die, but he's gonna die after he stabs you 42 times with your own knife. So it's just like there's only so much you can do if you're the smaller person,
ladies
on drugs.
If you're going out tonight, just think how many hunting knives are you worth? That's what you have to do. You have to figure out how many hunting knives are you worth. Is it worth going out and being worth a hunting knife? I think every one of you ladies is worth a buck knife. That's what I think. They're the top of the line. I recommend them. That's what I carry because I do get accosted and I get roofied. Sorry.
Oh my God, I love your cat.
Hi, Mrs. Balderson.
How are you?
The cat is so cute.
Oh, cutie.
He's stoic. Yeah. Look at
him. He presides over all the other cats that she disapproves of.
She looks like a statue.
That definitely looks like a cat that can defend itself.
Actually, yeah, she's casting judgment for sure.
She probably could at one point, but she's the old lady now, so she just sits there judgmentally lording her position over the other. Yeah.
Yeah, she's like 13 or 14.
Yeah, she's pretty old.
You know what they say with cat hierarchy? The higher they are, like literally, the higher in the hierarchy.
Oh yeah, dude, that's why I get mine weed.
Mufasa.
Our dog's like that.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
In Minecraft, imagine playing that game, Minecraft with high pets.
I like back to this the topic though. I think that it's kind of interesting though because I'm pretty pro. If you could find out if I'm sure they can, the police could. If there's a lot of date rapes happening at a club, I feel like I'd be more okay than the current system where they charge somebody to overpour somebody because they might be fine and then they leave and they get overpoured or something and they get a wreck. They might even be fine at the bar and then it hit them or something. I mean, I guess that's on the bartender. I'm less okay with that, and I'd be more okay with if you could prove that a bar has got a substantial number of these things happening at it, then maybe we should, you should shut down the bar or you should charge somebody there or something than with the bartenders currently. But
yeah, that's so the bar. The bar that I got roofied at, it was my 27th birthday, and it was actually a gay nightclub. It was a Wednesday night.
I wasn't there.
We went there specifically so that guys wouldn't be hitting on us, but they're there everywhere. There was a guy, kind of like I think it was Beth's story. There was a guy who was obsessed with my friend, wouldn't leave her alone, was following her around. I kept taking her away, and I noticed something was off. I just figured she was drunk. I think he roofied her first, and because I kept getting in the way and pulling her away from him, he ended up roofing me. And I went to the bathroom, and when I walked out of the bathroom, 2 security guards were there, and they ushered me out. And they were like, "You're too drunk." I literally had 2 drinks. The roofies hadn't hit yet. I was not too drunk. I was not acting crazy or anything. And when I went out there, I was like, I don't want to come back in. I just want to get my friend. Can you please bring my friend out? I've worked at a nightclub. Anytime we've kicked anybody out for being too drunk, we don't let them leave by themselves. We've even helped them call Ubers. We've gotten their friends, blah, blah, blah. They would not let me back in the club. They would not let me get my friend. And I waited till the nightclub closed, and she never came out. And at this point, I was so fucked up. I couldn't even text on my phone. I couldn't call or anything. I was trying, and the buttons were just like so blurred and everything. And yeah, she got taken, and she was great. But
You took a roofie for your friend, and they were going to toss you out to the wolves. Like that's very irresponsible. That falls back on the club. Anything were to happen to you.
I ended up 40 minutes across the city. I know how to walk home to my apartment from Center City, but I was so blacked out. I ended up 40 minutes the other side of the city. I woke up in some like on some bench and out front of some apartments. Thank God, like I wasn't kidnapped or I actually got robbed that night. That some two people stole my phone and my purse and everything.
Are you in Philly?
I am.
Oh, me too.
Really?
Seriously, yeah, I am.
Yeah, it was at Voyeur nightclub.
On a little bit more of a serious note, it seems like all these examples that we're hearing, like from you, Ghosty, Beth, some of the other people in the room, they've all been directed towards a darker environment, if you would, a club, a bar, something of that nature, a walk in the park at night. But I also believe that there's other circumstances that are not in those realms of things where a lot of these grapes actually happen. Whether it be in a workplace during the day, whether, things of that nature too. And I think that as society, we need to consider those other places as well and not just be focused on these specific ones that have been mentioned.
No, you're 100% right. I'm pretty sure like most grape cases happen with like partners usually, whether in a marriage or a boyfriend. It's not like these extreme like most grapes aren't by strangers actually. But it's usually like somebody you know. But I was saying that story because Gibbs was commenting about the nightclub, and I went onto the reviews, and there were many other women talking about similar experiences, getting roofied at this club and getting kicked out and stuff. So, and my friend did go to the hospital within 12 hours.
Earlier, there was also a lot of talk. Sarah mentioned it specifically. Some others of you did about the way that women can dress and be more provocative to, maybe take a higher risk or a lower risk of whatever and whatnot. But I'd like to know statistically, i.e. police reports on what clothing types victims were actually wearing during the time when this happened. It would be interesting to find that information out too.
Well, number one, statistically, you have 100% chance of not continuing this show if you don't hit the donor goal. Vincent, I love you, but these fives don't hit it. Effigy and girl, you don't need to dislocate your shoulder to pat yourself on the back. It's called mitigating the risk, exercising good judgment. And I thought of this upstairs while I was making my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Mitigating risk, because we originally started this topic with abortion. Great way to avoid getting pregnant, especially if you're not ready or don't want to have kids, is don't have sex. Now, a lot of people say, well, but there's birth control and this and that or another, but there's a risk. You increase your probability of getting pregnant and even having to come down to that moment of, oh shit, I don't want a baby. You increase your risk of that moment if you have sex. All right. These are ways that these things happen. It's mitigating your risk of what you want and don't want. Anyways, I apologize. I think it was Drew. I think you said something statistically or something.
I would just be curious. I mean, I agree with you, as you said earlier, showing your ass, showing your tits, responsibility, less risk taking. But I'd like to know statistically overall if that is a dominating factor, if it's a small fraction or whatnot, depending on the clothing type of an individual, if they were to be subjected to grape.
Yeah, I don't think grape or clothing has a lot to do with it. I think opportunity is probably the most likely reason for grape. It's not what you wear. It's about, can the grapist get away with it? Does he have an opportunity to do it? That's my opinion.
I mean, part of the problem is what's attractive, right? Like you just mentioned right now, risk-taking behavior. Risk-taking behavior is something like both sexes consider attractive. And if you're going to be hanging out with people that take more risks, inherently that's going to lead to you in more sketchy situations, right? Like, and the reason why risk taking is attractive is because the confidence. Like a woman wearing, I don't know, the super tiny micro skirt and the pasties at the rave, okay, arguably y'all might argue that she's asking for it, but she's confident in her body. Maybe she works out all the time, et cetera, et cetera. She works out year round so she can look good during rave season, right? That's not much different than, say, the dude that wants to go on all the shows and he's got his shirt open and he's like, yeah, check out my six pack. It's the same thing. It's just like different environments. You go anywhere, like anywhere that takes risks, like you're going to be around sketchy people. Just look at all these people, like John Jones, for example, right? He's a risk taker. He does drugs, all this stuff. The guy ended up being in the Epstein files just because Epstein sent a message to somebody asking if they're going to watch the John Jones fight. Like, oh shit! Just by being an MMA fighter, he ended up in the Epstein list just by coincidence, right? Like, so just by doing some of the things you do as a risk, like, I don't know that it's fair to just be like, oh, you did something risky. You had it coming. Like I don't know. It's like maybe the mitigating.
With John Jones, you got to be careful. John Jones' last car accident, he was found with a woman with her pants down. She was high on, I forget what drug it was, but she was high.
They were both high coke.
It was something else with that. Of course, it's always the coke with John. You know that. But she was high as fuck. She didn't know what was going on. He took her phone from the car and left her there pantsless in the car. That's the kind of character John is.
Before anybody else interrupts on that, Beth, Dusty is now officially backstage. Sure. You have a credit to boot someone. You wanted Dusty to be a priority. Beth, feel free to boot.
Who's the quiet one? Or
me? I haven't stopped talking all night.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You're right. My bad. Carney, I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm gonna sit you back because you're quiet.
Carney was
and
here.
Now that we have a moment, I could land the plane with Ghosty if you'd like. So Ghosty, one more attempt to see if we can get on the same page. Let's say you're having a period and you decide to go swimming in shark infested waters.
Before this conversation.
Now, would you agree that
hold on, Hi-Fi.
Oh, sorry.
Before that conversation runs that drill.
Yeah.
We officially have less than 2 fucking minutes to get
2 minutes, guys. Money.
7 more dono goals, or else.
And Beth just burned her credit for me to get here, so let's go with it.
Well,
yeah.
So we're all going
short
to
arms,
sit here.
deep pockets.
We're all going to sit here and annoy the fuck out of the audience until they decide to send in the remaining 7 donos. This is a hit it or quit it moment coming soon. And I'm not in the mood to let you fuck around and find out. Or I'm sorry, I am in the mood to let you fuck around and find out, because
I'll roofie the fuck out of all of you.
I would love to continue this conversation, especially now that Dusty's here. We might actually get a fight over this one. If you want to see Dusty,
Ed Roofier,
Gibbs, Jack, roofies on the house. But we're not going to get there if you don't make the dono goal.
That's right.
I want to throw one other roofie thing out there. Like there's roofie in the sense like you give them like the heavy downer. There's also when you just like people just lie to you about what they're giving you, and like you do something like, oh, I think I'm gonna do a line of coke, and then mix it with Molly or something. That's also bad, even if it's not gonna put them to sleep. People don't need to be having. You never know what's gonna cause somebody to have a psychotic break. Like that's another thing. Some people know not to do certain drugs because they know it'll make them act a certain way. So like. That's important. I feel like I want to throw that out there. Don't do that either. Bad. Don't do drugs at all, really, guys, because the government says.
Where were you 2 years ago, dude? I would have been on a whole.
Uncle Jack is still on that acid trip.
I am. Dude.
He never left. All right.
So, Ghosty, did you understand my question, or do you want me to repeat it for you?
No, you're retarded. That's
okay. I'm retarded.
Okay. All right.
So, don't swim in shark-infested waters.
I miss Ghosty.
I like her.
We are officially moving into the hit it or quit it mode. You have exactly 15 minutes to get one of those red super chats on my screen, or I'm just going to shut the bitch down. All right. And I'm not going to go happily either, because I was really excited for all these topics tonight. I know Mrs. Balderson has a great topic that she wants to talk about. I was informed you might have been actually studying for this one. You did your homework and we're going to let you pick the next one. But
what's the next topic? Now I'm curious.
We
Donnie,
started.
Mommy is angry tonight.
Up $100.
I'm really angry. I'm ready to yell at
Chat.
people.
Yeah.
Chat, make it happen.
Wait, you don't get to know the next topic. You got 15 minutes. And in the meantime,
on, chat.
we're all gonna sit and talk about Uncle Jack's acid trip.
Wait a minute.
Or DMT. That was even more fun.
Are we
Did you see the? Did you see the elves? Did you talk to the elves, bro?
Yes,
What's
I
that,
did. I
Ant?
met the sprites. I met them.
I was just asking, are
It's
we
machine elf.
Oh, shut up, Jack. What's that, Ant?
I didn't say nothing.
Are we Jack's acid trip or is he ours?
That's
good question.
We can sit and debate whether we are Jack's acid trip or if whatever. Yeah, whatever you said. Everybody is on an acid trip of some sort.
I am a mushroom dreaming he's a man.
Everybody blame the bunny when he shows up. You know, I can't go no. I got roofied again.
Or I'm gonna sit and annoy the crowd with the bunny. For the next 15 minutes.
You know what's going to happen.
What part of
She
Philly
lets
are
me
you in,
loose.
Mr. Bunny?
I am in Northeast Philly. It's like Bensalem area.
Okay.
Who was it I-Fi or Drew that was asking about the clothing? Or somebody else?
Drew.
That was me.
I definitely brought it up.
What type of clothing do you see that turns you into a rapist?
Great question.
Like, where's the threshold here?
Top where your tits are popping out.
That's when you start getting grape juicy.
Oh yeah. And I'm a pretty decent guy, but you know, if you wear that shit in front of me, like the animal instinct starts kicking in.
Not decent guys say. All the
There
worst
are
guys
no
are
decent
like,
guys.
"There's good guys out here."
Nice guys finish last.
Dirty guys finish on her back.
What?
Sorry.
You are not sorry. Don't even try to play that. We all know the truth.
Yeah, we finish inside.
So, Dusty, should a girl on her period swim in shark-infested waters? Is that a good judgment call or not?
They actually prove that they don't. There's not enough blood in the water, parts per million, to affect. But if you have an open wound, that's worse. Good try though.
The
I don't know if
analogy
you've
doesn't work
seen a
unless
period or not before, but
the
there's a lot of
analogy
blood
doesn't work
involved.
unless you debase both parties.
Also, do you want to take that risk there, buddy? That just said that it's probably not that bad. So you,
Yeah,
would
I mean,
go
I would go. I would absolutely go. Yeah, since I've been swimming with sharks and shit before.
and you'd argue with the sharks that your liberal, principle
I've
should
never-
override his natural desires and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, see, the difference
I never
is.
checked periods. Never once.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not worried about the sharks because I'm eating them, not the other way around.
I mean, the girl's not asking for it. Maybe she's just out there getting some exercise and minding her own business. Like, what's wrong with that?
Dusty, I'm the one that originally asked about the clothing issue and the statistics behind it.
He was asking as a general question.
Oh, okay.
I just stated the obvious. That was the difference.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair to see an attractive woman in some, minimum clothing and feel attraction, or say, hey, she's hot, she's a good-looking girl. And then once your mind crosses into, I think I can get away with this, that's when it becomes dangerous.
When I heard earlier Gibbs tell the story about that bus getting taken over or something, the haircutting bus.
It was a house, but yeah.
House, whatever. Now, did they say, okay, only you hot girls stay, or did they say all the girls stay?
They just said every woman stay. And
did they follow in a scantily clad woman?
No, they didn't say anything. I mean, this girl's not somebody that dresses scantily clad. She wears like.
No, I mean, but did that whole situation come about because the cartel saw?
No, they just whipped up and they said, "We run this shit. This is what's happening. Who wants to argue with us?" And nobody wants to argue with the cartel in San Antonio. That seems like a dumb plan.
I think that if you're the kind of guy who gets grapey because you saw something attractive, then you're still the grapist and the problem.
I agree with that.
Can there be two guilty parties in your world, Dusty?
Not here.
Well, if you know, hold on now.
100%.
Well, hold on. What if it's your 6-year-old kid and you're running around in a swimsuit and like, well, they had a lot of skin showing for a 6-year-old. Are you saying the 6-year-old deserved that shit?
Well, and not only that,
Like, no.
If you know that guys like that exist, then why would you purposely put yourself out there to present to them?
Why do you put on makeup? Why do you leave the house? Why do you?
So
could
they
stay
can
home.
virtue signal.
You could stay home and DoorDash
play the
everything.
victim.
No, I mean, what if you work out all the time? Are you and you're a fitness person? Should this person who works out nonstop cover up their body that they've worked hard to show?
And you can't. And there's no objective measure for attractive, right? Some people are attracted to 100-year-old ladies, right? Like
true.
So there's no. You can't. Even if you're suggesting that people should make themselves look unattractive to go out in public, which I think is retarded.
I don't think you have to.
There's no way to do it.
If grandma got dentures, she's asking for it.
Oh, he likes a gummer. He likes a gummer.
Let this be your reminder. You have 8 minutes to hit it or quit it on the goal. You already fucked up one goal. There will be no mercy. So I'm happy to just hit that fucking end live stream button, and you can all go. There's 63 of you just watching on my side alone. There's over 120 of you watching all together. Why is nobody wanting to help keep the continuance of the show? I'm disappointed. We got a really great bunch up here, and we're all ready to tear each other to pieces. But if you don't do it, then we won't do it either.
So,
gentlemen, come on, guys, who wants to see Dusty get destroyed by the one and only I-Fi? You know you want it.
It's been a long time, I-Fi, since you've gotten under my skin. Where have you been?
Hiding under a rock.
Why did you come out?
Boredom. I'm in the bunker in the woods, and there's only so many days you can stare at trees before you get a little bored.
do you think your chances of getting raped have gone up since you've come out of the bunker?
By squirrels? Baby. They do look very aggressive.
I bet those trees' chances of getting raped have gone down since he's rejoined the Panelverse.
I did catch a deer trying to roofie me the other night, the little bastard.
That was poop, wasn't roofies.
My bad.
So it's kitty time.
Oh.
Who is this that we're hanging out with?
This is little Mighty Machismo. Momo.
Momo.
He's
Momo
like,
looks like he's got the grip of death.
actually, he doesn't really use claws much. He loves to rub in your face, which is fun sometimes, but not so
The current topic, great.
My daughter's cat Monty is just like that. He wants to be up on my shoulder, rubbing against my face.
$100 than to talk about cats.
Yeah,
your dog's up too. If that's worth more money.
I'm not continuing the conversation until they pay up. They already missed the goal. This is their last option. This is like the final. Like you've already pissed me off.
$100 to get Sarah to stop talking about cats. Come on, guys, right now. $100, $200. Do I hear $300?
Don't be failures all your life. It's another thing you failed at, you fucks. Prove me wrong.
Wow.
Yeah, you don't want to end up like Ghosty and Effigy now, do you?
Team Mater.
Oh, more puppies.
What happened to Ghosty?
He called me retarded earlier. Did you hear that, Sarah? Those are fighting words.
You kind of are, to be honest, but
I
whatever.
didn't disagree. I'm just saying she's not supposed to say that out loud. That's the quiet.
It does track. It tracks.
I-Fi, is your little AI hot girl, is she asking for it?
See, Sarah, she's jealous. That's why she's getting so angry. She's jealous.
Is she asking for it?
You want to be my little waifu bot, don't you, Ghosty? You look like
into hentai. He's into hentai.
I've tested all the AI, Ghosty, and I've got bad news for you. They're all retarded. I don't know.
Well, you program them, don't you?
No, I try to fix them. All these megacorps keep programming them, but they're failing really bad.
Oh my god, I just got jelly on my fucking mouse.
And
I somehow ran the mouse. I don't even know how the jelly got in that spot.
It's the way you're dressed. You were asking for it.
The mouse was asking for it.
I did something silly the other day with hot wax all over my keyboard. I was like, no.
It got like all up on
it takes me back.
The little laser spot too.
I'm gonna go.
I
can
think of a fun three-way topic for Dusty and Ghosty. There is no right wing or conservative. So would you both agree?
No.
What?
Everyone is liberal. There is no alternative.
Fake news. I'm the most conservative, as I am the embodiment of Dionysus. So we're going all the way back to ancient Greek values of madness. Yeah. So I think that there's plenty of conservatives.
Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just because
It's on,
there
Sarah.
are people who are as far
Oh my
right
God,
and far
Dusty?
crazy
My
as you
man,
doesn't mean
that's
there
my
aren't
man,
conservatives.
too. See you
He wants a piece of
motherfuckers.
this.
Oh
This
my God! Did
motherfucker had to do it.
Dusty just drop that?
Dusty, band up. She's the
Fuck
only
yeah,
man.
He just got here.
Hell yeah.
Not Dusty did it. I was thinking about it. He beat me to it.
Damn it! I should have waited a little longer.
I was this close. I was like, man, somebody got to do it. I was like, he just got here. I want to yell at some people. And,
I would like to go on record to say that Dusty is the only man left on YouTube.
Who roofied Dusty?
Him and Grid. I would give Grid that credit too.
Grid?
Most of the time.
Sports? Oh,
Sometimes I think Grid gets a little lost in the sauce, but overall he's still like Dad One. We call him Dad One for a reason because
he's an okay boomer, but
he has his moments where I think he gets peer pressured into shit. But when he's on his, when he's standing his ground, he fucking stands his ground.
I think it's also a lot of like, I feel like I have a similar mentality with him on this, and we agree on this part. It's just a lot of times he just doesn't give a shit. Like it's like I don't, you have drama with so and so, you have drama. I don't care. Like I think he gets like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He does care. There's more. A lot. He likes people on both sides. He's like the duct tape holding the car together.
I still think he's just too much boomer. You can't.
I used to be like that. Is that what you just said?
I used to be the bridge, but they burned the bridge, and now it's down to Grid.
Now it lights our way.
Dude, who hasn't burned all the bridges?
I don't know. I've been trying since I started to burn the bridge. It's not worked yet.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. Now, Dusty, I did originally tell Mrs. Balderson that she could pick the next topic because I know she's ready for it. She studied for it. But since you dropped the hundo, I will also give you the option if you want to pick the next topic or if you want to hand it over to Mrs. Balderson.
I just want to veto all pet topics for the rest of the night, and then from there,
Word.
Well, it's kind of in the realm.
I'm gonna send you money, Dusty.
It's kind of in the realm of pets, but not that kind of pets. More like edible pets.
Okay. I'm
Oh,
done with
like
that.
like me.
Venezuela?
All right.
Are any of the pets monkeys?
What was that?
What's the topic?
I'm
This
just
is
joking.
killing me,
So,
Sarah.
Mrs. Balderson, if you'd like to bring forth, because we kind of hit into it the other day, but if you'd like to go ahead and just throw it on out there, go for it.
So we started talking the other day about lab grown meat and whether people were pro or con about that, and I obviously had a very, very visceral reaction based on facts I thought I knew, and so I figured I better back them up because we didn't really have a chance to talk about it properly. And that was, wow, mostly propaganda out there. So I want to preface it by saying I'm not in support of the current method of animal harvesting that we do. I think that it's way better off when you are buying meat from a local person that is actually raising their animals on a farm and giving back to the community.
Wait.
Sustainable.
I'm sorry. I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
Okay. But as I started digging into the lab grown meat itself, it's called cell cultured meat or lab grown meat or all kinds of different labels. What I found out was that it's basically predicated on a whole bunch of lies, the biggest lie of which is that it's better for the environment. And that's something that's been coming down the pipes for a long time. They've been telling us that cows specifically are bad for the environment. They're bad for our health. Both things are completely untrue. It's predicated on the lie of eliminating animal cruelty. That does not go away with lab grown meat. It's predicated on the lie that it's safe and healthy. There is absolutely zero science ever testing on whether that has a good or bad effect on people's health. It's only been approved by the FDA in so much as that they literally said the company submitted this, we approve what they say. They didn't do any testing or any they talked about what concerns they had for the future of lab grown meat and ethical and safety standards, but they didn't actually do any testing. There is no testing on humans to see how this chemical concoction actually affects our health long term. I think that we need to really kind of revamp the food industry into, like I said, small local farms that are better for everybody, because the current meat industry isn't really great for you either, but it's still better for you than the lab cultured meat. And I don't know how much you guys want me to go into it, but I've got notes upon notes upon notes about what is
all right.
really
Well,
scary.
We'll go around the room and we'll, I think Gibbs, I know you had a thought to that. So I'll actually move you up here and let you go first. We'll start with you and then we'll move around the room with like quick thoughts.
Yeah, I'll try to make it quick. We'll get a quick summary. Lab grown meat is the devil. I've been, I'm going to openly admit I am biased as a rancher. Right now, every time the government fucks with fucking regulation, this is why, guys, I like Trump. Everybody calls me mad guy, but Trump's fucking up with the beef industry with Argentina beef. They're like the same problems we have. If anything happens to Argentina's beef or anything happens to our beef, like an infestation, the whole beef market's going to crash and we're getting $80 hamburgers. Now, when we're talking about the lab grown beef, people want to argue that might be an alternative or a way to like supplement. One, I don't trust. Y'all remember Monsanto before they got bought by, what was it, Bayer or whatever? Nobody trusted them. GMOs can be good for keeping you alive, but it lead to a whole bunch of other problems. I don't trust these people to do it. You're absolutely correct about the energy cost. That's why it wouldn't be more healthy than beef, or than like beef or whatever. The argument would be is the more people like produce the lab grown stuff, is that over time they'd get more efficient and they'd have the facilities, and then that would drive the ecological impact way down. And I would argue that's probably true to some extent, just like why Texas is the leader, but it's because of technological advances. If there's no money in it, you're not going to advance the tech, right? And so I think if they did invest into it, that's maybe my one argument against myself would be, hey, they could get the ecological cost down. However, if you're pro-America, right, then you need to be pro-beef, like American grown beef, right? Specifically in the beef market here in Texas and the United States, it's between 78 to 97% family-owned markets of less than 1,000 acres, right? And so what happens is that the reason why it's 78% to 97% is because in that group you have these family market farms that are basically corporately ran, like C&J, right? They're basically sending them off to what you're talking about, Ms. Bolson, about sending it off to like, these big things where they have the feedlots, they sit there for 2 years, and that's inhumane. Versus say what I do, which is we have the cattle and it goes to like La Michoacana or HEB, and we actually keep the cattle on our ranch for about 18 months to 3 years, right? And then we sell. And there's some exceptions to that, but not like most of our beef goes that way to them, or saltgrass, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why you're seeing these industrial ones, the meat packers, fight back so hard right now against this, and they're so much pro the Venezuela beef coming in because they want more of the meat packaging. They don't want the family farmers to have the power. But right now the meat packers control it. It's very contentious. And then now the lab grown meat is basically going to try to push us out. And I think that's part of this, like, I don't want to say I'm a conspiracy theorist, but like every time they start doing lab grown anything, shit starts getting goddamn sus. And I don't know. I don't trust it. And listen, unless y'all hate your fellow Americans, and also say you're a lefty or a lib, right? Here's an argument. You want all those illegals that you want here to not have jobs? Guess what? C&J is paying for them. And it's another thing here with all that. So if they only have lab grown beef, you're not going to have no more illegals, lefties. But on the right, that's bad.
Well, so one of the things that I was researching was this, the claim that the environmental impact is going to be so much less based on lab grown meat versus animals. And so there was kind of two ways that I wanted to look at that. First of all, a cow is a part of a living ecosystem. Geez, I can't talk. The cow is eating off of the environment, and then it's producing, it's shitting right back into the environment, the very manure that is going to feed the next growth of grasses and fungi and protozoa and all the things that create a healthy biome that keep the environment actually healthy. And it's those same things that make us healthy. It's not just a product that's a macronutrient. We don't just get protein out of beef. We actually get a whole rich nutrient profile out of it that they cannot mimic in lab-grown meat. The lab-grown meat is basically a factory, very much like a cooling center for a data center. It has to use a whole lot of water in an area. You have to raise a whole bunch of land that would have just been sunshine and grass and cows, but now we're taking that out and we're turning it into a giant factory. You're going to have to mine for all of these bioreactors. And one of the figures that they were saying is that in order to actually produce enough beef to make not beef, but lab grown meat to make a dent in the meat industry, they would have to build more than 20 times what we currently have in bioreactors just for big pharma alone. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the space. It requires a whole lot of cooling by natural water sources, which then destroys the actual environment of those water sources because it heats the water and it kills off all kinds of animals, fish, in your streams or your ponds. You end up getting algae overgrowth. Algae can be toxic to people and animals. There's just so much. It was kind of crazy. And then when I started reading the FDA, that was because it was approved by the FDA in 2022. And again, there were no tests on how that's going to affect people or animals because it's being put in your animal food too. And in Singapore, where they have the most proliferation of lab-grown meat at this point in time, it's so cost prohibitive. It's only 3%. Like if you get a chicken nugget, it's only 3% of the overall chicken nugget, and the rest of it is filler like soy.
Really?
Yeah,
Soylent
because it's
Green.
prohibited that they can't make just the chicken nugget. It's mostly other stuff, and you don't know what that other stuff is. I mean, we already know that soy can be damaging to certain populations because it's an estrogen producer. And so women who have estrogenic cancers should not probably be eating a whole lot of soy, much less a whole bunch of chicken nuggets that are made out of it. And then while they claim that it's better for the animals, they're still doing biopsies to culture those cells. They're still doing basically cow abortions in order to get those bovine cells. And then they still have to get the growth serum is just a mush of mutated animal cells. And then whereas our bodies are a biological wonder. They do everything for us. Everything is comprised in our body. We eliminate, we eat, we like all of the chemical processes that go on. Our system is made to handle that. A lab isn't made to handle that. And so the requirements to add all these ingredients and then aerate them and super cool them, there's a huge risk of all kinds of toxicities that can build up in that. And so far, they've only been able to successfully do that in very, very small 2-liter vats. And they're trying to talk about doing 250 milliliter, or not milliliter, shoot, I can't even remember the measurement, but giant, like 3-story high bioreactors. They can't even scale it up on a safe level at this point. They can only produce it in teeny tiny little quantities. And I personally don't want a chemical shitstorm in my body. Go, Beth.
Well, I wanted to interrupt. Fourth Wiseman says with a big 10, that's exactly right, Christy. Thanks for explaining the vital reasons cows and animals are needed. Without them, everything dies, including us. And Beth, before you go, I wanted to ask a question. Does anybody on panel think that lab meat or like tofu or don't eat cows would be better?
I can think of one circumstance where we might have to rely on lab-grown meat, and that's
all the animals die.
Well, no, I'm thinking more like once we start putting people on the moon, other planets, deep space, places like that.
Xenomorphs.
Exactly
Xenomorphs.
that. Exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's also just here, like you bring up the animals thing, and I don't want to just jump Beth, but like I have on my ranch, we have Brahma and we have Santa Gertrudis. Santa Gertrudis doesn't exist in the wild naturally. So like the argument could be made that if we didn't keep ranching and feeding us those, then the Santa Gertrudis species or like subspecies or whatever you want to call it goes out. It just dies off, right? Or it has an ecological disaster and they breed too much, all sorts of things. They're natural predators. But the thing is, though,
keep alive so we can eat them.
Yeah, but when the bigger issue is when we start having the government interfere and shit, and a big reason why you brought this, like, oh, the cows go through the cycle. Well, you know what the cows weren't doing for a while is they weren't going through the cycle you described. They were eating grain. Not eating grain. They were eating corn because they gave corn subsidies. And this is an unplanned factor of when the government gets involved in ag is they don't understand how it's a web. So all these people that were growing coastal and wheat and grass switched to corn because they could make more money. And then guess what? That killed off all the people that were grain fed. And everybody that was just had to switch to corn, or they were grass fed, like mine. Right? And so since corn now has gone under, basically, and the subsidies are up and all this shit, well, guess what? Now all the people that were corn-fed beef are dying off. Iowa, their beef is hurting, all these things. So this is another example where I'm fearful of the government getting involved. However, I do think it's something we should research for the space exploration alone.
If I can. So where I live, number one, I'm really blessed because there's a lot of farmers around here where you can go and get, locally raised and butchered meat. And it tastes totally fucking different. It's way better. But the bigger thing I wanted to draw on is what you were talking about with the cooling systems and using natural waterways and whatnot in order to do that. The university near us uses our lake to do its AC units. And the impact that it's had on the lake is wild. There's like whole weeks during the summer, you cannot go in the lake because certain algae and bacteria are actually promoted by the warming of the water. And you will break out in a horrific rash and end up in the hospital. Likewise, the algae. What's that?
And the algae suffocates all the life in the lake.
It sure does. You can't eat. They recommend that if you are pregnant, you have absolutely no fish to eat out of this lake. And if you're not pregnant, they recommend 0.6 fish per year. So less than half, just over half of one fish per year. So the fish are, in fact, being impacted by it. And the algae also, you can look at personal property damage. It's destroying people's boats and the docks and everything else. So, like, that cooling system affects so much. People don't realize the impact of it till, you see it in real life practice.
Yeah.
Is that the algae doing that?
It's just it's the algae from the cooling system. As a matter of fact, the Native Americans have fought continually with the college because they're trying to say that the lake is technically partially theirs because it's on their territory, but what they're doing is poisoning the entire lake. And it's one of the bigger go ahead.
Maybe the lake should address differently. I mean,
well, just a second.
Can I address the cow thing, the original question?
Yeah, sure.
So I think if you take a long-term look at it, the problem, I don't have a general problem with people wanting to live sustainably or even eating cows. I love eating steak. I'm a big meat eater, but once your population gets big enough and you have to create factory farming, it turns into kind of a moral nightmare, especially as we grow as a people and our morality expands and becomes more complex. Who's to say where we're going to be in 100 years from now on our attitudes toward other animals? We're learning more and more. We're learning that some higher mammals have language functions, have names and nicknames for each other. Who knows where our morality will have extended in 100 years? And there may come a point where we simply decide as a people that it is not correct to eat other living things that can suffer, other mammals. We'll probably start with that first. It's not like everyone will go off of all animals, but that's a real thing. And coming up with substitutes for that, so that we're not creating these factory farm death houses of suffering for the things that we want to consume, it might not be such a bad thing, right? Like, especially if we can make them fine. It doesn't mean it's going to go away, but as a solution for mass hunger, instead of like breeding an entire race of animals and keeping them around for the sole purpose of being killed and turned into food.
Fourth Wiseman comes in with another 10. We're already working towards that next dono goal, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Fourth Wiseman, for kicking it off with the first two. Monocropping is diseased growing, and it's what we call ghost food because low nutrition and toxic. Chemical fertilizers are not needed when your soil is healthy. feed the soil, not the plant. Any thoughts to that?
He's absolutely right about that. The way that we grow food, whether it's from animals or plants in this country and mostly around the world anymore, is completely destroying the land. Monocropping is awful. It basically, when you only grow one crop forever and ever, it sucks all of the nutrients that it needs, that individual plant needs for its growth, and it strips out the soil. When you it's not complementary planting. What's it when you're companion planting? When you companion plant, when you grow multiple crops at once, you plant one that requires a lot of nitrogen right next to another one that needs a lot of phosphorus, and so on.
Symbiotic relationship.
The other ones might not pay as well.
What was that?
The other ones might not pay as well as the
Right.
monocrop.
Well, I want to actually make the argument myself personally that I don't think that our food system as it is sustainable. We basically take byproduct industrial processing of other things, and we take little things that we don't know what to do with, and we're like, oh, here's some cornstarch. We got a whole lot of cornstarch left from all this corn processing. What do we do with it? Oh, we'll use it for this. We basically don't really eat real food anymore, and I think that at some point in time, the only way that the planet is going to eat is if people start growing as much of their own food as they possibly can, because the way that we grow food is not sustainable.
I mean,
Do you guys remember the goat
a
milk?
lot of that. You know, you can't put if you've got tomatoes and cucumbers, you can't put on a combine header that will pick both of those crops up at once. There's no way to do anything but monocropping that I'm aware of, unless you have.
Yeah, it's called hire Mexicans. As a Mexican, I can say that.
Oh, we just got rid of all of
Grow
them.
yourself.
But I'm Hispanic, first of all, and secondly, I think this is important that y'all keep talking about factory farms. Okay, I will agree with you when it comes to chicken. Factory farms is the horrible thing y'all see, and that is a real thing. But when it comes to beef, what y'all are calling factory farms are really feedlots, which make up like such a small percentage of what it is compared to like even the corporate owned family ranches and shit don't do that. What these were the grass fed. I can't speak to the other types. You have multiple pastures. You start one thing in like pasture 3, another one in pasture 1. They follow each other. Yeah, and they go in a circle, and you go through 5, 6 pastures, and they go through, and your 6th pasture or 7th pasture is going to be where you like take what you're taking to market out of there. And like I think that there's a misconception of what factory farming is, because technically I own a factory farm because we produce over a certain amount, and it's not even a farm, it's a ranch, but it's technically if you do a certain amount. And so like when you're saying, oh, you're the same as like C&J, which has several thousand heads of cattle in like 2 pens the size of like this big, yeah, I agree, that is awful, and your meat's gonna taste like shit. But whenever you have, Gibbs has got a factory farm, he's got 1,000 head on X amount of land over like 15 pastures, you know, that's different, you know, and I think that it's important to factor that in here.
Do you think the amount of meat, though, that we produce in general is too much? Like, first of all, the amount of meat that gets wasted at the end of the day in every grocery store across the country. And just like, I mean, we eat too much meat in general. We're not even supposed to like really eat meat every day on a daily basis.
We don't even know.
Burgers does McDonald's say it does each day? 65 million?
We don't need enough.
Got to change that sign.
And then on top of it, there's ways to use it that you know, are even feeding livestock and wildlife. I mean, there are good uses for wildlife. People don't realize it, but like possums eat ticks and fleas and things like that. Everything in nature has some kind of purpose that if we focus on it, we can find a good use for.
Oh, I'm sure the bug candy bars are coming.
Eats a bug. Store. I'm just saying,
they're already here.
Don't you think we're overproducing meat?
No, I don't. I don't think in this meat has been vilified for decades with no science behind it whatsoever. We've totally demonized cholesterol, which is something that our body needs, our nerves need. And we basically put people on all kinds of medications to bring down something that their body absolutely needs because they're eating shit that's not even food.
So what is the heart disease problem coming from?
I think it's twofold,
oil.
Ghosty. I think if you look at countries that eat beef, and specifically beef, you see they're gonna have higher rates of heart disease. I think there's a con, right? However, you also see them being substantially larger, and I don't mean just fat, right? When you look at the average American soldier and you compare them to the average Iraqi that was fighting them during war, during the Gulf War or any of the other wars, they're much smaller, right? And part of this is because of the beef. We have more red meat in our diet. We're bigger, we're stronger. This is why we dominate at the Olympics. This is why we have our amateurs compete with people at the Olympics that are just pros, do this year round. And I think there is some benefits. The con, I think, when you talk about the heart disease, is that humans are living longer than expected now because of medical advances, and the medical advances haven't caught up with the heart disease to offset the red meat benefits yet. So yeah, I think that it's bad, but we don't produce enough red meat as is right now. We're already at a shortage, and I bring this up all the time. Argentina has the same problem we have right now. That's why we're importing beef right now from Argentina. I'm not a fan, but they have the same problems. They're importing Paraguayan and Uruguayan beef to them. If we have Mexico right now has got a screwworm infestation, if that gets into Texas, guess what? The beef market's crushed here. You have to ship in more from Argentina. And Argentina has the same problem from one of those other two countries where they have less, restrictions or, FDA or whatever it is, guidelines on their beef production, and they get that kind of problem. It's the same thing. It could crash it either way. And I think it's important to know with our beef industry, we're at a point now where
isn't that why they have the infestation though? Is because they have less regulation.
Well,
that would be my argument. Yes, and that's why we shouldn't import it. You get me in a soapbox. But my point is here at the end is basically we're at we've had technological advances in cattle in the last 15, 20 years. We're able to put more without actually injecting them with any. We feed them a certain way, graze them a certain way. We're able to put up to an average of 15 to 30 pounds more. Now that doesn't sound like that much, but over time, if you have a lot of cattle on one head, then it adds up, right? And so the cows now can have more on them with smaller herds than ever before. And what we need to do is increase the herds with this thing, and we can have a more sustainable beef market. But currently, we are in some dire straits. If you all are not,
is that like roofing your cattle?
Okay. I wanted to say
for your cattle.
You brought up, which I kind of found fascinating because again, they talk about how safe this meat is supposed to be, and it turns out that all the things that you have to give to a cow, that they do in standard farming, giving them injections, antibiotics, all that stuff, they still have to do that in lab-grown meat. You're not getting away from any of that, and in fact, the scarier thing about that is that
why would that ever be the case? The entire purpose of giving cows that is because they're alive and having bacteria and stuff on them. The lab grown meat is specifically grown in sterile environments.
It is, but the problem is the waste products that are being produced by the mock beef in these giant vats is still having the same problems that meat would have. You're still culturing the same kind of organisms that would live in real beef. They can still live in the fake beef.
I have a fun fact.
Yeah.
Well,
do you guys remember the gut?
Make sense.
Go ahead, Ghosty. Go ahead, Ghosty.
You guys remember the gut milk thing?
Yeah.
And they told you that milk was really really important for your bones and shit. That was all because the government had a mass production of milk that they really needed to sell or something. And it was all kind of bullshit.
And then they turned it into cheese, and that's why we have government cheese today. By the way, best enchiladas are made with government cheese, for the record.
They are, dude. Yo, remember Not Milk? That was a good one. The Not Milk.
I really hesitate especially when it comes to ag, when the government gets involved. I just don't feel like they understand what they're doing. Generally, I don't trust the government, but especially with ag. Can you all the time throughout history, not even just democratic countries, non-democratic countries, anytime they try to mess with ag, shit goes south. It feels like. I mean, I don't know. It's very concerning to me that we've reached this point with at least the meat industry to where lab grown meat might actually have to happen. Because we fucked it up so bad. I think this is something we should be concerned about. Because I'm not a huge proponent of lab grown meat.
I think that's an intended consequence. I really think they're trying to tank the beef industry so that you only have the one choice. And I don't believe any of their reasons behind it because none of their reasons actually seem to pan out on paper. And Beth, you're gone now, but we were talking about just the overall biome, and a cow has an immune system. So a cow is actually meant to be able to handle some germs in its path. But the problem with these processes is you have to literally sterilize these things with some chemicals that are known to cause cancer, that are basically, it has to be cleaned so often, and yet we're still supposed to like not have the residuals of these carcinogens in the product, and they're finding that that's not happening. They're even finding that there's heavy metals in the lab grown meat.
And fourth Wiseman dropping over on the Balderson side to love, gifting out 5 Balderson memberships. Shout out to the lucky lottery winners over there. Thank you.
You just made me blush. Thank you.
Aw. Is anybody on panel in like big disagreement with lab meat, or like agreeable that lab meat would be okay?
I don't know enough about it, to be honest. So
I'm afraid lab meat would grab me and choke me or something. Like seriously,
lab meat is handing off a lot of trust to people that it is what they say it is. It'll stay what they say it is, and
yeah, it won't.
I agree that you should approach it with skepticism. I just think it is kind of a natural progression of human food. At some point, we have to stop harming things that can feel suffering, essentially. While I may not be ready to do that yet, I think at some point that will become an actual problem for humanity as a whole.
What if I told you that suffering makes
the
it taste
population
better?
keeps going? Hey, there you go. Right now, I'd say pass me the ribeye. If I could live eating nothing but ribeyes for the rest of my life, I would. So I may not be there now, but I'm saying at some point in the future, our morality may extend to them. And so having a plan to feed people, maybe this will make vegetarians like meat in a way, right?
Not real meat, so they're not getting the same benefit from it.
They're not. It's a stripped down version that's deplete of the complexity other than just the macronutrients.
Wait, what about like, I feel like me and Gibbs have had this conversation before. What about like cloning? Weren't you talking about like cloning meat or something? And you said you could clone the perfect cow so that you could have like the perfect steak every time.
Yeah, that's a thing that, like, in theory, yeah, you could do. I mean, this is also I think this was on a Prime panel. We talked about this. In theory, you could even like print the perfect steak every time with the lab grown meat if they were like doing it right. They can make sure it had the perfect marbling to it. You can like get your prize cow and like clone it. Like, I think those are two different things, but they're very similar. I mean, cloning already basically happens, and we do that all the time with plants. I guess this would be the next step for like animals, but even then, that's still like an animal that goes outside and eats. What?
Apples are
cloning. You still have to wait for it to grow, though. Lab grown meat is basically just growing meat at an accelerated.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the real issue would be the genetics, not like mutations over time. Like I brought up Santa Gertrudis cattle. They don't exist in the wild. They're more hardy now. And so mutations over time can be a good thing, right? Brahma cattle, they've been around forever. They're very hardy, right? And so Santa Gertrudis, very hardy, right? And it's kind of like these mutations lead to these things. And if you only clone your top cow, well, then maybe you're excluding yourself from maybe the next best cow that grows up because it's some kind of mutation you don't know about.
That brings up immortalization cells. And so one of the things that a lot of the detractors from the lab grown meat are talking about is the fact that the only cells that can replicate indefinitely are cancer cells. And what they're basically training the lab grown meat to do is reproduce indefinitely like cancer cells. And so there is some concern that basically at some point in time, we're going to lose the strain, and we're just creating these forever replicating cells that will eventually...
Not at all. They're having them grow just like your muscles grow. You're a person and you go from like a tiny child to a large human. Your muscles grow and they gain mass.
Produce so many times.
They're creating those specific types of cells, and therefore they have the ability to do the things that those cells in your body can do, which is grow.
Okay, but each of your cells can only replicate so many times before that one switches off and a whole new cell grows. Your body reproduces itself 100% every 7 years. Everything is new.
And they're doing a lot less growing than the 80 or 90 years that you live, right?
Say that again?
That piece of meat in that vat is growing for a lot less time than the 80 years that you live, right?
They're still using those same cells to continue this on and on and on.
And muscle doesn't just grow without, like, it atrophies if you don't exercise it. I don't think they're exercising these petri dishes.
No, not so much.
No, but it's providing the environment where it has what it needs to grow.
But it doesn't. It doesn't have all the things that it needs to grow. They have to add a whole chemical slurry. What do they call that? A nitrogen-based cell slurry that is all kinds of fillers and chemicals, and it still doesn't provide you the same nutritional profile that the
Can
actual.
you smoke that?
What was that?
Can you smoke that cell slurry? I'd try it. Gibbs, let's try some slurry.
I'm down. I would definitely try it once. Like,
Woo-hoo. You guys can try that and tell me how it is.
I'll eat a pig's
Look,
ass.
the real question is, it's safer to eat than an Oreo cookie.
Everything is safer to eat than an Oreo cookie. An Oreo
And
cookie.
there you go. What are we arguing?
What
about?
about a deep fried
Damn, I like
Oreo
Oreos.
cookie?
I still think that the best possible solution is that people get more connected to their own food supply.
That's what I was thinking would be the solution here, you know, and not everybody has the room for it, right?
Too many people for that.
If you live in a city, like you got to have, you're going to be doing some plant growing up on the roof, or you know, what is this, square foot gardening kind of stuff.
I had potato buckets.
Potato buckets, yeah, I've seen those. But it's not going to give you like a full course meal either. It's not like
It doesn't give you shit.
around.
Let me tell you, the return on investment for a garden is
so
fucking
minimal.
nuts.
Yeah, you're spending a lot of effort.
Yeah,
a lot
but
of
I think
effort.
it's.
We
Well, I think
spent
it's a little
zero
bit.
on our garden last year, and I have done nothing but can, and we've been eating off that garden for.
I don't know what you're doing that I'm
You're
not. I
not-
tried to garden 2 years in a row, and it was just
saving.
Yeah,
but that is also hold on. That is also like your main job. Like you're expecting that someone who's working a 9 to 5 to do that, and then go out and have a full enriched garden as well. You know,
Look, I can say
having the
one thing
space
for sure.
Sure, go ahead, crack baby.
I can say one thing for sure. It's not easy for somebody to have a full-time job and raise cattle, because I got a full-time job and I raise cattle. Also, right now for sure, the beef prices for the market is ridiculous. You can make some money. I'm telling you that for sure. You can make some money if you like. I just sold some like last year.
This is an accomplished crack baby right here.
Well, I mean, to what you're saying, I think though that most ranchers, I can't speak for you, Mr. Baby, but I will say this: I am reinvesting most of what I've made in like the cattle back into like growing the herd. So it's not like it's liquid cash. It's like, you know, I don't know. I think that's important because people just assume rancher, you're rich, boy. And like, it's not how that works.
No, you can see the difference between like small. You can see like the difference between small time ranches and big time ranches. I've seen videos where like some ranchers will have like holes inside the cattle, and they're feeding their cattle through that hole, which is ridiculous and should be abandoned 100%. I do mine with grass fed, and if I don't have enough grass, I go get hay. Sometimes I might use cattle cues, but that's rare. I prefer just grass fed. But anybody else that's doing that weird shit, it should stop. Lab grown, it should be banned. I'm sorry, I don't care.
I agree.
We can't do better at nature than nature, and I think the
Exactly.
environmental claims that nature is bad for nature
I disagree with that. If we believed that, then that guy wouldn't have genetically engineered wheat and stopped the starvation crisis, right? There wouldn't be
Wheat
4
is part
billion
of
extra
nature,
people in
right?
the world. Yeah,
Wheat,
but he changed it though to where it could grow in different
Controlling-
climates, right?
Controlling pollination and growing methods, that's way different than growing something in a petri dish and then
Exactly.
having a gullible population go, oh, look, this is meat. It's just the same. It was made in a lab with love. They put extra love into this petri dish.
And no, there's actually been
taste it, too.
there's been actual studies that show that how cows are fed and treated throughout their time. It shows the difference between the marble and the meat. So you can't just say, oh, a marble dish would be the same as just a wheat, a grain, or anything else. No, it won't be the same. I can promise you that.
Fourth Wiseman comes up with the Big Ten, says nature always wins. If anyone thinks a tweak here and a tweak there is going to remedy anything long term, then possibly you are just a fool. Example, in time without interference, all dogs return to wolf. That's an interesting.
Is that true?
thought there. That's what I wanted to know, actually.
If you leave them in the wild long enough,
like-
yeah.
I think coyotes are the ones that's winning because they're spread across the United States, and wolves, and when they breed with coyotes and they call it coy wolves, and they're closer to coyotes. I think it's the coyotes that are The actual ones that are the
I
winning.
think raccoons are winning around here. Those little
Coons
fuckers.
too, yeah.
No, but I've seen in the country where dogs. I've seen in the country where dogs actually, if they're loose so long enough to where they start getting towards a wolf mindset and they start attacking other livestock. So it
Yeah,
does
those
happen.
packs of wild dogs. I've seen those things. They're crazy looking because you'll have big dogs, little dogs. They look all sorts of, but they all act the same.
Yep.
We lost an alpaca this last spring to a pack of wild dogs. I shot one of them, and then a rancher down the road, it killed his calves, and he shot 3 of them.
Oh,
and then we have the last one.
Well, we have Bubba, but that's where Bubba came from, was that wild pack of dogs.
The last thing I want to say on the beef and actually the cloning thing too, like all these things have uses that are like important, like right, like I think we can't space explore, at least for the foreseeable future without bio meat. Like I think that's just got to happen at some point, right? But at the same time with the cloning, I was just talking to Ghosty here when I mentioned the clone the best like cow. I would be willing to clone my best like prize breeding bull, right? However, I would also have like 3 or 4 other breeding bulls that I would let roam loose because I don't want to get a genetic bottle cap on my ranch, right? Like, I think that there's uses for it, but all of a sudden, if you have 15 bulls, you're only having to clone of that bull, like breed. Well, now we got a whole different ball game. Like, that's a different story. Like, I think that everything's okay in moderation. It's the same problem I have with the government, right? Is you give them a little power, give them a mouse a cookie, then they want a glass of milk. People don't do that. People always look to cut corners when they don't have to. Good economists, if you look at HEB, for example, they give back to the community and they're making money hand over fist. They're literally only in like 2 states right now, and they're on the number 3 best grocer, like most grocers, to support over several $1 billion now in revenue. I think it shows that good business can do it, but like it's too many bad business people.
I think I have a compromise. So how about we just use that lab grown meat only for people that's in space? Why do we have to worry about people that's on Earth? If we're worrying about feeding people that's out of space, why not use that? And we make MREs already for like military stuff, so why not use it for something like that?
2 words: space bandits.
Even
Space
if
bandits.
it's like feeding
Space
the poor at this point, right? I mean,
you guys know that the CEO for one of the major soup companies was already caught saying that they already put this meat in like a lot of packaged food in soups, especially. Yeah.
It said he won't feed it to his family.
Well,
listen, but hold on. Those CEOs, they're uppity. Listen, I come from the ghetto. The poor food tastes better than whatever he's eating. I wouldn't trust his food opinions. Maybe give me my Campbell's processed whatever bullshit and let me make a King Ranch chicken or whatever out of it. And he can eat whatever he wants to eat.
But that's most rich people, isn't it? Like, what is it? Some people's like, I won't let my kids go on Facebook, even though I helped run and created Facebook, or I created iPhone. But you can't use the iPhone. It's the same.
They know better. They know what it
I'd
can
tear
do.
up some fucking ravioli, man. Out of can, hell yeah.
Well, and I wanted to add a little bit to FMC, and I don't know that it necessarily makes it any better, but like I was a vegetarian and a vegan for part of that for like 10 years, and it totally fucked my health. That's me personally. It's not saying that would necessarily happen to anybody else, but it did to me. And I kind of had to figure out how to get around that thing in my brain that was like, but you don't want to eat Lola. Lola the cow. But I just kind of like the abortion topic we were just talking about. I would rather let a cow have a good couple years of life where it gets to graze in a field and feel the sunshine and it had a chance at life, and it might be a shorter life than it would have had, but it got to have life.
Yeah,
and that
might be a longer life.
Yeah.
I just think that if
until it was brutally murdered and then slaughtered and
it's
consumed.
not murder.
They're not always.
And anybody who has that attitude,
joking.
like we can't eat living things, look at the world around you. That's like an extinction mindset.
The grass is a living thing. Literally, the grass is literally living. So you're eating something living.
That too.
So you either hate God or you hate evolution.
Can't have both.
Yeah.
So I just don't think it's so. Everybody here wants the population to keep growing, correct? I'm just going to assume that everybody here would be fine with the population going from like 8 billion up to 10 billion. So if we keep on going, right, it just means that we have to do these kind of factory farm kind of methods. I think that it kind of necessitates it if you have this further demand for it.
I actually don't disagree with that. And I think that as much as we like to shit talk factory farming, it's basically eliminated starvation in the whole world, except for where it's imposed intentionally through sanctions or war.
Yeah,
I actually don't think factory farming could keep up if our population keeps going like that. So I think this will end up being, before it ends up being a space kind of thing, which I think that is actually a really useful kind of thing to say for it. But I think it will end up being the kind of meat that is fed to the very bottom end first. I think meat is or somebody out there is trying to make meat rare to make it more expensive, right? And so this would be the alternative that they can get the lower end to start eating first.
Yeah.
While their options shrink from getting priced out.
Yeah.
Eat some bugs.
Hold on, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting you say that, though.
Plot, I don't know.
But hold on, it's interesting you say that when we haven't even maxed out production yet, right? Like the beef industry right now is very low. Like it could get way substantially higher, and we don't even know what the maximum ceiling for that is right now. Now, so when y'all are saying, oh, it's not sustainable. I got some doubts, about what sustainable looks like. All the tech just keeps getting better. And right now, cow is I guess the methane's bad. Well, I don't know. It really depends how much stock you put in the
sustainable would imply how animals are treated, right? Factory farming implies that you're not going to treat them well, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. If you're talking about chickens, I 100% agree with you, right? But when you're talking about beef, technically I'm a factory farm, and they're literally pasture grazing one pasture to the next, to the next, to the next in a circle. And as long as you meet a certain threshold, they're going to call you a factory farm. Now that's 78% of ranchers, right? And then you have the other 9, up to 97% that's family owned, but they're family owned really in name only. They're like C&J, right? C&J, they're the ones who do the feedlots, but still that's only 20% of beef overall. And and even then, they're buying a lot of beef from these other farms. Just those cows are housed there for an interim period. So I just have doubts. People go factory farm evil if they really even know what a factory farm actually looks like or factory ranch. Yeah, I think that's important here because I don't think people know.
Yeah, I think people need to go actually see what a farm looks like so they can actually understand what a farm looks like. Because I mean, if you actually see what a rancher goes through chasing cattle when they get off the property, oh Lord, you'll be like, no, that's like chasing kids.
Mm-hmm. It is. And we live on a mountain. So when we're chasing cattle, we're chased up and down a mountain.
Yeah, and where I live in the country, but kind of on the edge of town. So I got old pasture behind me and then still got a highway kind of near me. So it's I get a call say, hey, your cattle in the middle of the road,
yeah.
So trust me.
I mean, what the Gibbs question to you? I mean, what if what cost? Maybe if you can round about it, what would it cost if I wanted to start a very small, tiny little ranch just for myself and my family? What's the cost of that? I mean,
150K, 100K, because let me give you the example. Just say you only have 20 acres or something small, and you wanted to put fencing. And this is actually, I guess I was just talking to you in the background. The whole reason I even got into debates is because I was watching I guess maybe it was Wick or somebody, and they didn't open afterwards, and they literally were talking about illegals. And the thing about the illegals was they were destroying our fencing. And people think ranchers making money hand over fist, but no. If I want to go put a basic cheap barbed wire fence down, and I want to go fence through the wilderness in a brush, that's $8,000, just for a small stretch of fencing. And so when you're talking about getting the cattle, making sure you have either the supplementary feed, because you do have to get cubes for them, less than 5%, but you still have to get the supplementary feed. You have to ensure you have coastal or grain or other grass that when it gets cold, right? This year it was colder earlier, so we had to, and they had to buy more coastal. My family did, in order to get it out there beforehand, because they were struggling with grass production. It was just slow grass year, right? And so then you have to have oh, okay, I'm going to take this thing on loan, right? Because your cattle take 2 years to start turning a profit. That's if they even turn a profit. That's they might just get the herd going, right? And that's an optimum. So probably if I had to estimate a small farm of maybe less than 10 cows, probably at least 100K to get started.
But even then, you'll always still be spending money throughout the time. So you're always losing money until you gain money, but you're still always losing money at the end.
And I'm not even talking about ATVs or tractors. I'm talking about you walking out there by yourself and doing this yourself, maybe your truck. Yeah, that's going to add up quick. And then you don't have irrigation. So how are you going to water it?
Exactly. Me, I'm just a small town rancher. I have 10.5 acres, and I chase my cattle on foot. And if I push hay bales off my truck. I don't have a trailer. I mean a tractor. I'll push hay bales.
Well, that's
Like,
a good example right there. Like the difference between like what you got going on and what I got going on, right? Like I have a hay baler, which is expensive as fuck, right? And then I have on my tractors, I have little forklifts to lift up these huge bales, like and drop them in an area. What he's talking about is a much smaller bale than an average guy. Now they're not small,
no,
they're like 50
no, no, no,
pounds.
no, no, no,
But
no.
like
These are from 600 to 800 to 1,000 pound bales.
even never mind it.
Round bales?
Well, I mean,
Yes, round bales I'm pushing.
Well, that's
Truck.
impressive. That's impressive. I bet what I'm envisioning most of the time is going to be the smaller square bales that a guy.
No, I got round bales and I'm pushing off
Hey,
my truck.
more power
with
to
no
you.
trailer.
But even if they're doing just the round ones, they still have to equal the amount to feed this amount of cattle as a bigger bale. So it's still out there doing the work. And it's just convenient. But yeah, more power to you if you went to the round ones.
Oh shoot, I have no choice. Hell,
I'm impressed. I'm
What
really.
kind of truck do you have?
I have
Yeah.
a Ram. I have a Dodge 2015 Dodge Ram 1500.
Just the 1500, huh?
It's seen a lot of hell.
First thing I did when I got it is blow out the wheel hubs on my F-150. So I've forever done with Ford.
Oh, you should have seen me before I got my truck. I had a little Sentra, and I was putting like little square bales all in the trunk and in the back seat and in the passenger seat. I was packed out.
We got chickens. One time we tried to do the chicken thing, and you buy chicks, you can't really tell what they are, but so one of them turned out to be a rooster. And when I figured out it was a rooster, I don't remember where, because Facebook kicked my listing off. But anyways, this dude who came to get the rooster, Mexican guy, like a little 2-door car, he just grabs the rooster and drives off with just like in his little car with a chicken underneath his fucking arm like that. It was like,
Oh,
man,
dude,
you're gonna.
I've had it to where I got like I got a little exterior outside, and when I first got out here, I had to go get some goats, and I had 3 goats in the back of my exterior, and I had to bring them back home because they left the property. The most redneck shit ever.
Ben bought me a goat when he and I first got together, and he found it on a Craigslist ad locally, and so we went out to go get the goat in my Jeep. So I'm sitting in the back of this Jeep holding a freaking stinky male goat the whole way back to the house, like 45 minutes. Yeah, that was great.
Now I gotta start looking on Craigslist for goats.
Fair enough. Brick sends in a big 10, says lab grown meat is good for the ladies. Unfortunately, it's in Vegas, baby. playing the sluts machine till a dirty blackjack puts an ace in the hole. Bring up 10th. Dusty choose an avatar.
I don't even know what any of that means at all.
I think he's referring to himself as the lab grown meat. Unfortunately,
You could pick somebody with an avatar to
Taboo.
go back.
He wants you to bring up 10th man, but he would like you to choose an avatar.
Oh, one of the
Taboo.
avatars to drop. See you, Drew.
Drew. All right, Drew to the back. Here comes 10th.
What's up, everybody?
What the lab grown part is? Like, what are they making the meat out of specifically?
They usually use like soylent or some like plant material.
It sounds like y'all were talking about factories earlier, which is more about efficiency, not like the science between lab grown meat.
No, I'm actually talking about lab grown meat, and gosh, I wish that I had written down some of the actual things. But basically, they harvest cells from a living calf baby, usually in vitro, and then they place those in a nitrogen-based cell slurry, and then they add chemicals to it, and then a whole bunch of most places are using bovine-based. Gosh, I forget what they called it. God, I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm tired. Maybe you can help me out with this, Gibbs. Is it BSH? I forget.
I'm not sure of the exact chemical, but it's the bioreactors that they use to produce the amino acids and the proteins. That's what's really energy intensive. To which I think you're talking about. Like, that was what your question was?
I don't hear anything inherently wrong with what y'all are talking about. I mean, like, there's possibilities of making like healthy meat out of anything, like algae or whatever, but just because it's made in the lab doesn't make it evil or bad. But usually
I don't think anybody's claimed that.
Incomplete.
And if you're talking about like instead of the natural ranching or whatever, that's a whole different debate. So that's why I wasn't sure what.
Well, I mean, the argument is this is how they push us out. Like it's just how they push the ranchers out. They gain more control over the people's like what they're eating. They gain more population control. They it's also a segment that doesn't vote left. I don't know many roadshow ranchers that vote left.
But then
never
also,
forget
again,
the big ag was the major contributor to the old food pyramid. These people have never had our interest at heart.
Nobody ever does or ever will. You have to have your own interest at heart.
Right? Correct.
Wait, what's wrong with the food pyramid?
I want to say something in reference to that though too. So like, you gotta think about your body as like, what was that? So your body has receptors for basically anything you're going to eat. And so think of it as like Legos and Duplos. When you get a piece of beef, your body is a Lego system and that beef is a Lego and those little pieces lock up perfectly and they build something that your body knows what to do with. But when you throw in the Duplos, which are the fake Legos, which is the lab grown meat, your body doesn't necessarily know how to process that the same way that it does something that it's biologically designed to eat. You're not going to get the same things out of it. And in fact, because your body can't produce, it can't necessarily break down everything that it's eating, it's going to store it and lock it away in precancerous tumors because it doesn't know what to do with it. That's what our bodies do. It encapsulates stuff that it doesn't know what to do with that's harmful and goes, stick it over here until we can figure out what to do with it. And we should stop putting things in our bodies that our bodies cannot recognize as food.
Oreos are so good though.
Oreos are great. Nuke sends in $750 on PayPal and says someone else can add the $250 and choose to boot someone. So if somebody wants to take credit for boot, just send $250 and Nuke's got the rest of it. And they say ha ha ha. Fourth Wiseman with a big 10 says 1 round bale equals 14 square bales in volume, mass, and weight approximately. But if you use a double cutter bar on the round baler, you can get 18 squares in volume to 1 round bale. Holy shit, that was a lot of brain work. Also, on that note, you have less than 6 minutes, and that one from Nuke counts as another dono. So we only need 3 more donos to continue the show. That's not that bad. You guys are moving along very well. So just 3 more dono goals and the show continues on. You guys can do it. I believe in you. Just 3 more. Any thoughts on the bail thing? That's kind of cool. Like how if you do it one way, it's only 14, but if you do it the other way, it's 18. And those square hay bales are still not light either. Like,
no, they're not. But and there's also different size round bales too, because there's not just one size round bales. Depending on who bails it and what size they bail it in, it can be multiple sizes, and some are just always heavier.
Same thing with the rectangular bales. We don't have square bales here, Fourth Wiseman, but we have rectangular bales, and they're either 2-string or 3-string.
I think that's what he means.
Yeah, they're rectangle, but we call them square bales.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm so curious. So the food pyramid thing, you think the food pyramid was a made up conspiracy to make people unhealthy or something, or
no, they lied on how they did it.
Subsidized.
To push grains, which aren't part of a balanced
But everything
diet.
else, yes, is correct.
So
It's
the wheat
better
and grains?
reversed. You need more fruits and vegetables and meats than grains.
Okay.
And the other thing that the FDA has done with that food pyramid that's really, really criminal is that it's basically told you that fat's bad for you. And the fact of the matter is your nervous system, your brain cannot function without fat. So many processes in the body cannot happen without fat. And when you take fat out of the diet, it does really bad things to people.
They told us that animal fat like bacon grease and things like that would kill you, and that canola oil was the good thing, and they lied.
Big lies.
Did they lie or did they just like not know?
They didn't
Like,
understand the science yet.
The food pyramid was
Hold on
propagated
now,
from the
carbs.
wheat
No, they
industry.
knew.
Well,
Hold on,
Ghosty, you
carbs do
just
have
got
its place
roofie.
now.
Well, Ghosty, you just brought this up earlier, right? You brought up the milk, right? We know the government had interest in the milk. One of the higher things in the food pyramid is milk, calcium, cheeses, right? Like so, like it's the ones they had interest in pushing. It's part of the reason at the time
But
when they pushed the food
they
pyramid.
lied. They lied about even milk because, like, I just started drinking like actual real milk, and it once you start getting your body acquainted to it, it's not actually bad for your body. It has a whole lot of
That's mighty good.
biomes and stuff that actually helps your body.
Yeah.
And actually, if people that was lactose actually started drinking a little bit by a little bit, it might actually help them.
Well, with that one, I don't know if you know this one or not, but we raise A2 cows. And so most dairy production milk is made out of A1 producing cows. And that is what most people have a lactose intolerance to. If you can find A2 milk in a store or find somebody who obviously is around you that produces it, that is going to be a way better option for you. It's a lot more digestible and it doesn't cause the same problems.
Yeah, my barber, he actually sells milk, and I buy it from him at the barber shop because he sells it there.
Listen, if I start selling milk, I'm going to tell you right now, don't buy it. All right, that's
I don't want the milk from
don't eat
you.
it. Yeah, I wouldn't eat it. No, not from me. I'm telling you right now. You don't want no Santa Gertrudis milk. That sounds terrible.
You get milk from your barber shop? That's awesome. I fucking dig that, dude.
I live in a small town that's like less than 1,000.
Fort Wiseman coming in with the Big Ted says sheds. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Shed space storage and knowing the volumes you have is exactly what's required for efficient feeding. Volume area plus more compact equals savings across the board, both storing and feeding.
Yeah.
That's I'm like learning so much about ranching right now.
Wiseman, when are you coming on the panel?
Yeah, Fourth Wiseman. And actually, I wanted to go ahead and did anyone have any final thoughts about lab grown meat or ranching, or are we all going to become farmers tomorrow?
I think all the people that want.
I will be a farmer when I wake up.
Everybody who wants lab grown meat needs to eat it for 10 years, and then we'll think about it.
Yeah.
There are no
already-
long-term health studies on the effects of the lab-grown meat on people. There are no health studies that I could find on how it affects the human body.
Well, okay. Listen. I don't know anybody here. Maybe Mr. Baby over here. This is against lab grown meat, like as I am. You know, as the fact that it goes against my bottom dollar. But to be fair to them, it's only existed like 2 years. How much research can they really have out? Like,
we don't have enough research.
Like the early 2000s, not just for 2 years. That's just when it got FDA approved.
Yeah,
it doesn't really matter to me, even if we have studies of it.
I agree with that. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, the counterparty risk of just like entrusting somebody to, I just don't want it.
Exactly. Why even take the chance?
I think it's worth the research, though. I mean, like, I don't see a problem in researching it, and
if people want to research it,
why not
want to eat that shit, that's fine.
Yeah.
If it starts to push out or adversely affect actual meat, I've got an issue with that.
Well, you know who can research it? Private companies. I don't want my tax dollars to go to fucking pay for this lab-grown meat research. Somebody else can pay for that shit, not me.
Utilize.
Yeah, especially not him.
Well, I mean, my whole thought process to it be and shout out to Fourth Wiseman with the Big Ten says gold needs 2 more. Actually, you only need 1 more because Nuke sent one on PayPal, and I will allow it. Towards the goal. So you technically only need 1 more. And who am I to be a bitch at this point? Since Dusty sent me a big 100 earlier, I'm in a much better mood. All right. So actually I was thinking, if you're going to test it, why not test it in situations where we're already like
Africa.
That's where I was going
Prison.
with it. Oh, Fourth
India.
Gold done.
Democrats.
You slackers. Thank you, Fourth Wiseman. The show will not.
Thanks, Fourth Wiseman.
And I just want to get everyone's final thoughts out
Thank
on
you,
the
sir.
ranch or lab grown meat real quick, and then we'll move on to the next topic because, and Nuke sends in $12.50 on the PayPal and says fixed. Fair enough. And Nuke, if you want to boot anyone, we do have effigy backstage if you want to use that towards it. But my thought would be this, because this is how we've tested a lot of vaccines. This is how we get past bioethical debate boards in regards to testing, like human testing, where they go to some poor country, poor area where they have no medical care. They have minimal clean water. They have minimal food. They're already in a rough patch to begin with. And that's where they'll say, hey, look, if you guys let us test on you, this new vaccine or whatever the case may be, we're going to have full medical food supplies, clean water supplies, and all of these other things for the next 20 years here and available for you. And if you're pregnant, like when they want to test on pregnant women, they'll say, hey, if you're pregnant, we will take care of you and your baby, and all of the health care needs will deliver and everything, and we'll track your child for the next 18 years if you allow us to give you this vaccine or this thing while you're pregnant, right? So the ethics behind it are really awkward, right? They would have been worse off without us anyways, right? So when it comes to this lab meat testing, right, I'm thinking, okay, when we want to send out aid across the globe to other countries or the impoverished people elsewhere or whatever, send them the crap, and let us keep our real beef and real veggies and real food for ourselves. And let's, you know what I mean? Like, I could understand in survival issues with what is the Salvation? No, not Salvation Army. Red
Canadian
Cross.
Army?
No, Red Cross, when they like there's a hurricane or there's a disaster of some sort,
FEMA.
or FEMA, all of those things. I could understand if they pack up this lab packed meat and
but I want to object to you here on this ground, right? Like, okay, this is maybe I'm not a libertarian, but this is where the libertarian brain starts kicking in, and it's like, okay, look at examples.
Will be.
Yeah, hey, listen, I can't be because I believe we're not going to do that debate now. So this is where it kicks in a little bit, and it goes, oh, okay. Well, if let's look at HEB next to FEMA. HEB's response arguably was a better job and helped more people than what FEMA did for these floods. And HEB has done this time and time again. They have a squad that goes. This is a private company that's doing it just to sow goodwill and just to help their fellow Texans. And they've proven time and time again over multiple national disasters that they're better than, like, say, FEMA. So if a company wants to go and invest in this bio meat and do it for FEMA or whatever, let them, but let's do it private. I don't want my tax dollars to even go to FEMA in general, much less them fucking doing some research into this competitor of mine. And then they're going to use it to, like, hook people on it. Nah, fuck all that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is at the very least, if we're going to use lab meat anywhere, use it somewhere that it's you have no other options, right? Or
like
use it
MREs or in space.
What about people volunteering for it?
If people want to volunteer, you know what? There's probably a lot of people out in California, San Diego, walking around with no homes, no this, and they'll gladly accept. Just put a little tracker on them or something, right? And they shit in the streets anyways, so you can easily test their shit.
Hold on again. Like, okay, this is going to be the libertarian and the lefty argument now. So I like on one hand, I want to be like, yeah, base, let's fucking do it. But on the other hand, I'm very self-interested. But like on the other end, right? Like one, I'm going my tax dollars, and I don't trust the government to be putting trackers on people. Like, that's bad. And like two, that's just, let's not even start that. And then we're gonna go over, because then they'll expand legally because whatever. And then the other
track them so that we can get their shit.
Yeah, but and then lefties. Hold on, the lefties have a good argument here. Hold on, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do this, but the leftist argument would be, and this is going to be, I think, it'll hold a lot of water with especially Christians, is going to be like, hey, okay, these people are in dire straits, and you're going to take advantage of them being in this dire strait to experiment on them? Oh, yeah, that's not a good look. Right?
We've already been doing that. We've been doing it for years upon years upon years.
Yeah, it's been bad almost every time. I mean,
10th man supports Sarah's message.
Listen, just because we got a lot of medical advances from like the Japanese like little special group, doesn't mean they shouldn't have been. They should have been out there torturing those people during World War II. Same thing. Like, I mean, yeah, we could use the advancements from evil people, but we shouldn't generally be like, hey, whatever gets the job done when it comes to like medical science. Like that's how you get smallpox.
It's like taking advantage of people in desperate situations and.
Why am I the one saying this? Thank you, Ghosty.
But
like the pharmaceutical industry.
And this is how the bioethics boards were able to weigh this, like when they were doing science experiments in Africa or whatever on pregnant women, so on and so forth. Their quality of life is 1,000 times better, even when those experiments are being done on them, even with the risk being brought forth, because they literally had nothing. So the medical care, the food, the water, the this, the that. Now, I'm not saying it's the brightest idea in the world. All I'm saying is if we're going to do lab grown meat, like use it for the shit that when we need it in like dire, like feed the poverty or feed the poor, you'd send it to Africa if we're doing US aid kind of shit, whatever. Whatever, all that stuff. And let me interrupt for just a second. Nuke says, because Nuke sent on the PayPal, so he has a boot and he says you can make a panelist choose if they want to. No pressure. I'm putting all the pressure on you. Gibbs, pick someone.
So B pick someone. I don't know who's been. I don't know who's been the quietest. I guess Iggy, whatever his name is, Iggy. Yeah, I heard him speak. Oh well,
I was going to say you can boot me. I kind of do have to go somewhere.
Oh, okay. Bring I-5 back. Kick him. Yeah, but I'm sorry about that. I didn't. Yeah, we could leave him and kick Uncle Jack here.
But thank you. Always a gracious host, Raging Tomato. Always.
Nice seeing you, Jack.
Everyone, fuck you, Tent. Why'd you wait so long to come hang with me, bud? The fuck, Tent.
I'm usually live when you're live, and I don't notice you're live till after I'm live.
I know, you too, bud. I love that.
I'll be there. I'll be there, brother. I'll be there.
Nice being on the panel with you.
Soylent Green. That's funny. That's a good reference.
I want to go. I want to go to your barbershop, buy some milk. Yeah, I'm there, bro.
I'm quiet because I don't talk over people. That's why I was quiet.
No, yeah, you're fine. I wasn't any hard feelings. I was just like, I don't know anybody here. I mean, I want to, Sarah. I just once again want to push back a little bit. You know who says the same shit? The socialists. Look at North Korea. They go, hey, we can not have as much famine if we use our troops as like to get money from Russia and build munitions.
Scary.
And most of them die. Hey, it's less mouths to feed. The greater good. Like, do we really want to be the guys doing that? Like,
all I'm saying is if they're gonna do it, right, and they're gonna make it, like, let's not make it part of the Gen Pop meal plan.
Like I said, use it for MREs or like space food. That will be way better.
I just can't believe I'm the one defending this point.
Soldiers. I think if a private company wanted to do testing, experiments or whatever, testing with this, they could have paid volunteers to get to pay for this experimentation. Like, I think that would be probably the best.
But why would you do that when you could just test it on the whole population and them not know it?
It's called ethics.
Oh yeah, like our country has ethics.
Oh yeah, they have a whole
lot of them, don't they?
That is what Bill Gates has been doing over and over and over. It's why he's been kicked out of countless countries, because he was experimenting on people without their consent or their knowledge of what they were doing, and he wound up sterilizing entire populations of people. Bill Gates Foundation.
Y'all also just made the liberal lefty argue free market capitalism, which is blowing my mind.
I like
good job, Ghosty.
Well, hold on. I mean, at the same time, I feel real dirty being the one to argue the ethics point, like, at all. Like, I feel that's not very Gibbsian. I don't know. I can't believe that we're like, hey, we want the government to go do more sus shit with our tax dollars. That's really getting to me a little bit. Like, I don't trust these socialists at all.
Was
it the government?
At this point,
this
like,
is private
what are
companies.
Well, okay, but like, okay.
Because look at it this way. It sounds to me, based on what you and Mrs. Balderson are saying, we might be at a point where beef is no longer going to be available to everyone. And I say that
If
by
they keep pushing us out,
quantity and so on and so forth. And I believe someone was telling me how they're shipping more in, they're importing more beef, right?
Yeah,
okay.
The Argentina beef, yeah.
What happens when we get to a point where we don't have the supply to match the demand, but we still need to get some kind of meat out there?
That's what they're creating on purpose. They're creating
I got some meat
on purpose.
Well, they're going to have to do one of two things. They'll have to replace it or lower standards. And so then we'll have to go get like beef from.
Even if you're not doing it on purpose, the more people you have, the more space you need, and the less space you have for cows. So you can't solve that problem.
yeah. So how about we stop bringing people in the country so we can have more spots?
Let's start a new meat chain called Soylent Green. That'll solve the problem.
Oh my God!
How many people have actually heard of that anymore, though? That's pretty old school.
I think we should let the free market decide. If labs can produce higher quality meat for a more affordable price, I think that's the market deciding.
Times the cost.
I don't know about that.
Times the cost.
There's other,
but do we actually know how nutrition?
If a company was going to face 20 times the cost to switch out the meat in a Campbell soup can to something that's way more expensive, they wouldn't make money on it. That makes literally no sense. It cannot cost more.
We have all sorts of shit that doesn't make any sense without government subsidies. Look at windmills.
Well, let me throw one really weird scenario at you.
Position. The problem is evil people. So they'll argue that they're doing it for profit or whatever, but they'll cut corners and inject like poisons and fillers and shit and make people sick and then try to hide it and cover it up. That part I agree with, but you can't cancel out the free market and just say, no meat should be allowed to be grown in lab.
Well, let me throw something real sus at you. All right, let's just say
we still don't know. Oh.
Let's just say that the evil government, people in control, they all really are child-eating worshippers of Molech or whatever, right? They like to eat people. What's to stop these fuckers from making human lab-grown meat and start eating it? Are we cool with that? Like, we just want to have human lab-grown meat down at Walmart? Like,
no.
y'all want that? Like, oh, well, so where's the line then? Like, it's fine when it's cow, but this little soup that we made that's same genetics as a human. Where's the line?
You know what?
I say laundry would be: is it more moral to allow them to actually kill people rather than eat lab-grown human meat?
Companies don't have morals; people have morals.
I would argue it is more moral.
But even then, do we know how nutrition it'll actually be compared to actually real food?
What if we found out human meat can cure cancer?
Well, then Trump would endorse it, and the left would never go into it. So then we'd be set.
What were you going to say, Sarah?
I actually had this random thought in more recent weeks because of all of the economic talks and all of the weird conspiracy theories we've run down and all of this other shit I'm seeing, and I'm like, oh my God, we're just being so blind to so many things. And I sat there and I thought, as I was eating my chicken, right, my little chicken parmesan, and I'm like, what if chicken isn't chicken? Like, what happens to all these missing people? What happens to all of these poor people? What happens to people that are on the streets? Like what if chicken really isn't chicken? How the fuck do I know it's chicken? What's a chicken look like? Unless have I been on a
conspiracy?
Right. Well, not even pink paste, but it's like, how do I know it's not all fucking fake?
Because humans taste like pork. We know that. It's been documented.
To cook for man. It's a cookbook.
You don't know.
Yeah, they know.
That's a
well documented.
Know.
So it's not chicken. You wouldn't have to worry about that.
Who cares?
No. That means how to serve humans.
It's really good. Hold on. You asked how you would know that it's not. Well, they don't taste like chicken, according to every report.
But the point is that my entire thought process behind it was we're being lied to about so much shit. The food distributors, there's like 3 main food distributors, right? And they go everywhere, like to all of the restaurants, all of the grocery stores. Yep. Everybody uses the same 3 people, right? Yep. How do we know those 3 companies are actually giving us real food? And I don't think we are. I think it's all shit. I even sit there and I questioned eating the strawberries the other day. I'm like, how do I know these are real at this point?
I hate to
just mush something together.
They're not.
I
They're
hate, to, I
GMOs
hate to
too.
give an answer that everyone's going to groan at, but the answer to this is regulation.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was
I mean,
gonna
it
say
is. There's a reason that Europe has overall better food than us. There's a reason that Europe sells actual bread and not like glyphosate, whatever. It's because they have strict regulations on what can go in their food. Probably here you go. I'll turn all your heads. The one thing that the Trump administration, one of the few things that they've done that I've actually agreed with is when Kennedy took out went for all the dyes and additives in food. I agree with that a whole lot because that's been banned in Europe for years now.
All of the food, effigy, even the Norwegian fish farms versus the wild caught fish you can get in America.
I mean, I don't know every regulation in every country in Europe.
It's horrible.
I know they're more strict on what kind of chemical additives can be in food, and that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But they also did some unfair stuff, right? And that's part of why Trump pushed the tariffs. I don't want to have the tariff debate, but for example, he had an agreement where they wouldn't what was it? The EU wouldn't take American beef because of basically we put antibiotics in certain cattle. That would extend to even organic beef in America couldn't be shipped over there or shipped over in certain quantities, or they put a limit on the tonnage of beef that can be. Now, as an America First guy, I'd be pretty pro if we took those policies here, but we weren't doing that. So he renegotiated. So I think that's important to factor in when it comes to some of these things. It was a give and take. It was the regulations, but on the other side, some of those regulations were to exclude certain market operators like the United States. And
we have a beef shortage here, and we're having to import Argentinian beef. Why are we sending American beef out?
Because we have a luxury beef as well as we have standardized beef. I mean, it's just why does Rolex ship watches whenever Citizen exists?
Yeah, good point.
Because money talks.
Yeah. Israel needs their heifers for the apocalypse. Texas is going to sell them to it.
Got to make those Red Bulls.
Red heifers.
Yeah, the red ones. Don't worry. We're working on it. Santa Gertrudis. They're going to be all red one day.
I wanted to say that I think Dusty kind of called it earlier, and I think that we need to pay attention to that. Is you guys need to we collectively need to use our brains and understand that you can't out nature, and you can't expect people to be honest. And you're going to have to, at some point in time, my addition here, you got to be responsible for at least some part of your food, whether it's you growing or raising something, or you at least being connected to people that are near enough to you that you can supply yourself with food through farmers markets, or even just not food sharing, but you can buy a share of a cow. You can go out to co-ops and help farm and or just go buy their products. There are ways of getting around the industrial food system. You just have to put in the effort to do it. And
it's easier the further away from a city you are, though.
Right.
We're gonna let
the closest
Beth,
farm to me is probably
Beth
40
make
minutes.
her. We're gonna let Beth make her exit. You looking a little sleepy there.
I am exhausted. I'm gonna go to bed for a while. You guys have a great night. Thank you for having me, Sarah. As always.
Mm-hmm.
Have a great night, guys. We'll see you later.
Good night.
We'll see you around.
That's me.
Nope.
Night,
See me
night.
all the time at
Alright.
Turkey's. What are you talking about? Bye, guys.
Good night.
Dream
And
about me.
shout
Bye,
out
Beth.
to Dusty for sending in the raid over. All right, let's move to the next topic because I feel like that one is a good conversation, but
Kids
we're
were
not
still
yelling
talking
enough.
about meat by the time I got back to the panel.
Yeah, exactly.
Also,
Only
My bad,
because
continue.
Spencer said that's why we talk about meat.
What's that, Gibbs?
I was just saying bye, Beth. It was good seeing you again. Sorry.
Oh. Actually, Gibbs, I wanted to give you the opportunity to pick the next topic.
You're muted. You muted.
You're muted.
We're ready. Go ahead. Sorry, I just came back discombobulated. Go ahead. Hit me with it.
All right, I'll give you the topics and there's some prompts that come with them, but you just let me know which one you want to look at. We've got AI, we've got a cashless society, we've got transgender, we've got modern feminism, does God exist, conspiracy theories, hate speech, social media platforms, arming teachers, open borders, universal basic income, cryptocurrency, cancel culture, vaccine mandates, deep fakes, space exploration, AI and misinformation, and are we living in a simulation?
Let me just quick poll real quick. I know Ghosty's like kind of like center lib. Effigy, you're pretty far like or left. Are you center lib? What do you think you are?
No, I'm more of a liberal. I'm not real
Okay.
a leftist at all.
Okay, I think that the one that's going to get us the most like arguing in here, since I think it's mostly conservative, would probably be the modern feminism. But I'm okay with open borders as well.
Okay. The I'll give you both prompts and you can pick. It is, has modern feminism become anti-men? And then open borders is moral duty or national security threat.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should more conservative. Let's go with the feminism one. I think at least I can argue a take that's going to make some of them mad. So yeah, feminism. Let's do that one.
All right. So to the panel, has modern feminism become anti-men? Gibbs, I'll let you start with your first thought, and then we'll move around the room.
Oh, well, no, once again, no pressure. Thanks. Yeah, so I'm going to go with no, feminism hasn't caused men the problems. Men have caused men the problems. We let all these feminists get in power because I hear every day when I come in these spaces how, oh, these women can't do nothing without the men. Well, that means that y'all gave these pussy men and these women all the power and let the feminists influence them because y'all either didn't care or just were lazy or whatever, and y'all let them get this participation trophy mentality and all this other bullshit. It's y'all's fault. We need to have been fighting against this from the start. Maybe y'all shouldn't be such pussies. If y'all wanted conservative Christian values, you should have set up like King Baldwin. You shouldn't have sat down like you were sitting to pee. That's what y'all did, and we can't blame women for trying to get what's theirs. Because everybody wants to get what's theirs. That's kind of my opening thoughts there.
All right. Crack Baby Go. Do you think that modern feminism or has modern feminism become anti-men?
No, I really truly blame the men because we train men to be so weak these days and so soft. Like they can't do anything without wanting to freaking cry and act like a little, I don't know, can I say sissy? Whatever. They act like punks, and I don't understand how you can just be so soft. But I can understand if they're not trained or raised right, but I can also say differently because I was raised by my mom and not my pops. But so I might be the different standard or what, you know what I mean? So, but still, I believe I blame men more than I blame women or anything. Women are just trying to do what men didn't step up to do.
All right. 10th man. Has modern feminism become anti-men?
Yes. Sorry, I was eating. I agree with these guys that say, oh, they're just pussies. But when they're raised that way in school and by single mothers, then what ends up happening is a lot of these dudes, by the time they turn 18, have not had very many positive things said to them by women that are close to them at all. So, or men. And they've been beaten down to the point where they don't even understand what positive reinforcement is. So it's all fine and dandy to put them down, but they've never seen the other path. So how are they supposed to know?
That's a good thought. All right. I do have some pushback to Gibbs, Crack Baby, and semi-tapping into what 10th said. I-Fi, to you, sir.
Yes, always has, always will.
Modern feminism is anti-men?
Absolutely. Always has, always will.
All right. Effigy, to you, sir.
I would say no, not as a whole, but there are definitely corners of feminism that definitely have that. The same way I would say that corners of the manosphere are definitely anti-women. I would say the difference is that the corners in the left on feminism are openly gay people, and the ones on the right are closeted gay people.
I could agree with that too. That's fair. Ghosty, to you, my dear.
Yeah, no, it's not anti-men. As a feminist, you can be a feminist, and you can also be a pro men's rights activism. You can be both. So, and like Effigy said, there are factions of feminism, the radical feminists who are anti-men, but that's not feminism as a whole. And I wouldn't blame the men either. You know, I think we oftentimes like to think that people have really changed a whole lot over time. I think throughout the entire history of humans, there have always been a lot of pussy men, just pussy people in general. And like things really haven't changed a lot. If you go back a couple generations, they were saying the same shit about calling the generation under them growing up. They were calling those boys pussies. So this is just something that repeats over time. I don't think it's that much different.
Just to clarify, I'm calling the older generations pussies, not the younger ones right now. That's just to be clear.
Oh, okay.
Also, in all fairness, pussy people includes women, and they're supposed to have pussies, so that's okay.
Yeah,
there's a
that's
lot
true.
of pussy women for sure. With pussy women with pussies.
Yeah, Mrs. Balderson, to you, please.
I definitely think feminism, like I actually agree a lot with both Gibbs and Crack Baby, what you guys said. I completely agree with that, but I also, and I don't disagree too much with what you said either, Ghosty, but I do think that feminism is promoting a lot of man hatred, and I think it's become very, very flippant how easy it is to talk about how dumb men are and how awful men are, and men are always abusive, and men are always name whatever derogatory term you want to put in that blank. But I think fundamentally we've kind of forgotten what men and women are. And I don't think we understand each other fundamentally the way different generations of the past did. I think we've sort of lost touch with reality when it comes to that. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. And I want to push back a little bit to Gibbs and Crack Baby Go, because even though we may say, yeah, there's, weak men kind of doing it to themselves, so on and so forth. I think also with that caveat, though, there's that factor of the infantilizing of young men and women that we've done, I think. I remember when I was 16, like I was held to a higher standard, right? I had to get a job. I had to do this. I had to do these things on my own. My daughter is now in a moment where it's like, well, you still have to do X, Y, and Z, but I'm not going to hold you to the standard that my parents held me, because I didn't have the option then. You know, they couldn't afford that option. I can slightly afford this option. But I think that we've done a lot of this, especially in schools. We've removed like the old bully factor. We're like high and tight on bullying to the point where it's like, my son called another kid, he said, well, that's gay, or you're gay, or something like that. I got a fucking phone call home. It was a big ordeal. He could be suspended if he does it again, and this and that, and received out of school suspend. Like, and I was like, the fuck? Like, the kid went whining to his mom, and his mom called the school and said that my son called her son gay. Like, that's gay, right? And it's like, we have infantilized all of these kids. We've made them soft, all of them. And a lot of this comes from the feminism pieces. Now, not necessarily feminism as a whole, but these little pieces that we've built in throughout the years, because we got to be nice to everybody and all this other bullshit, make bullying great again. All right. I dealt with a lot of it growing up. I was not the high school cheerleader, Little Miss Popular. I was tortured for 3 years straight. It was miserable. But now I deal with all of your dumb asses, and you all are the weak bitches, and I am the person with the biggest balls on the panel usually. So that's where I'll kind of have that pushback. They may be weak men, or we may have weak men, but they were kind of brought up that way to that degree in other factors.
All right. I agree with you. I was actually in the middle of how I felt, and I was trying to just think of where I was actually at in the situation of it. But I guess because the way I was raised, I just kind of had to force myself to be a man, and so to me, it's just like maybe other people didn't have to force themselves to grow up, but like so maybe I'm just the different standard of what didn't happen to somebody else. But like I do partially blame feminism. Like, no, cold-heartedly. I do. Like, there's no way I can't not blame it.
Blame what on feminism?
As far as to teach women to be like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love women that's independent, but to say that you're cold-heartedly independent and to where you don't need no help, and then where a woman, not all women, but certain women want to act too ignorantly to want to receive help, I think that's a problem.
Do you think men do that to some extent? Have a
Oh
hard
yes,
time
I do
asking for
that.
help?
Oh yes, I'm hard-headed a lot. I can admit to that. I'm not saying that men don't do that. Men are actually more hard-headed than probably women because we won't admit that we need help sometimes.
I want to kind of echo what you're saying, and this is kind of why I wanted to clarify after Ghosty Wit, is that I'm saying it's not the younger generations. Younger generations always get blamed for stuff, but right now I think we see the younger generation swinging back towards conservatism, and part of that is because they're so sick of what's happened, right? We had the millennials. I grew up the millennial, right? And in my lifetime, we've had, 15 world-ending events. Y2K, we had fucking September 11th, we've had the several wars, like every other week, the world's ending. Right? A large hadron collider, all this bullshit. And so we're jaded and we're drinking. And we had our parents who was like, and I remember about halfway through my middle school, high school career, it all switched. All of a sudden, the participation trophies became a big thing at every level, right? Because no one wanted to feel bad. And you can just compare me to my sister. And my sister, even though my parents are the same parents, they're like, oh, she's much softer, much more oh, what if they feel bad? And I'm just it's to the point that I get frustrated because bro, there are winners and losers in life, and if this is happening because, it's not just feminism, it's men, if we believe that men are the leaders as a conservative, that have let this happen. Right? I hear what's his name? All these people that say all the time, men are leaders at home and the church leaders at home, all these places. And I'm like, okay, well then how did we get here? They're like, oh, well, the evil lefties, the evil feminists. I'm like, well, I thought y'all were the ones that were big and strong and y'all let these people get out of hand. So and there's never an answer for that. It's just oh, well, you're blaming us now. And I'm like, well,
but that's not feminism though, right? That's kind of a generational difference. The whole participation trophy generation of parents were parented themselves by a generation of parents that didn't give a shit about them and treated them like workers in the household. They were imparting onto their kids something that they didn't want to have done to them. So I don't know if you can blame feminism on that one. That's really just kind of a really big generational difference, and every once in a while you just have those kind of enormous differences in people.
This is an anecdote, but when I was a kid, in elementary school and stuff, the biggest losers were always the boys. If they lost a game, they didn't win, they were fucking upset and crying, and it was always the boys. The girls didn't really give a shit. But I don't know. That's just an anecdote. So
I think men take competition entirely differently than women do, and we compete over entirely different things. When it comes to proving themselves as men, you're going to get an emotional reaction when they don't do well.
I really wanted to win, but I wasn't crying about it.
I mean, it's a false idea that men are less emotional than women. They just have different ways they deal with emotion.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah. Mm-hmm. May I offer a slightly rephrased part of the question?
Yeah, sure.
Does anyone on panel think any form of feminism, early, middle, late, future, has anything to do with equality?
Yeah.
That is how it started.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's in the definition.
So do you think the original ladies that were fighting for the right to vote were also fighting for the right to go to war and defend their
and we're
country?
also fighting for the right to have the ability to consent to who they slept with. Yes, all
and
of those things.
As firemen and lumberjacks, and to do all the hunting necessary for their society to survive.
Being able to consent to leave your husband if you want to. Yes.
Open a banking account, do things in society without a man giving you permission. There are all kinds of things.
That was a crazy question to ask.
They fight to dissolve the draft, so they don't really want the draft for anybody. And lots of feminists are okay with being drafted into roles that they're capable of doing, obviously physically.
But I want to come back to, it's not the feminism fault. We can go back all the way back to ancient history. Let's talk about when the Vikings were invading the British. What did the British say? They literally they said, "Oh, these guys, if they establish permanent settlements, they bathe too much, they smell good. We can't compete because they're taking our women." Like, okay, get good, scrub. Like, I'm sorry that like somebody showed up and they can know what personal hygiene is and they whooped your ass. Women are going to find that probably attractive. Same thing here. Like, we've let too many weak people get in here, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, we don't want to be mean to them." It's not the women's feminism. I would actually be more mad at women if they weren't trying to fucking get their own nut, right?
Then they should have sent the equally powered boss babes, and they would have won. Problem solved.
I'm just confused why equating a woman having a bank account, being able to leave a man, or choose who she marries, or be able to vote, or how any of that, maybe not vote, but because that's kind of is like the recruitment for the army thing, but like, is there somebody who disagrees that a woman should be able to have a bank account and choose who she marries? And like, I don't understand.
No.
I don't think that the things that you just put out as facts are necessarily facts for all time for all women. I don't. Sure.
No, we're saying feminism wasn't ever good, right? So I'm saying the original feminism, I believe, was good because they just wanted to be able to have any rights. They weren't just property anymore.
There's a whole lot of occult information behind the start of feminism, and
who cares? Why are occult people bad by default? Maybe they just wanted to bring back more feminine goddess stuff. Man, this idea that all these people were occult, therefore they're evil. Like they just wanted rights.
I never said they was evil.
Do you notice they keep repeating rights and they never
a big
repeat
Rachel Wilson thing in her
responsibility?
book. Like that's all she says is like, oh, these people are connected to the occult. Oh, they're non-Christian. It's like,
The occult did help feminism, but
there were a whole lot of like goddess religions before Christianity came along too.
Well, it was because in the occult, women were allowed to be.
We're talking about people who are trying to build and shape societies. I'm not talking about somebody who worships a goddess.
Yeah.
Right. Well, so
hold on.
in the occult religions, they were the only religions where women were allowed to be leaders. They weren't allowed to be leaders in Christianity or any other churches and stuff like that. So when people started hearing women like speak and be teachers and be leaders and stuff like that, they started collaborating with feminists. And that was a lot of women saw that and they were like, oh, wow. And that kind of helped spark with the feminism movement. So that's why like Rachel connects it to the occult. But she frames it as this whole spiritual war where like the occult is trying to take away Christianity through feminism and stuff like that.
Since y'all keep repeating rights, do any of the feminists on panel who believe in equality think that in modern times when there's like a divorce situation, for example, that the husband gets equal time with the children and that the wife should pay equal amounts of the alimony to support the children? Do y'all argue for that as well with
Most
your
of the
feminism?
time, a man that goes for split custody gets it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
So what you talking about?
I'm talking about how y'all always talk about rights. Women were fighting for rights. They wanted
but
the
no,
right.
you're missing what the other guy I think after you just said, buddy.
They never mentioned responsibility that comes with rights. They only talk about the rights. They only say
women. The reason that most divorce settlements are only one-sided is because the man doesn't try.
I don't hear both of, or I don't hear either.
I was talking, but I'll let him interject over my words.
Yeah, the only reason that things are one-sided in divorce settlements as far as where kids go is because men aren't actually trying to get full custody or joint custody or anything like that. That's why. Most of the counts where men go for joint custody, they get it. Mm-hmm. That's what the court wants. The court wants you to split your time evenly among them. And when you do that, you don't have to pay child support if you have even time.
That is increasingly more true. There are still some states where that's not caught up as much as it has in other states. I do agree that is mostly true, but it's not entirely true.
And now that we can observe the fruits of their labor, would you say that women are more happy now that they've earned the equal labor and responsibility of men?
I think they're more stressed out.
Really.
I think they're more stressed out. I think it's more than what women were built to worry about. Like I'm okay with working. But working and being a mom and doing all that stuff, it's fucking
I think the
stressful.
world is more than we were all built to worry about.
I agree with that too.
Yeah.
I think we've increased in 100 years further along than we have in the past 100,000, and everybody's reeling to catch up because humans weren't made to do all this, and we're desperately trying to figure out how.
Well, even the time commitment to having a child, right? Between now they go to school, right? They're out of the house for what you got like 6 hours. But then having to concern with between homework, and I've seen some crazy amounts of homework come home, especially for my high schooler. It makes me sick knowing she's got school all day, then goes right into practice and then or a game, and then gets home and then has a shit ton of homework that she still has to do. And I'm blown away that this is even a thing. But between all of the sports that you have to run them to and all of these activities and so on, and it's just, we're just always on the go. I don't think we've like never gotten to just stay home sometimes. It's more of a rarity. Like Tuesday nights are the only nights where none of my kids have to go anywhere. And I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. We're going to sit here on our fat asses and we're going to stare at the wall quietly, because I'm not running around from Timbuktu. And I think that's the most likely common denominator for most parents, but more likely moms, because if you're working during the day and then doing all of that at night and you're trying to shove two roles into one person, and it's very heavy. And I'm not saying we didn't do that to ourselves. We did, but we kind of have to now.
So would it be better to have a home with two parents that have roles to play, or should we constantly have power battles for equality?
Well, I think that's the point that I'm saying, is that a lot of those roles still fall on mom quite often. So I think that's why I'm saying women are worse off and more stressed out because they are doing two jobs, when realistically one person should be worrying about the first 8 hours of the day and going to their work, right? Because you put on different hats, and that's a lot of different hats for a woman to wear,
But I think in most households, like, people share the responsibility, though, right? Like, it's only, I think it's not in, it's definitely not in like a lot of liberal households where someone's like, well, the woman does the housework, and I'm just going to go to work even if you've got a job. Like that. That's not how a lot of the households I've been around ever function.
What? My favorite thing in the world was when I would be, I would tell my husband I'm going to go take a hot bath, and this is where my kids were still pretty little, and I'm like, you're on kid duty. I'm disappearing for the next hour, right? Because I would just be completely worn down, and next thing I know, child comes popping up, mom, I want mom. Like, it just, especially when they're young, there's no such thing as dad at that point. It used to get to a point where I would say I'm renaming myself dad.
I think I think we kind of have like this fantasy view of how people used to live back in the day. Like, everything was really nice and perfect and easy, and I think it's like kind of the opposite. I think life was a lot harder. I think life was a lot harder back in the day than it was today. As I just can't see any world where women would be happier back then than today. Like, it was.
I think people understood life was hard better back then, and I think right now we all want to be comfortable and we want to like achieve this like perfect permanent happiness, and that's not realistic. And I think that our ancestors understood that better. It wasn't necessarily easier. They had to do a lot more stuff, but I think that I don't have an idealized view of it, but I think it was structurally more sound.
Well, you also have to remember families lived on the same block, or in the same town. So it was more often that grandma, grandpa, or auntie or uncle or whoever could be of assistance and a support role to the family. There were more extended family units than there were now we move across the country. We move as far away from our mother-in-law as we can. You know, we have not only necessarily destroyed the family unit.
I don't know about that though, because I don't know many
one.
families who don't. Still have that though. Every family I know still has to have their parents help and watch the kids and all that. Like they have to have extended family.
I also want to point out that like y'all brought up. You brought up happiness as a metric. I don't know that that's a metric I want to like live by. You know what would make me happy is if you know, a hot Latina came in and wiped my ass every day and the government gave me a gold brick. You know, but that's not really going to happen. My problem is like when you say, oh, did it make him happier? Maybe not. You know, sometimes ignorance is bliss, but it's like having the option to do things. I think that's important. Like people didn't have these options before, right? Like, and now they do have the options, and it doesn't necessarily mean they get to be happy, but you should be able to get to choose. That's why I don't like the restrictions on drugs. If you want to choose to kill your life doing heroin,
to your objection.
then do it. All right, well, go ahead.
Freedom. I was going to bring that up. It's like the point is freedom. Yeah.
I would be happy.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to go get some coffee. I'll leave Mrs. Balderson in charge. I'll be like maybe 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
I would be happy if there were good and intelligent people on this planet that are able to see reality, for example. So some people still think we're debating whether or not. Some people think we're still debating whether or not men and women are equal, and that would be very easy to solve. You can just put all of the men in one country and then put all the women in another country and let them fight each other and see
this stupid
if they're
Andrew
equal.
Wilson bullshit. God, shut
You
up.
can see if women are equal in the logic and reason of men, or if men are equal in the emotional or
No one's saying every person is
subjectivity of
equal on
women.
every level. They're just saying human beings should have equal rights.
Yeah.
Because they're human beings.
Equal
But I
rights
can beat you up. That means you don't have any rights. Force doctrine. Force doctrine.
So if you can earn your equal rights through your equal responsibility, I guess you could finally solve that debate. So if they are equal, then there is no debate. So you win.
Do you mean
But this is dumb.
objectively and subjective?
Human is equal to the other.
Yeah, exactly.
You could do this with any two groups, though. I could be like, okay, let's just take all the men that are furries and put them in one country, and all the men that like to play football and put them in one country, and you tell me which one wins the next fist fight. Like, I could do any metric where it's physically different and like argue this. That's why it drives me crazy.
The entire premise is so dumb. They'll sit there and tell you the entire nature of men is to protect. And
The men who are more feminine. You make a very good point that those
Okay,
aren't
fine.
equal
Let's
groups.
take all the MMA fighters in the United States, put them in one place, and put all the baseball players and put them in another place.
You're just
And they have
arguing
to
my
hit each
point
other.
for me that the
Wait, are you saying
masculine and
baseball
feminine
women
are not
players
equal,
are
not
feminine?
even in the same sex.
All right. Well, what if we put all the men over here and make them take a math test, and put all the women over here and make them take a math test? Would they be equal? Like, let's just arbitrarily pick a metric that makes our point for us.
There you go. Are men and women equal in all the
We're
STEM
not
fields?
asking if they're equal. We're saying that human
Yes,
beings should have
you're
equal
implying
rights.
that we are all equal, so they should all have
your
equal
conflation
rights.
of these concepts just show that you don't know what you're fucking talking about.
Is this guy serious?
Yes, he is.
Hey, there's people struggling with reality. They don't even know what
This
equal
is the
means.
I remember. This is
They're
the I
asking for
remember.
it.
But well, hold on. We like even if you took two groups of very
This overly
masculine men,
literalist bullshit.
like if
You're
took
the
these two groups
stupid
of,
one,
like,
Gibbs. Stop being stupid.
You're using the word equal, therefore.
Well, I just am like, when I'm sitting here listening to this, like, we could take two very masculine groups. Let's just take all the men from like Nigeria that are in the military versus like all the people that are descendants of African slaves in America. You tell me which one wins the fist fight. It's going to be the ones that were bred like cattle. Like, unfortunately, that's what happened. We know eugenics work. One has more muscle mass, like, and they're both male, like alpha giga chads. Like, you gotta pick two, like, based groups, and like, you're still gonna fight, and it comes down to like literal
That's not
differences.
necessarily true.
There's this one.
Not necessarily. I'm trying to like dumb it
in
down
your
quite a bit
theory.
here.
Also,
There's
winning a
one
fist fight doesn't mean you win at society. Like,
There's one tiny flaw in your theory. We're already testing your theory in sports right now because there are feminine men competing in sports with the most masculine women, and they're still beating them. So you're taking the weakest of the males against the strongest females, and they're still losing.
What
does that prove?
Do we live in a might makes right society? Is the president Genghis Khan? Did he have to behead the previous president to get his authority?
Where physics applies despite your feelings. Your feelings don't override gravity or energy or mass or combination of
Nobody is arguing that women are stronger than men. Like, we all understand that men have stronger physical capabilities than women. That doesn't come. You were arguing reason and logic. You were talking about women's reasoning and logic abilities. That has nothing to do with physical capabilities.
The men or women when it comes to logic and reason.
I just want to know what
It's
you're gonna
neither.
do with Bob when you go to if you go to prison and Big Bubba.
You're not making a strong case, buddy.
I can see why you feel that way with the quote unquote men on this panel, but that's unfortunately not true in reality, which again these panelists can't grasp.
Yeah, but hold on, might makes right. Like that comes down like if we're gonna do it this way. Like, say you're a masculine dude, you go to prison and there's a bigger guy. He's like, "That's my ass."
Yeah.
Like, guess what? Now you're the girl. Now you're the girl. Like, is that what the society you want?
Live by what you're.
It's literally the most primal society ever, and you're talking about reasoning and logic skills. It's hilarious.
He's a Vulcan. He only knows two things: logic and ripping people's arms off.
And why all the women on this panel are getting very emotional about this argument. But see, this is why you have to engage
You're
with them
the one that's
who
just
understands
because
logic
you
and
speak
reason.
in an even tone doesn't mean you're not emotional.
Women talking is emotional to him. So
Okay, yeah, what if I called you sweet cheeks?
I was talking about you, Ghosty. I was talking about all these feminists who claim to
I
be.
would be excited if you called me sweet
unconvinced.
cheeks. That's nice.
Well, that's the right answer.
If I could ask you, I don't know how to pronounce your name, dude with the avatar, not effigy.
Fi.
I-Fi.
Yeah,
Okay.
we call them cucks. Go ahead.
Who do you think is a feminist?
Pretty much everyone except for yourself so far.
Well, thank you for not.
You think I'm a fucking feminist?
Base. I'm so happy I got called a feminist today. To fight the allegations.
Words, didn't you hear it in their intro? They said they blame men for feminism.
Yeah, because hold on.
I ain't saying.
Yeah, what did I say?
Gibbs, it's even better that you
blame
just
men.
said you want a hot Latina to wipe your ass.
Easy work, bro.
Wasn't even the question. The question was, does modern feminism cause anti-men?
And then I come back with a later statement that said,
I blame men. They weren't even answering the question. They can't even listen to the question. They're so emotional about it.
But then
I literally answered directly.
I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
I'm very emotional.
The emotion I'm feeling is laughter.
Go see. I expect all women to be feminists, except for Balderson, who's evolved beyond that state. But anyways, it's the so-called men on this panel that I'm more concerned about.
I just need to make sure I get this clip when someone called me a feminist.
This
This is a once a rare occasion.
So-called man. Are you going to put that in your title now, Gibbs? Feminist?
Yes, so-called
That's
man.
literally about to happen. Yeah.
Actual feminist. But it's funny because you'll notice that the male feminists are the worst. You understand why women are feminists. That's just logical. But when men become feminists, they have to white knight for women and infantilize them, and like women are unable to defend themselves.
Yeah, stop
or speak for themselves.
infantilizing things.
hold on, when did I white knight for a woman?
Women are the
White knight
victim.
for a woman?
Trust the women. Believe women. It's never women's fault. It's always the man's fault.
No,
You guys
just
remember
work with them
earlier
the same
when
as I
said
would
about
you,
all the
dude.
women haters being closeted
When did I
gays?
fucking?
I told you guys that a year ago.
Say it again.
I understand there are some cringy ass male feminists, but men who just defend women's rights in general, like I don't think that's white knighting. I think that's just having a stance, a principle.
That's all they know how to do because they've just been trained to be demasculine
You don't even know all
to
of
the
our
point where
fucking
they're just
thoughts, so how
women.
can you even say that shit?
Well, I want to know, do we even
With
think feminism is
in English.
Motherfucker, you didn't fucking say, you didn't ask us questions.
anymore? Are we past the point of men needing to white knight? Like, what other feminist tenets do we still need to?
Exactly. We already live in a matriarch society, so why are we still pushing feminism? They won decades ago.
That's kind of what I'm wondering is what is the need for a man to go out and white knight on the behalf of feminists? Because
of people like I-Fi.
Virtue signaling is all the social justice warriors have. They have no argument.
There's a
they have no
specific
reason.
name for it.
You fight for them. It doesn't matter if they're for you or not, because that's the whole system of rights.
No.
You
Guys,
uphold the system of rights.
Don't even realize they keep fighting.
Well,
no, you guys are wrong.
How dare they still exist?
When you're when your hot dumb guys, when your hot dumb girlfriend goes out and says, "Yay, feminism," the guy who is there protesting with them has a scientific name. It's called a sneaky fucker.
Well, realistically, though, men who would push feminism I would imagine, would be probably in the capitalistic category, essentially, if you think about it, because if women make their own money, then they're going to buy more shit. They're not as budget friendly. At least women, I've heard, have the highest debt.
That's not true.
They don't have to
only in education.
Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, keep pushing women into the education system, make them go to school, tell them they can be smart girls too. Now, I mean, I'm all pro college. I don't think it's for everyone, but I have a master's degree, but I got the military to pay for mine, right? But yeah, I think anybody who wants to push women spending money, that would be the route I would go. Kick in on feminism. Yeah, you can divorce him. You can buy your own house. Now you split a family. Now there's two houses having to be lived in, or one of them's paying rent. Now you're increasing the government filing fees are going up. The lawyers are being paid. You're boosting the economy in a weird way, where two people are spending the same amount of money on stuff that, they could have just lived under one household to do. That would be pro-divorce, your husband.
This always comes up, and always have the same question. How is it feminism's fault if the divorce rate being so high is predominantly the fault of evangelical Protestants?
Because they, I think it was...
Can you explain that?
Protestants were the ones.
Evangelical Protestants are the ones who actually have the near 50% divorce rate. Everybody else is much lower. They are the glut of the divorce rate in America.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I would like to see the data on the Orthodox and Catholics, especially since Catholics have this
Orthodox
neat little loophole called
barely
annulment, which means you don't
in the United
actually
States.
have to divorce. Did you know that, FG?
Per religion.
Did I know that?
Lower rates. Hold on. Here we go. Lower rates are Catholics, Jews, Latter-day Saints, the Mormons, and historically Black Protestants often show lower divorce rates than the general population. Higher rates are evangelical Protestants and the religiously unaffiliated nuns have historically seen higher rates, though this is evolving. Shifting patterns. Divorce rates have risen across most traditions since the 1970s, but recent data suggests some stabilization or even slight declines for certain groups, like the unaffiliated, making them comparable to some religious groups. Here's some specifics. Generally, Catholics have lower divorce rates compared to Protestants, with some studies showing around 28% of ever married Catholics divorcing compared to 36% of adults.
Do those numbers include annulment, Sarah?
Well, I'd imagine it doesn't say, but I'd imagine that might be, if you're a devout Catholic, then you know that if you can't get an annulment for that divorce, then you just shouldn't get the divorce, because then you'll be living in sin if you date.
How does the state treat an annulment? Does it just treat it as a divorce, as a separation?
No. An annulment within the Catholic Church, meaning they bless the idea that you're divorcing.
Sure, in the church, as far as the church is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, an annulment is the negation of divorcing. It's saying that the one party was mentally incompetent and was not able to enter into the marriage, and so they
as far as the church is concerned, not the government. Right?
Hold on. All right.
Yeah, that's why I only ever dated
just tried to
idiots.
pull a fast one here, real quick. I'm diving into
That's all he
numbers over
does.
here, and guess what? You know what they're including in mainline Protestants as a group? They're including non-denominational churches, which arguably aren't even Christian, right? Like, like they're like so watered down, they're so whatever. Like, if you're going to include that in there, we might as well just include anything at this point. Like, I mean, like, I got to be honest. If that's a mainline church, then yeah, of course it's 50%. Like,
it says
that's any big tent that claims to be Christian.
It says
even though they don't even worship Jesus.
I mean,
it says
you all just claim to be Christian.
It says Protestants, and it has in parentheses next to it, evangelical / mainline often show higher rates, with evangelicals having rates around 28%, though older data suggests lower. Mainline Protestants near 50%, and historically Black Protestants around 9% in some analysis. So that would be like your mega big box churches, you know, shit like that. Yada, yada, yada. Which, yeah.
Protestant is everyone who's not Catholic. So that's a pretty big group.
Like Lutheran.
That's every Christian on earth that isn't Catholic.
Presbyterian, all the above.
Or Orthodox. Orthodox is not included in Protestant.
Yeah, Orthodox isn't Protestant.
Still never understand that logic. How are Orthodox not Protestant?
It's the Nicene Creed. That's why Catholicism and Orthodoxy are so closely tied, because we have the Nicene Creed, but we have an article of separation. But all of the others don't follow the Nicene Creed, so we don't consider them part of our crew.
The entire point of the protest was against the Catholic Church.
Protestants do the Nicene Creed?
The whole Protestant movement was protesting against the Catholic Church. It wasn't protesting against the Orthodox or the Nicene Creed.
Right.
The council.
It was leaving the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
So Orthodox claim they precede the Catholic Church, so they technically don't fall under the Protestant category, which is retarded, because they are just as equally anti-Catholic as all other Protestants.
Hold on, but the Protestants stream from Martin Luther. Like, they all come from Martin Luther. The Orthodox, they had an issue with, I think it was like Pope Leo fucking 1,000,001 or whatever, and they had an issue with him, and they didn't recognize him, and so they like broke away back in like 1094 or some shit. I'm just like, I get a couple of these numbers wrong. I think it is like 1090 something. And they broke away and they did their own thing, and they claimed they're basically the original church, because they still recognize the like the Rome and Pope as like a cardinal or bishops or whatever, and then but they can't make new ones because they, you know, obviously the Catholic Church is going to recognize any shit they got going on. So like they still have to follow all the same traditions, and that's why they claim that shit. It's totally different than why Martin Luther and the Protestants broke away, and I think that's an important like differential there. Like I don't remember all the Martin Luther specifics, but he nailed it to the door, and he had his whole list of grievances and all that good jazz.
I mean, it's not so different. It's just it's like saying that the American Revolution and the Civil War were different, even though they had a whole lot of shit in common, right? Each iteration was basically somebody had a huge problem with what was going on. In the schisms thing, it was the Bishop of Rome calling himself the Pope and basically becoming kind of like the new emperor in their eyes, I guess you could say, in a way. But I mean, later on, the problems with the Catholic Church is just it had become so corrupt that normal people were like, man, this thing's fucked.
Mm-hmm.
So back to the feminism connection, I think it's pretty easy to guess that traditional churches like Catholics and Orthodox are obviously more patriarchy in their nature, which is why they're more resistant to divorce rates. But anyways, when you run the annulment numbers, you'll see it's actually quite higher. And if anything, all Orthodox are Protestants before it was cool. So good for them. They're ahead of the curve, but that doesn't make them less Protestant. But anyways. So if you include everyone who's not a Catholic in the group of Protestant, then yes, there are many, many groups who don't follow any part of the Bible and just make up shit as they go along. And obviously those groups are very high in divorce rates. So no surprise there either.
But hold on. This is important. Once again, the Orthodox are not Protestant because they broke away from the Catholic Church for different reasons than the Protestants did, and they still adhere to what they think is the older Catholic traditions.
Every Protestant group broke away from the Catholic Church for different reasons. Anglicans, Lutherans, Methodists, Baptists.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. No, that's not true. Because when the Lutherans broke away, what happened is they didn't break away further from the Catholic Church. They broke away from the Lutherans. right? And this is important. All current Protestant churches stem from Luther. Orthodox churches stem from original disagreements with the Catholic Church on traditional things that were added during one of the creeds or whatever, specifically leaven or unleavened bread. And so that's one of the big ones. Also, I think idolatry with the worship of saints was a big one as it was becoming more prevalent, and like actual literal idols and how it was going to be done. That was all big issues. Those are issues. Some of those issues the Protestants had issues with, but not all of them. And that's why they all stem from Luther. And that's a key factor here. Why the Orthodox and the Protestants are different.
Either way, I don't know what this has to do with feminism and divorce rates.
Yeah.
It was we were on the percentages.
They were Protestants before it was cool. I get it. You're the OG Protestants. Great.
No, I mean, it's not really the same thing though. It was more like a regional split for the original.
The Protestant movement was the protest of the authority of the Catholic Church. Whether you call yourself Orthodox or Lutheran or Anglican, doesn't matter. You're all Protestants.
The hundreds of years different.
The Catholic Church. End of story.
Yeah, I mean,
all right,
you keep saying that, that's wrong.
Yeah, this is going to be exhausting.
Yeah.
So anyways, the patriarch groups like the Catholics and Orthodox are obviously highly resistant to divorce rates because they resisted feminism the best. So kudos to them.
They resisted feminism, or they just have either better support groups for marriage. I'm sorry, I was talking.
Patriarchy and feminism at the same time. Explain that to me.
What?
I mean, social justice kind of comes from a lot of Catholic teachings, buddy.
A patriarchy and feminism at the same time, Ghosty. Reconcile that for me.
If you mean by patriarchy just an overall general sense of men in power, or what do you mean?
I mean the core tenets of their belief from their God says that man rules over women. How are you going to have feminism within that system?
Well, feminism isn't about women ruling over men. It's just about women having equal rights and freedoms as men.
I think you're missing
the women who got rights. Were they not Christians? I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
Yeah, you missed the part where, according to their God,
feminism you're complaining about not happening to
for the woman. She was designed that way from the beginning. She is to be his helpmeet.
Hold on, I gotta switch computers. I'll be right back in like a minute.
I get you, but
the husband is
back off your mic.
According to Christian teachings, especially in Catholics and
Orthodox. I don't care what the comic books say. I'm telling you what happened. All these Christians who live in this country, which is most of the country, a lot of them wanted feminism, and feminism happened. So
when you equate Christianity with like modern groups like the Journey or something like that, where they let anyone into their church, including Satanists and devil worshippers, it's not exactly the same standard as like Catholics and Orthodox, or even certain Protestant groups you've probably never heard of.
Would you say that a convent or a nun is like feminist?
Is what?
Like, how about like a convent where they have like nuns and they're totally in charge and it's just women around? That's
the opposite of feminism. That's keeping them separate and isolated because they're women.
Even though they have more power than the average woman at the time in most of these places when they were doing this regularly?
Nuns had more power than the average woman.
Yeah, you think nuns in a nun-only convent being able to do whatever they wanted, as long as they were within the eyes of God or whatever, has more or less power than a woman in, say, I don't know, 1200 fucking AD.
And slaves to their convents. They weren't even allowed in normal society.
How much have you smoked and what strain is it?
The truth, reality.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to find out who your dealer is. That's good stuff. I don't have anything else really. If that's
we're nuns allowed to marry, by the way. I'm just curious about your understanding of the Catholic religion.
my understanding would be, that, hey, the nuns, they might not be able to get married because it's a religious vow with God. They're like embodying the idea that when God says he's going to come return and Jesus is going to marry the church and the church is going to be his bride, they're embodying that in physical sense as like a tribute to the Lord. So when you're going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, okay, since they can't get married, they're like, oh, somewhat, I guess.
Okay, so women who
however,
want to get married,
nuns in some places were able to brew their own alcohol and drink it whenever it was illegal for women to drink alcohol back in the day.
I imagine they drank a lot since
the nuns were also able to create their own economic. They were able to own the land the convent was on. The convent was able to be owned by them. Then they were also or the church through them. The nuns had power. The nuns had power. The nuns had power in the Catholic Church. They had more power than say they would have. They got to make decisions on ruling bodies, decisions on all sorts of stuff, how they were treated. Like, you're just arguing with historical fact because you clearly don't know it. Like, if you're going to tell me a woman in 1257 AD is women good as a nun, or she's going to be like married to her husband and have no rights.
So women who want to get married aren't allowed to get married, have more power than just the average secular woman who is definitely allowed to get married anytime she wants to anyone she wants.
Bro,
logic.
You know what a dowry is? Do you know what dowry is?
And how much of it have you smoked?
You didn't argue against any of my points, first of all. Second of all, if you know what a dowry is, we know women were just paid to like get married to other people. They were sold like slavery, a chattel. They were just an object. And now, if you were a nun at the time, guess what you got to do? Not be sold like cattle.
To run corporations. And
they were able to make their own economic opportunities and whatnot. They were able to provide for themselves. There's independence. There was no men around. I mean, this is historical fact. You can just argue with me, or you can, wish something
it's
like
a historical fact that women who were subject to convents, they weren't allowed to leave the convent or marry.
They had more freedom than the average woman, though. Yes,
women who were able to own businesses and marry and have children and have happy, fulfilling lives. They have.
There were what countries during the Middle Ages and up until recently were women able to own businesses? Like the 20th century.
Every woman since the beginning of time has enjoyed the privilege of getting married and having a family, and some of them even had their own land and their own business.
It's a privilege to get sold to like fucking
convents who aren't even allowed to get married have more power. According to this feminist,
I'm a feminist. It's a wild statement, but
this
like
is the logic of a feminist.
I mean, well, just the argument you're making is it's better for them to be sold to Harvey Weinstein and get basically raped until they have children.
You're right.
As opposed to them be able to be free and live their lives independently. And man, you tell me
you're absolutely correct. Your retarded straw man is my argument.
You haven't argued anything really. You've said nothing substantive.
I've argued that male feminists are trash, and I think this panel has done all the arguing for me. I've just been sitting back and watching y'all.
I mean, I'm gonna call you a woman when Bubba grabs a hold of you. Like what happened? He's gonna be a feminist when Bubba grabs a hold of him in prison. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy how it works.
All right, Azrael, welcome back. It's been a while since we've seen you here. What are your thoughts so far?
I think this guy debating Sir Admiral Gibbs is very uneducated on the historicity of the Catholic and Orthodox and Protestant Church and the great schism of the Catholic and Orthodox Church, which was not two separate churches, but were one entity up until about the year 1000 years AD. And then the Protestant Reform did not happen until Martin Luther came about in about 1500. And you should probably read a book or two. Start with the Bible.
But things that take place like 600 years apart are the exact same thing. Didn't you know that?
I didn't. I guess maybe I need to read a book.
Azrael, the current topic is modern day feminism, anti-men. Do you have any thoughts to add in on that?
Well, it's absolutely anti-men. And it's self-refuting, and that's evident due to the fact feminism appeals to the authority, which is men, to refute the authority, which is men. Feminism lies flat on its face due to the fact it needs the forced doctrine of men to give its rights. And
here we go.
Try to exclude men from any argument. So it's self-refuting in its nature.
Fair enough. Anybody have some pushback on that?
Other than forced doctrine being bullshit. and that social contracts are formed through mutual agreement, and you can't even project force without mutual agreement. So therefore, the idea that force doctrine is where we get anything is bullshit. Force is just a tool that groups of people use.
So what if all men mutually agree that women have no more rights, women cannot vote, and women will not vote? Is that an actionable?
Yeah, but hold on. What if every race decided tomorrow that white people no longer get to like vote, like or whatever? Like that's I can just pick any figure.
Before.
Like
That's not my entire argument. Now let's say all women tomorrow decide that men cannot vote, men cannot have rights, and men are subservient to women. Can women actively complete that?
Because he's parroting the talking point.
He's probably a copycat.
You sound like Andrew Wilson.
I
Exactly.
missed the second time.
Word about word.
I'm not this Andrew Wilson. You can call me Azrael. I'm just a crayon eater, bro.
Well, I mean, constitutionally, we can't really we can keep adding stuff on, but we necessarily can't take away, right?
We can. We just did recently.
And an amendment would take 2/3 of the population, which would necessarily include some women, right?
Okay, fair.
And some illegals if the Democrats get their way.
Womp womp.
I'm curious. So you guys keep repeating, yes, feminism is anti-men, but I haven't heard any examples of it.
Anyone have a solid example of feminism being anti-men?
Well, you know what? There was a time within the black community where they were actually pushing for black women to actually have single households because they would get more benefits out of being inside of a single household than have the male there. So I can actually see how that had a bad benefit. And then if you also want to add on to how Margaret Sanger went to a lot of black churches and pushed that abortion, I don't know what word I can say, but that through the black community and how many black people do that towards their kids, yes, I can see how that has had a bad benefit towards people.
So on the first point, okay.
Sorry, guys. If I remember correctly, the abortion concept was pushed on black women first and mainly as a way to eliminate the race and minimize that.
Exactly.
So I don't even know if that was necessary.
Abortions were not invented with Margaret Singer or in that time period.
No, they were. Hold on. But they were pushed when it's strongly. What was it, like 1960s or 70s? I think. I think it was Planned Parenthood. I could be wrong, but I remember even Johns Hopkins was doing what they were calling studies on black women, but they were actually giving them like hysterectomies and eliminating their abilities to reproduce or giving them abortions and all of this other stuff. I remember doing a kind of like a semester on that study on like women's rights stuff, but it started with black women's like the negation, and black women have always had it the hardest. I don't care who the fuck you are.
But if someone uses a gun to kill a bunch of innocent people, is that gun then bad inherently?
No.
What I'm saying is it ties into the feminism and what Crack Baby was saying in terms of eliminating the men from the household. It actually kind of started with eliminating the black families altogether. We've always seen that even during the ending of slavery and then pushing into segregation. Men left, like black men left the farms, the ranches, the crops and everything, and went into the cities to try to make money there. So they were already separating to begin with, and then realizing that actually they were supposedly sending money back, but like that ended up kind of just happening naturally, and then now we see what we have today. But black men have always been away from
just completely skip like the 40 or 50 years of the war on drugs.
Yeah, can I respond?
Which is the main reason for singular households.
Oh, I never said the war on drugs, but hell, that happened before the war on drugs. Way before the war on drugs was parents splitting up and no father being in the house. That was way before the war on drugs.
But what Sarah was describing was not a uniquely black experience. White people all the time had their fathers had to go work long distances and send money back home. That was a normal thing for poor people.
I'll kick it back even further. Even during slave days, they would actually separate the men from the families because they were they were, what was it? It was like they were
divide and conquer.
It was like.
It's also you're also going to be more unruly when you protect your kid. I mean, I'm not.
But I never claimed what Sarah
also you're
claimed,
treating
so
them
you
like
can't say
chattel.
that.
So.
Okay, so hold on. I was going to respond. So your first point about the government with the welfare and promoting women to leave fathers for more money and stuff. That again, that's a government trying to like tear apart black families, saying I don't think that's a feminism thing. That's a government incentive. Second of all, about the Margaret Sanger thing. So Margaret Sanger, her mother had like 12 or 13 children. This is what inspired her to want abortions for people. And she did work with black leaders and stuff. The reason a lot of times it was in black communities is because they didn't have access back in the day, white women were especially wealthy white women would go to doctors and get abortions under that, like nobody knew about it. It was very secretive. Also, when birth control was invented, they had more access to that. So lots of times this did happen in black communities.
That doesn't eliminate the eugenics that she hated black people that she wanted to eliminate. She stated that clearly. So you can't just say, "Oh,
no,
yeah,
she's misquoted clearly." Like they use that sentence where she says she's literally answering a journalist saying we do not want the word to get out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. She's literally telling them she doesn't want people to say that because of what she's doing. You guys buy into right-wing shit on this all the time.
They weaponize this all the time against abortion as a eugenics
talking point.
Argument. Yeah.
First of all, hold on. You can't say I buy to right wing because I listen to
you just
both
repeated
sides.
it.
Yes,
you just repeated it.
Okay. Yes, I can admit that I repeated it. Yes, I can. But that doesn't mean that I still I can't be in the middle of both situations. That's just sometimes how I can see sometimes. Because I live in a community where I can see it in a different, where I can see I'm in a more white majority area. So I can see it differently in a whole different situation compared to any other black person. So I can see it totally different. So no, I'm not just saying because I'm black and because black people went through stuff, know that they're going through stuff. No, I see it through white people all the time around me.
Hold on, she did some pretty sus shit here now that I'm reading about it. Like, okay. Okay. So she argued one time that she would speak to anybody if it helped her get her goal done, which was pushing abortions and equal rights for women, allegedly, and that included when she once addressed the Ku Klux Klan on birth control, stating she'd speak to any group to help the cause. Which people are like, oh well, it's pragmatic. They had a lot of power back then. Hey, let's maybe get them on their side with this, but. That's fucking sus as fuck, bro. Like, I'm sorry. And then,
she spoke to the women of the Ku Klux Klan, and she has a biography where she speaks about it. She actually said it was a weird experience, and she wouldn't do it again.
She also has part of I don't want to use the word, but it's the N-Word Project in the 30s, and she launches and allegedly to empower black women, but at the same time curb population growth, which would be it's like racial suppression. So, like, arguably, it's a mixed bag when you're sitting here trying to say she didn't have a racist agenda.
When you say curb population growth, is it because there is a bunch of black women who were having a lot of babies that they couldn't take care of, and it's not it wasn't just black women, it was white women too back in those days.
Yeah, but she was wanting to curb it to improve the quality, that quote, of the human population. And this is like back when she was advocating for the eugenics movement.
But that might not be because they're black. That might just be because they were really poor and they were having a lot of children.
She went right to the KKK.
That line was pushed on the entire population to have only 2 or 3 kids, right? The nuclear family. That's all you're talking about. have a better economic situation by having this many kids, not 10 kids.
But
She started it in the 30s. Big families were a norm, especially if
sorry to interrupt, guys. Is that based Oracle?
No,
the real
it's
one?
Spicoli. It's Spicoli.
Oh shit! Never mind. Sorry.
And I'm not saying that like there's a possibility Margaret Sanger was racist or whatever. I it's possible. Lots of people were fucking racist back then. I'm not excusing it. It's very possible. But I still don't think that, I mean, I'm pro-choice, so I just, like, her original idea was she saw her mom trying to raise 12 kids, and she kept getting pregnant over and over and over again, and there was nothing she could do. She's gonna have sex with her husband, like, so she wanted abortion rights for women, and poor women were the most affected by this.
And you know what?
Also, the idea that what this specific woman in this specific time did is going to affect like my idea on abortion, when abortion and the idea of women controlling that has been around for like thousands of years. You know, it's you're not actually even poisoning the well. You know.
So you guys are also missing a point of it takes the rights of the men and the women in the body. They are children. They're just unborn children. But even then, it disenfranchises men the ability to make decisions for their children. Feminism also takes away from the ability of men to be in their child's lives. Just overall, feminism has disenfranchised men when it comes to
by not being able to control.
I thought somebody said that study-wise, it showed like men were pro-abortion more than women were, or something like that.
They used to be.
I could be misquoting.
That's true. If we make abortion illegal, then they're also taking away rights from men to make a decision with their children. So either way, it's kind of like, that's why free choice for me is just like, if you don't want an abortion, don't get one.
But it's not men's choice. It's women's choice whether or not they get an abortion. Men have absolutely no choice.
Yeah, because women get pregnant, men don't.
But women get to kill their children at what 640,000.
If your girlfriend gets pregnant, do you have the possibility of dying?
Fuck
you know, we were talking about
earlier. That's a rare thing that many people die during birth.
100% of abortions end in a child being killed. So
Spicoli, your mic's going in and out. Fix your mic. It's like sounds like shit.
You know how we were talking about risk earlier? So if men understand the fact that if women get pregnant and abortion is legal, then they have the risk of a woman having a right to delete his child in your worldview. Then
so we can go with,
isn't that kind of like the risk factor?
We can go with
it's just simple biology.
I would 100% agree with that. And it takes two to tango. And you like, if you are fucking around with a woman casually and she gets knocked up, like you do face that risk that she could go one way or the other. And then the risk is one of two ways. One, you risk either she's pro choice and could potentially kill your child, right? And you are removing your ability to potentially be a father, right? Or you also risk the idea of you're not married to her. She's now going to be a single mom, and your child's going to be raised in a single mother home, and you could be paying child support. But I've heard men bitch about both directions. Make shotgun weddings great again, or keep your dick in your pants. If you don't want those, like I was shaming the women earlier and telling them to be responsible for their shit, and I'll throw it right back at the men. If you don't want to end up in that situation, there is one guaranteed way you could not end up paying child support or not end up with a girl who aborts your baby. And that is keep your dick in your pants or be a responsible fuckboy. There you go.
I mean, but we're also completely redirecting the fact that women share half the responsibility in making a child. It's not just something that actually happened. They weren't walking down the stairs. They didn't just accidentally trip down the stairs and get pregnant.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
They chose to get pregnant, though.
That's not what I'm saying. I started the whole entire statement with "it takes two to tango."
Women literally can't run away from the problem.
But as Rael, it was to your point, or to whoever made the point of well, men don't get to choose if a woman aborts his baby or not. Well, you can certainly make that choice a long time prior to that moment, whether you're fucking a girl casually who you barely know or have a one-night stand, or she's, great pussy, but she's fucking psychotic. All of those things come into factor. If you nobody's thinking ahead anymore. You want to know the real problem with society? Everybody's a fucking insta-click button pusher. Gotta have it now. Gotta do it now. No forward thought on anything. Nothing about the future. Nothing about consequences. Nothing about responsibility that I might have to take on if I do this thing. Nobody's thinking ahead of the game. Everybody thinks about right here, right now. I want it. I have it. Do not press go. Do not collect $200. Just do thing, right? And that's the fucking problem. It's this insta-click, Uber, Dix, Tinder. You've got the dating to go. You've got online dating just for sex. Like, everything's casual. Nothing is long-term. And that's your fucking problem right there. You want to nip it in the bud? That's where you can start.
Well, sure, Sarah. But this problem isn't also new. Like, historically, the reason why men always go out of the way to try to control women is because they know how futile it is to try and control men.
No,
Like
it's
me.
It goes back to force doctrine, man.
It goes, of course, everything goes back to force doctrine.
That goes back. So they don't control men because the men are going to fight back. Women are susceptible to influence. We can look at the fact that they make 80% of consumer
You
purchases.
sound like an animal.
Well, no, let me ask. Hold on. Shut up for a minute. Azrael, are they physically fighting back now?
No.
Force doctrine, what?
Well, hold on. I mean, you
talking
just
about
said
men
that
or
they're easily
women?
influenced. Hold on,
I'm
you said they're easily
asking,
influenced.
I'm asking you, because of feminism bad. Feminism has taken over everything. And then I keep hearing this fucking force doctrine bullshit, right? I understand force doctrine when it comes to conquering and taking over and putting down Big Daddy's foot, right? But if feminism's so bad, where are all the men fighting back and physically taking over with force doctrine and laying claim to the patriarchy once more? Where are they?
I got you. So whenever somebody prays outside of an abortion clinic, that individual gets arrested, correct?
I'm your Huckleberry.
No.
Not necessarily, no.
Literally, there are people who stand outside of abortion clinics every single day and don't get arrested.
There's churches that do that. Yeah, I
The
like,
right
but
to
I want to
protest.
go back to this other thing
Hey,
he
Sarah,
said.
That was a hard
I'm your
pass.
Huckleberry.
So you're just wrong on that. It is illegal to pray outside of an abortion clinic. It goes. I think it's supported by the.
That
Fourth
doesn't mean they
Amendment.
necessarily go to jail.
People get arrested for it.
Front of
Though.
it. You can do it in
They
front
get
of it. You just
arrested.
don't do it on,
I mean, there might be specific laws in specific states.
Yeah, you just don't do it on their
depends on what
property. You do
state.
it like, yeah, if you're, hold on, if you're in the street or the sidewalk and it's public property, you absolutely can do that in most states.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. But here's the other thing. You said influenced. All right, so I guess we're just going to discount the eras like of Queen Elizabeth or like Queen Isabella of Spain, where these women created and expanded massive empires. And they basically did it because they said, hey, I'm in charge, and you're going to listen to me, and all those men. Or it's like, was Sir Francis Drake a bitch when he was over there whooping those pirates' asses? Or was he like, what was happening here? Like, because y'all talk about force doctrine, and then these women were leading at multiple times throughout history major empires. And so, okay, well, if it's just because they're able to influence people, or they're only doing it because the men did it, well, then why didn't the men take them out? Like,
They used men. They used men to get into their goals. You cannot point to one instance in all of history where a group of women unanimously rebelled against men and fought wars. It's always men. Even when you appeal to a woman,
we have the
they
pussy.
use the men.
But they're so easily influenced. We're all feminists
I've heard
now.
this script before.
Well, let me do a correction here. I pulled up, can people get arrested for praying outside an abortion clinic? It says, yes, people can be arrested for praying outside an abortion clinic, but generally only if their actions violate specific laws regarding property, access, or noise, or if they are within a legally established buffer zone. So no, if they're praying, like let's say in front of the door, and they're obstructing the door to access the clinic, yes, that you could get arrested for that. If they're praying within the buffer zone, there's buffer zone laws that some states have that are like an 8-foot buffer within a 100-foot facility of
He's
the
probably
facility,
referring
whatever.
to the British case where you can in Britain.
No, it's the same statute they're using to prosecute the individuals who went into that church recently that was led by someone.
No, that was the KKK of 1782 or something like that.
I'm seeing the FACE Act. FACE is the freedom of access to clinic entrances, prohibits the use of force, threat of force, or physical obstruction to injure, intimidate, or interfere with anyone obtaining or providing reproductive health services. It just says, it's saying is that you go outside, you stand there, you say whatever you want. You got to keep the noise level down, right? But as long as you're not interfering with anything, you can stand out front on the sidewalk all you want. I could go out front of a grocery store and stand there with a white picket fence sign saying, eat more chicken, right? You could do that. It's legal to do that. But when I start obstructing or interfering with people, bothering people who are walking in, then I'm becoming a nuisance to the public. And that's when you cross lines. But yeah, you could go pray outside of an abortion clinic. They do have the buffer zones. That I'm seeing that some states have buffer zones where you have to be outside a certain distance. But overall, it's fine.
So you cannot loudly pray. You can silently pray. If you pray aloud, it's considered a form of harassment. If there's been, I'll have to look them up. There's cases where individuals have been arrested, and that's utilizing force doctrine, which is.
But typically, who typically?
That's freedom of speech. That's the First Amendment. They need to get better civil rights lawyers then, because that's the First Amendment.
Well, under the FACE Act, they can be arrested.
Well, it depends if you're being a nuisance. If you are being a nuisance and like screaming and
they're trying to intimidate a person who's getting a legal procedure. Like that's the thing,
exactly.
Right?
Like nobody's typically yelling and praying.
It says in UK. In the UK, there have been arrests for silent prayer. Individuals have been arrested and charged for silent mental prayer within these designated zones. Right, so that is tardo. Like I would never.
I'm not even talking.
That's why you don't give up your guns. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not the First Amendment.
I'm not talking. I'm not referring to the UK. The UK is morally.
But I'm not seeing anything that's referring to. Only if you, and even more so, in early 2025, the Department of Justice under the Trump administration indicated it would limit enforcement of the FACE Act to only extraordinary cases involving serious bodily harm, and it dismissed a bunch of cases. So even more they opened it up even more.
They limited it. Therefore, it was happening. By the fact they had to limit it, it was happening in the first place.
That doesn't mean it doesn't exist still.
Yeah, but by pray out, they meant people like running up to the person who was trying to go to the clinic and them grabbing them and being like, "I'm praying for you, and stuff like that.
Exactly. It wasn't always that. But
you're trying to make it like they're trying to like be anti-Christian when they're just trying to protect the rights of the person going to the clinic, and it's the other people who are. If this were any other kind of way around, if we were talking about any other subject about protesters, you guys would be like 180 from where you are right now, trying to limit protesters.
I'm seeing something here where it says Tennessee man arrested for blocking access to abortion clinic, not praying, and there's a fact check thing. So I'm wondering if there was kind of something that was floating around there. If there's like it's got a whole. Here, I'll drop it in the back chat. If you want to read it, you're more than welcome to. But it looks like it's probably something that's news spread around, but in actuality, he was blocking let's see, on January 6th, 6 of the defendants, including Vaughn, were convicted by a federal jury for violating the FACE Act. Vaughn and the others were not arrested for praying and singing hymns. They were actually, there's 2 elements that they were involved in. To intentionally injure, intimidate, or interfere with others, to limit access to 2 different places, reproductive health services or places of worship. So it looks like they weren't being so peaceful.
Yeah,
probably told that they couldn't intimidate someone.
Yeah, so you can pray out there. You just can't be obstructing the.
You
the
can't
business.
within the buffer zone. The buffer zone, and the buffer zone is on state property. It's typically on sidewalks, on easements, things like that. So
That's not the original claim. Am I correct?
I said you can get arrested for praying outside. My original claim was you can be arrested for praying outside of an abortion clinic.
The Christians are less persecuted than they actually think they are.
Is your prayer less effective outside the buffer zone as it was inside the buffer zone? Does the 10-foot buffer zone negate the prayer?
You know how stupid it sounds? So you said outside. Okay. You could be outside the buffer zone and still be outside. So you can still do what you do and still pray.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
Also, I'd be curious if buffer zones really are on state property or not.
Yeah, if you get outside of that buffer zone, you can still do what you want. So what are you talking about, Azrael?
They keep you away from the vicinity of the actual abortion clinics, which you have the legal right to be on.
So you don't harass their patients. You can still pray for them 10 feet further away. Is your prayer not as good because it's 10 feet further away?
Can abortion clinics protest directly outside of the church? Yes. There isn't an 8 feet buffer zone.
The FACE Act, hold on. The FACE Act says that it's health services and places of worship. So
they're using it right now on the Don Lemon thing.
Yeah, because they went into it, but
so it goes both ways.
Yeah. So that's my point. No, that is my point.
Bunch of people screaming and harassing people outside of a church, I guarantee you they would get arrested.
Yeah,
now, if they're just standing there talking to themselves quietly, then that's different. But if they're harassing people,
exactly.
Do y'all remember Westboro Baptist Church, the one that would go protest all the soldiers? They would go outside and say horrible shit, but they'd be like right outside the legal limit, and then hey, they get away with it because you give an inch. So I don't know. I think I'm okay with the buffer zone thing, especially if the Christians get it. I don't want Westboro Baptist to show up at my funeral. Do you want them to show up at your funeral?
Yeah, that shit was fucked up too.
It's wild.
Yeah, but you got to think about it this way, Azrael. What's good for the goose is good for the gander in this instance. If it weren't for that FACE Act being what it is, then in this situation in Minneapolis, was it Minneapolis? What, I can never fucking say the place. But that scenario, they wouldn't be getting arrested. They would just be allowed to go in and do whatever they want. And then
no, you can't interfere with people's right to worship just by the Fourth Amendment. Period. Even outside the FACE Act. The FACE Act was erected because of that in the first place. You have the right to a peaceful assembly to worship your God by the Constitution.
Well, yeah, you would still have that right to do that. But what would stop a bunch of people what if a bunch of people just walked in and sat down and just held signs and they were still quiet and they didn't obstruct? You see what I mean? That FACE Act would prevent that from happening.
Yeah, it would. Absolutely would.
You're defeating your point.
That's not my point.
Go ahead.
I agree with you that abortion clinics suck, right? And I don't want to see them everywhere either. But we are Americans, okay? And we have our rights the way we have them built so that we can't just go in and fuck their shit up for illegally, right? Because we want those same rights. We want those same rights expressed to us, right? We want them there when they matter, and it's got to be fair across the board in this instance.
It doesn't refute my point because because I'm just going to grant it to you. I don't really care. That doesn't really refute my point out one way or the other. Because my point is, you actually need someone to come in there and enforce those rules. And what is that going to primarily be? I believe it's somewhere around 80% of our police force and military force are actually males. So you're going to appeal to some kind of authority. Because if no one there is there to enforce your rules, to enforce your laws, then you have no law.
Where does authority come from? Where does authority come from? Does it come from force or does it come from mutual agreement?
The authority comes from the individuals who are there willing to back and enforce your laws.
From mutual agreement, correct.
you can mutually agree all you want. If you
President
don't
didn't cut off the head of the previous president. We elected him. He has the authority. Authority controls force. Force does nothing without authority.
And
you
police don't
cannot
even put
project
people
force
in
without
jail.
multiple people.
me-
and you can't
let
have
me-
multiple people
let
without an
me-
agreement.
Hold on. Let me back it up a little bit even at that. Why do these men go around enforcing these laws and doing your force doctrine-y thingy? Why do they do it?
By the way,
Hold
judges
on,
and
hold
juries
on.
do it, not police.
Each individual officer has different reasons for becoming an officer.
Why
Each individual.
at the end of the day does everybody do it?
There are laws in the first.
Each person has their individual reasons, just like in the military. Because if you're going to say,
listen, pussy is the goal at the end of the day, whether you are providing for it, whether you are defending it, whether you are going to wars for it or whatever, it's all for the putang. All right. Like at the end of the day, realistically
I'll grant you that. So why don't men just, so if men universally just wanted to put women in cages and just create little I don't think I'm allowed to say the word even on YouTube, but little slaves inside of their cages, I mean, that they're still getting it. And what
Yeah, but hold on, how is that different from say you and I are out in the middle of the woods and I say, come here, bitch, and you don't get there's no difference. The force doctrine.
I can fight back.
Okay, well, what happens if I choke you out in your sleep? And what happens then? Just you can fight back. The women could fight back if they say okay, maybe it's not me. What if it's like Ray Lewis in his prime, and he's like, I'm sorry, guess who's taking the D tonight? It's you. So do you really want to go down this argument that hey, the force doctrine? It's a great argument until you run into Bubba. I'm sorry, I don't want to run into Bubba.
There's always a bigger guy.
Not
Nobody's
a social
mentioned
theory.
Nobody's mentioned children yet either. Children are the weakest and most vulnerable of all the people.
You're still redirecting them.
I guess we can force them to do whatever the fuck we want, right?
Hold on. The reason why I think in some weird way that men would want to keep this level of enforcement for the men is still the idea that you're all going to be old men one day too, right?
Mm-hmm. Elderly.
And you are no longer going to be the strongest one on the block, right? So it like your rules of force of doctrine pass hands every year. It gets passed down and hey, you got some weak bitches coming up.
Okay, but who does it get passed down to? Who does it get passed down to? I agree with you. There's some weak bitches coming up, but still, who does it get passed down to? Is it going to get passed down to women in the next generation?
I can fuck up a grandpa.
Is it going to continue to be passed down to men?
This is the wrong question. The correct question is, if force rules the day, why did the people who actually exert the force, why isn't the tip of the spear ruling society?
Thank you for tying it. I was waiting for him to go ahead, Ezra.
At the end of the day, it is them ruling society. It is the tip of the spear, and it is men who women have to appeal to.
But if that is the case, hold on. Let's run down this line then. If that is the case, Azrael, men are this strong enforcement, then why is feminism so strong? Because
men allow it. Because women appeal to men and men allow it.
Bro, did I not make this point right in my opening? This is the first thing I said.
But hold on, though. If the force doctrine is so solid, then you don't have to allow it. You just come in and do your thing.
Well, also, he said that women are so easily influenced. I'm surprised you haven't influenced me to not be a feminist yet. It's kind of crazy.
Marketing could most certainly do that. Just how feminist marketing led women to leaving the very comfortable house taking care of children and made them enter the workforce.
Just like how Andrew Wilson's marketing kind of turned you into what you are, right?
Something that was astroturfed by corporations.
What's going out? Is his phone staticky for everyone else? Like going slow, or is it just me?
Yeah, it's a little jumpy.
Okay.
Just slow, laggy.
Yeah.
All right, just make it. I'm going to jump out and back in because I'm getting it from everyone. I'll be right back.
All right. This is also one of my I've been jumping in so much because this is one of my pet peeve things. Force doctrine is not a social theory. There's an entire contingent of people who like to pretend that it is. Force is a tool, and force doctrine is our thoughts on how to use said tool. You cannot use said tool. You cannot project force without mutual agreement first, because then you wouldn't have an army or a police force or a mob or a gang. You wouldn't have any of it without a mutual agreement of people to do it first. Therefore, the mutual agreement is where shit comes from, not the force.
So who's the only one who needs to mutually agree? Do women need to mutually agree? Is it only men? Like, if we were to take all men out of the equation, if all women mutually agree, can they actually enact any kind of ability to enact a law? Or is it if all men agree, they have an ability to enact law?
Hold on.
Crack Baby, you're a Marine. You should know this better than anyone.
If you took out all the men, they're all gone. Do you think Ronda Rousey? Do you think Ronda Rousey is going to just like take over and be the queen of the world? Is that Ronda Rousey, the strongest woman? Like, that's like, no, she's not, because she's gonna get bamboozled by somebody smarter than her, like, who can like be charismatic and get some other women to like jump her 10-1, or maybe she'll get a religious zealot that like has like the power of female Muhammad on their side. He has one of her followers blow up or kill him or something. Like, I don't know, but there's no way Ronda ends up being #1 in the world, king big dick, because she's gonna get outplayed. Or it's
force doctrine isn't going to apply to individual basis. It's going to apply to communal basis. So